Hey guys, it's Taylor, and I want to bring you another quick trick about All Access. So in every All Access, we always put something that we know that you love, and that is coming soon. When you get your magazine, you peruse through here and you see what you've got. But for all of us, we want to know what we can't get, what's coming up. That's so exciting. So in All Access, in every issue that we release, throughout the book, you will see some exclusive coming soon sections. That means things that are on our work table, some just kind of little things that's going to get you excited about what is coming up and what we're working on here at Anita Goodesign. And again, it is exclusive for your All Access. So as you're looking through your book and reading, you'll know exactly what's going to be coming up so that you can get excited for the next couple of months of All Access. Thank you for joining me.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 5 of Hoop Fest. I'm Blaine Austin with Sewing Machines Plus, and hey, we're ready for another great day of demos and education and specials. We got so many great things in store for you. So we're glad you're tuned in this morning. And again, hey, if this is your first day here, we got to tell you a little bit of what's going on. For all you who've been here all week, we sure do appreciate you being on the show with us. But first of all, I got to tell y'all, if you've been not just tuning in, how this is working, it's called Hoop Fest. And basically what it is, it's a week-long show. We're streaming live 7.5 hours a day for 6 days. And we had a contest where people could submit their embroidery project, and they sent pictures into us. We put them on a page in a gallery where people could go and vote. So we had voting open for a whole week, and everybody went and voted on their favorite embroidery project. We picked the top 3 vote getters, and they are our winners. We'll announce those winners on tomorrow's show. And then we also have a huge embroidery dream studio giveaway. And anybody is watching has a chance to win that. And we're going to tell you now how you can win. So if you just join us, you still have a chance. There's a lot of different ways. So if you're watching from Facebook today, you can either go down and like us, share the video, go make comments, ask questions throughout the show. And every time you participate, that gets you a vote. If you're watching from YouTube, go down and hit that bell notification, give us a thumbs up. In the same way, in the live chat, go make comments, ask questions, and that will get you votes. After, if you're just, watching it delayed and you're not getting to watch it live, after the show, even if you're watching it live too, you can, after the show ends, the live chat ends, you can go down underneath the videos on YouTube and Facebook and just write comments in there. And the more comments and things you make, the more votes you get with your name in there. So all those algorithms go into one, compile all those names, and then it spits out a winner, and that's what we'll do tomorrow afternoon. We will give that away, and I got to tell you about what we're giving away. It's a $26,000 package. It is insane, all the things we're giving away. And I'm just going to read off all the things you're going to win in this Dream Studio giveaway. You're going to win a SWF 12 needle embroidery machine. It's about a $12,000 retail value. You're going to get that Brother 𝐓𝐸𝐞 3600D. The D stands for Disney. This is a sewing and embroidery flatbed machine. Great machine. It's a $3,499 value. You're going to get that Dime Perfect Embroidery Pro software. Guys, this is a $4,200 software package. It's incredible. So you're going to get that. The Durkee Easy Frame set that fits that SWF 12 needle. That's a $369 value. We're going to give you exquisite thread, 288 spools of a set of thread. That's a $1,400 value. Anita Gooddesign Steve Wilson Signature Series kit. That's a $750 value. Plus, we're going to give that Anita Gooddesign collection a $500 value. 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞 scissors, $144 set. John Deere Digitizer's Dream Course you're going to get to take. That's a $299 value. And then the cherry on top, we're going to throw that Brother Scan and Cut in, that SDX 230D. That's a $799 value. So total package is around $26,000. It's unbelievable. And I got to tell you what our winners are going to win for the contest. So we're giving first through third place. And the first place, hey, naturally, we're going to give that Golden Scissors Award trophy. Everybody loves the trophy that we have. It's a big pair of golden scissors and in a base. They're going to win that. They're going to win this first place big ribbon they can put on their project and get pictures made. And then they're going to win that Janome MC9850 sewing and embroidery machine, a great, great machine. We're going to give a Durkee $200 gift certificate away, Anita Gooddesign collection kit, and a 3-month subscription to the Spree Club for OESD. Second place, which, oh, by the way, that first place is about a $3,000 value. So second place, you're going to get a second place big ribbon. You're going to get that Janome 400E embroidery only machine, the Anita Gooddesign collection, and then we're going to give you that Durkee $200 gift certificate, about a $2,000 package. And then third place, you're going to get a third place ribbon. You're going to get that LB 5000M or S. That's that Brother 4x4 embroidery machine. And it's either a Star Wars edition or the Marvel edition. We're just going to let you pick which one you want. It's an overlay that you can put on the machines. You don't have to use the overlay. But anyway, that's a great little machine. You're going to love that machine. Then we have a Anita Gooddesign collection along with that. And then we're going to give you that 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐸 scissor set. So it's about $1,100 value package. So 3 great packages that we're giving away, and we're super pumped about that. So, but guys, we couldn't do any of this, okay? We couldn't do any of the prize packages. We couldn't do any of the Dream Studio giveaway if it weren't for our wonderful sponsors, and I gotta acknowledge our sponsors. Our platinum sponsors for the Hoop Fest were SWF, Anita Goodesign, and Dime. The gold sponsors are R&K, Janome, Brother, Kimberbell, and Melco. And then our silver sponsors were Durkee and Juki. Bronze sponsor was the Deer Embroidery Legacy. And then our associate sponsors were Kai Scissors, Smith's Needles, the Embroidery Shop, OESD, Embroidery Garden, Synchrony Financing, Angela Wolf, and Joanne Banco from Let's Go Sew. So great sponsors, and we sure do appreciate all the help that they've given us, and we couldn't do it without them. And guys, again, couldn't do this without our staff. What great staff we have here at SMP, and I just want to acknowledge all of our team. We have Laura Cook as our customer service manager back, and her team are just awesome at customer service and helping you out. We have Randy as our warehouse manager and his team in the back of our warehouse back there, shipping every day and getting all your products out, as quick as they can. And then we got our sales team that are on the phones that you're getting to talk to, and that's Nick's team. And I just want to recognize them because they work extremely hard. We have Tammy and Andrea in there. We have Jennifer, Nicole, Gary, Corey, Robert, Max, Eric, and then Nick helps out as well. And then we have our live chat team that you see on the website, and there's 8 of them that work, and they're all sewers and embroiderers and quilters, and they all are very knowledgeable as well. So if you have questions, you can even talk to them on the live chat. So, and then we have our team here in the studio with me. We got my man David over here. He's manning he's directing the show and manning things, and I think his camera wasn't working or something. I don't know what's going on. But then we got Kyle over here and Andrea. They're here this morning. And guys, how are y'all feeling? They've been here with me. They've been here with me for probably about 8.5 hours every day, isn't it? About 8.5 hours every day. And so far they've been here every single day. Then we got our live chat team that are on the instant chats for YouTube and Facebook, that they're helping answer questions. Y'all see them in the back. We got Melinda and Marina here, and I think Candace and Deb will probably join us here just in a second. And then we got my man David. I think, David, is your camera finally working? His camera's still not working, guys. Well, anyway, David's here. He's all fired up, and he's helping direct the show. So we got everybody in place. And guess who else we have here with us this morning? Guys, we have Angela Wolf in the house. And Angela's going to help me, co-host this show today. I was all by myself yesterday. I felt abandoned. Jane had prior commitments and couldn't come, and Angela had prior commitments. But Angela, she marked her calendar out and had some time for us today. So welcome to the show, Hoop Fest Day 5, Angela.
Hi, Blaine. How are you?
I am awesome this morning.
Hey, I want some of those beautiful rolls that I saw on those tables. I have coffee here, but I'm a little limited on the rest. I see they've got like the whole breakfast thing going on over there.
Hey, I got to tell you, it was so funny. Yesterday we had Carly Bell out of Louisiana on, and Carly is just, fantastic. Taught one of our classes about, how to do applique, and one of her appliques was, Cafe de Monde down in New Orleans. And, they have those awesome beignets, and she had the cup of coffee, and everybody in here was like, man, I want a donut. So everybody had started wanting the sugar yesterday afternoon. So we finally, Candace went and found us some chocolate. So we at least got some chocolate. We didn't get beignets, we got chocolate. So this morning, Melinda walks in with some homemade cookies for everybody.
Well, I'm going to have to call my CEO. Hey, Win. We need to up the game here. So, Blaine, I'm so excited for today. This is so exciting. And I see the wolf pack. Hey, everyone.
Oh, man. Hey, your wolf pack has been here in strong force. And we sure do appreciate them being here. And guys, we have had, it's amazing. We've had over 40,000 votes, Angela, on the projects. Wow. So that was incredible alone. We had 222 entries of, embroidery projects. And right now we've had over 150,000 viewers watching the show. So it has just been incredible. And you know, there's been thousands and thousands of comments and questions. And so, you know, we've had 4 people here doing the live chat every day, answering questions, and they're just nonstop the whole day. So it's a lot of participation, and we love it.
Oh, it's awesome. And I see them all. And I wore my special Bella top with some embroidery today just for the occasion. I dressed for the fest.
Well, you always have some really cool things that you make. And I remember when you first came out with those sheer, you know, you made that big wedding dress one time that had all the sheer arms with all the embroidery, and you've had, you know, tops that you've done that way. And it's incredible, the detail work that you've done on those. And I just remember that so vividly, that dress that you did, and you know, they highlighted that at Brother for you because it was such an artwork piece.
I actually have it in my studio. It's in the corner, like shrined. I won't let anybody near it. And I call them invisible tattoos, all of the embroidery where you can see through. That's about the only tattoo I'll be able to get because I can't stand pain.
Yeah, well, you know, that's exactly why I remember you calling it that. And it's artwork. It really is. And I don't know, I'm not even going to ask you how many hours it took you for that dress, but I know you worked hours and hours and hours on that to make that happen. And so it's pretty awesome that you do that kind of stuff. And again, you know, your show, you know, has, you know, hundreds of thousands of people watch your show. It's so easy. It's on PBS nationwide, and you know, their particular market. Guys, if it's not on your particular market, call your local PBS station and request it. Get your embroidery clubs to go in and request it. And, you know, I know a couple markets that I had retail stores in that it didn't play. And, you know, I basically went to that market and said, look, we'll sponsor your show if you'll put it on. And they did that, if you remember back in the day. And
I remember that. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, and it was, you know, one of the markets was Houston. And, you know, they took off another major show to put It's So Easy on. And they doubled their viewership in that time slot when they changed you on. So I'll never forget that. So that's one of those things. If y'all are not, you know, if you don't get to see Angela's show in your market, go out there and request it, because that's the only way you're going to get it from your local PBS.
Well, thank you. Thanks, Blaine. That's awesome.
So, and y'all can go visit Angela anytime. You can go to, you know, AngelaWolf.com. She's got all of her, you know, YouTube channels on there. She's got all of her Pinterest. She's got all of her Facebook groups. She's got all the things on there. You can find her. She's got a huge Facebook group, and you can hey, you can join the Wolf Pack. It's absolutely free.
I know. And you can sew patterns, and you can sew clothes, and join me on Wednesdays, by the way, on my live show at 1:30. We have so much fun. You've been out there, Blaine. And everybody loves you.
We're almost ready to get going this morning. We got a couple more minutes, and then we're going to start our first session. We got you know, Anita Good Design coming in. But hey, you know, one of the things too, I just kind of want to briefly, you know, talk about our next huge event that's coming up, Angela. It's going to be in, you know, September 18th through, or no, I'm sorry, it's September the 13th through the 18th. I think that's the date, September 13th through the 18th, and that's going to be our Sew Fest. And guys, this is going to be a really cool event as well, because it's going to encompass everything in the sewing realm. So from sewing to serging to embroidery to quilting. And we're going to have another contest that you can enter, and we're working out the details on that now, but it's going to be one of the you know, the sections is going to be garment sewing. So, you know, if everybody out there loves to sew garments and do things, we're going to have, you know, some contest on that. And then we're going to have educational sessions about everything about sewing, from putting buttons and making buttonholes to putting, you know, installing zippers, doing hemming, all the things that you would do, you know, across the board of sewing. So that's something we can look forward to.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, cannot wait. Well, hey, Angela, I'm going to step out of here and let you get going with Anita Good Design this morning. Thank you so much for helping me out today. And we look forward to working with you the whole day today. It's going to be awesome.
Oh, it's going to be fun, Blaine. I'm excited. I've got my notebook. I've already been through 2 notebooks, by the way, taking notes for this whole thing, which is amazing. So I am very excited to announce the next guest, and it's Melissa. Are you in here from Anita Good Design?
I am. Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to be joining.
Hi, Melissa. Great to see you.
Yes, it's awesome to see you guys. And also hello to Blaine. So I'm so excited to be joining Hoop Fest today. And I have some important and exciting information to share with them about All Access.
I'm very excited. So I'm going to let you take it away and I'll catch up with you at the end.
Not a problem. Thank you so much, Angela.
See ya.
I'm so excited to join you guys today in Hoop Fest. Once again, my name is Melissa with Anita Good Design. I'm here today to tell you guys a little bit more about our All Access Club, but I wanted to show you more of what we make at Anita. So if you guys are entirely new to embroidery and quilting and you're tuning into Hoop Fest for the first time, we have some exciting stuff to show you guys. There's so many great sponsors here today to join us, and Anita Good Design makes embroidery and quilting designs, and I love to say that we pride ourselves on being beginner friendly. So whether you're tuning in and have heard of Anita Good Design before, or this is the first time you're hearing about the products we make, I'm so excited to show you guys a little bit sneak peeks as well as some information about how you can get all the beautiful stuff we release regularly. So our All Access Club is a subscription-based service. So if you guys are new, you might have seen this before. This is our All Access magazine. Now I want to show you guys some beautiful samples that we have. This is the June issue that I'm showing, so we just came out with this one. But what we do every month at Anita is we digitize different designs, usually stuff that customers write in or saying they want to see, or things we've had on our artwork table. And we have a fantastic team here at Anita. So we are a small business located in the Charlotte area. So if you don't know where we're right outside of Charlotte, kind of in the Mint Hill area. We just got a brand new building, so that's where I'm tuning in from today, is our new office building. And we have a staff a little under 50 employees, and we all have our different parts in playing a role at Anita. And so at Anita Good Design, we start with original artwork. So the first thing that I love to tell customers is that all the designs and embroidery and the quilting projects that you see, we're coming up with that artwork with our in-house artists. So everything is original work. And from there, they submit that artwork. And a lot of times they'll do full color sketches and beautiful designs that they mail into our office. From there, we have a team of digitizers. So a few of my ladies who are tuning in might understand digitizing if you are one of those people. But we take our artwork and work stitch by stitch and hand digitize everything. So for example, excuse me, I'm going to show you guys this beautiful June release. And I'm going to come back to this one later today in my second session as well. But this is an example of one of this month's quilting releases. This is the Tropical Mirrored Blocks. Now what we did with this is each block, and this is a sample we have stitched at the 8-inch size, but you can see all the beautiful designs are done in quilt blocks and the embroidery is stitched over top. And so what we do with our digitizers is they go in and digitize that artwork directly over it so that we're following all the same stuff that we see in the original art. And then it goes to our department of embroidery specialists. So at Anita, we have a bunch of people on our creative team that help stitch out those samples, and they get to help pick all the fabrics and colors that we use. Now, the best part and where All Access comes in is once we've stitched all that out, we have an awesome in-house graphics team and tutorial writers that help put all that information together in a book for you guys. So if you're new to embroidery, which before I worked at Anita, and I've been here for several years now, but I was a little bit new to the embroidery world and had never done anything really with embroidery. I've done some sewing, but as I started working here and learned how easy the process is, it's very beginner friendly, whether you've been stitching for a few seconds or for several decades. So we take those tutorials and information, and I'm going to flip to a page and kind of show you some of this stuff so you can see firsthand what is in this beautiful book that I have. But we'll reference that collection I was showing you guys earlier, so I'm going to cover myself a little bit. But here's that Savannah Sunsets tutorial. So we have our graphics team take beautiful photos of these, and we have our tutorial writers come in here with all the content you could ever need to know about the collection. We tell people inspiration of where we got the design color palette, if we looked things up online to get inspired by colors, or even how we did our selection process to create it as beautiful as you do. Now, our All Access book includes beautiful full color pictures. So we always show samples of these in different scales and sizes for you guys. So you can get some ideas of how you would want to display them in your own home. And we also include that tutorial instruction. So the most important part to me, having been new originally and wanting to tell others how easy it is that we include instructions step by step in every book. So regardless of the collection you're buying, and even if you buy it individually, we're going to create a tutorial for that collection to show you how to do those designs. So we have two types of steps for our learners, is what I like to say. And when we taught events in person, this was something I love to explain and really show customers so that they understand. We have visual learners, and then we have some people that like to read for actual verbal instruction. So because of that, Anita wanted to cater to all the people out there, and we wanted to create instructions that help you follow along to create just as beautiful as our designs by using both pictured steps And then in every book, we'll flip to the back, and we have the numbered machine steps. So if you see there, they are numbered. They have the images of the blocks that you're doing. And the numbered steps actually match exactly what you're doing on your home embroidery machine. So if I'm stitching out block number 15 from that Savannah Sunsets, and I'm on step 3, it's going to tell me that it's a placement stitch and to place a standard applique, and it will have ran that stitch for me. So we try to make everything super user-friendly from start to end. Now, let's say you're not a big quilting person. We come out with embroidery designs every single month, and I'm seeing all my fans on here saying, I love Anita Good Design. We've been doing embroidery for well over 16, 17, almost 18 years now, and we come out with new stuff every single month. So every month we come out with a new magazine, and the designs that are included in that will be new as well. So for that June issue, of course, we have that beautiful, colorful front cover. You guys can spot my fruit slice designs there. And on the back of every issue, we'll show you exactly what was included in that month's release. So you'll notice we had 4 different embroidery collections, 2 different quilting releases, and 2 sets of fun projects for you guys. And so as we go through the calendar every year, we try to think of all kinds of new projects that would keep you guys both engaged and excited about embroidery and quilting, and maybe something you haven't tried. So we always include those directions for you. So if you're trying a project for the first time ever, you won't be lost. Now, All Access is awesome, so I'm sure some of you are wondering how exactly you can get into All Access. So we have 3 different options I want to tell you guys about, but my most exciting one is our more recent option, which is the Digital Club. Now, I know Sewing Machines Plus is doing an awesome deal by helping link that to their website. We are offering a full year of All Access subscription for only $499. And I don't know how to tell you guys that that's the best deal we've had in a long time. So Anita usually doesn't go that low. So this is the lowest we've priced it. And you guys are going to get 12 different issues of All Access. And that includes new issues every single month. We're currently in the month of June. And I had some people, I was watching the videos from the other days this week asking about the June issue. If you sign up today, you do start for July. But I heard SMP saying that if you mention you want that June book, they'll help you grab that. So just be sure you mention it. But the Digital All Access is the one I really want to focus in on first before we go into the other club options. So everyone loves our All Access book. And of course, we love flipping through them. Well, recently with the digital subscription, we came out with an interactive PDF. Now that interactive PDF comes with both your print copy, it'll come to your customer account, or if you do the entire digital, it'll come to you as a PDF. Now, I'm excited, you guys, because no of the other educators who have tuned in from Anita have done this yet. But I brought my handy dandy iPad and I wanted to show you guys some of these interactive features while I talk about the digital book. So this is an example of the July book. Now I'm going to play with the lighting here because it is on a computer screen as well as an iPad screen. But I had our team send over the July book so you guys could get a sneak peek of how this book sets up. So with this July All Access, this would be our Christmas in July issue. So of course we had tons of fun collections that had Christmas theme. And we do have a large release for July, which is our Hodgepodge Christmas that you see there. Now this Digital All Access Club for $4.99 is so great because you will get every issue subscribed to you in your customer account at AnitaGoodDesign.com. And every month they'll drop in the PDF version of the new magazine for you. When you open up that PDF, now I'm on my iPad Pro and it's using an Acrobat reader. It's a free program, so it's just something to open up your PDF. And it'll open up your entire All Access subscription for that month. So here's that July book. Now, if I scroll, the first page I'm going to run into is the table of contents, because when you flip through a book, you have that. Now, the coolest part about the Digital All Access is that everything is interactive and you don't have to worry about collecting magazines on your shelf anymore or taking up all that space in your sewing room. You can keep everything digital and fit in one tablet or your e-reader of any kind. And so what I wanted to show you is that as I'm looking at the different features this month, so let's say I want to see Hodgepodge Christmas, which is our large release. If I tap on that, it takes me directly to that page in the collection tutorial. So from here, this is the front page of Hodgepodge Christmas. And now I can scroll through and see the whole tutorial, all that fun information we give you guys, including all of the fun samples. So I wanted to give you some sneak peeks into that so you can kind of see how that interacts with you as you're using it. And then, for example, if I scroll down just a little bit farther, and let's say I am looking at the actual designs. So I'm skipping ahead to the little Christmas ornaments that came with Hodgepodge Christmas. So as you're navigating your All Access Club, you click on any of the pictures, and there is a little bubble next to it, and it will take you to the machine steps page. So now with your digital all access, you don't have to flip back and forth anymore to get to the design pages. You're able to now interact directly with those designs and go back and forth between your picture steps and your numbered steps. Even better, if you're on this page, let's see if you can see it, there are magnifying glasses next to the designs. If I tap on that, if I can get it. There we go. And it'll take you to the full-size picture of those as well. So you guys can sit there, zoom in, look at the detail of all the stitches. Look at that little penguin. Isn't he so cute? So that's an example of how you can use those interactive features. And that digital PDF does come with all of our club options now. So if you are subscribing to All Access, you will have that. The best part about this is that it is going to help you get to your designs faster and quicker and save you time. And again, we've never offered All Access for 12 months at a $4.99 price point. So we're so excited to be partnering with Sewing Machines Plus to do that. And make sure, as I'm talking about these clubs, you guys know that you can go to their website to sign up for any of the All Access clubs. I also wanted to go over our print option. So again, this is that best, the greatest, the original. This is where you get all 12 all access issues as a print copy. So if you're like me, I kind of like the physical and the interactive, you get that interactive PDF with your print copy as well. Now, a full year of All Access with the print is priced at $1,400. So that's $1,400 for 12 issues of All Access with brand new designs every single month. The best part about the full print version of the club for $1,400 is that if you purchase the club, we're going to give you $1,400 in free gifts right back. So just for signing up for 12 months of the print copy, we will be giving you guys a gift card code that's valid forever. It doesn't expire, and it can be used for anything on our website. And we'll give you $1,400 just for signing up for the full year of the print copy. So this one does have its perks for signing up with us. And then for all my people who are saying they love Anita Good Design and they remember Anita Good Design and all the designs that they have collected, we also have our renewal option. So if you've been with us before and you're like, yes, I love my All Access, I can't wait to see the new designs every single month, we offer a renewal option for $9.99. So that will get you 12 months. There's no gift card with that one, but that will get you re-enrolled in the subscription for 12 issues of all new quilting and embroidery designs, as well as those projects. So again, no matter which version you're picking, we have now updated All Access to include that digital PDF for you guys. But I really want to hone in on that $4.99 one for the digital option. Again, if you do the digital, I'm going to scroll back up to the top of my book for you. So you can see it will come as that interactive PDF for you that you can work through and click through and interact with, and it's great. And this one is going to be available at the $4.99 price point. And the way this is delivered to you, because I do get people asking all the time, how do we get that All Access if it's the digital copy? So you would have a customer account with us at AnitaGoodDesign.com. And from there, it's free to make the account whether you have a club subscription or not. But when you sign up for All Access, we would go into your customer account, and every month on the first of the month, it will automatically be put into your customer account. From there, you can choose which designs that month you want to download. So let's say I put the whole month of June is in my account, and I'm a big embroiderer, but not a big quilter. You could go in and choose the embroidery designs only to download to a hard drive or to your computer or just to open up. And you can save the quilting designs for later. Maybe we'll come back to that in a month or so. So you don't have to download everything at once, but it's there for you. The best part is that it will stay in your account. So if your one-year subscription runs out and you finished up with All Access, you can still go back at any time to those purchased issues, and you'll be able to re-download or get those designs as needed. Now, this is the exciting part about this is with those, we have a coupon code to give you guys just for tuning in and hanging out with me today. And I'll mention my club options for you guys again, but I wanted to share this coupon code for all my ladies that are listening. But for being a part of Hoop Fest, we have the coupon code HoopFest2021. It's all one word. And if you type that in at checkout with AnitaGoodDesign.com, you'll get 50% off your purchases at checkout. So I want you guys to go in, start looking. We have those June collections are listed. So if you're seeing stuff on this June cover, like all these beautiful collections that you see here, those are already available to go ahead and purchase. I did see some questions about thread conversions. So we have listed in every collection at the end of the book, I want to make sure I answered that while I thought of it, the threads that we use. So for example, this was a free motion embroidery collection, and we mentioned that we used Floriani polyester. We do change up our thread types every once in a while, so that's valuable information that you'll see by joining All Access. Another thing I forgot to hit on that I really wanted to mention to you guys is not only are you getting all these awesome collections every single month, but we are also including with you guys separate content pieces that only our All Access members will get. So if you're a customer shopping on the website and just purchasing everything individually, you'll get the same tutorials and great designs, but the difference is by joining All Access, you're gonna get some extra bonus content that we give to you guys every single month. So we write content pieces like Do It with Anita or Do It Yourself with Anita, our DIY articles. We also do customer and employee spotlights and brand highlights. And so we love to share different tips and tricks to you guys to make your embroidery really come out the best it can be. So every month we'll share those in different issues of All Access. And just by signing up, you'll get access to all those tips and tricks as well. So again, we have that HoopFest code. It expires July 7th. Now, this is something I wanted to bring up to you guys because earlier this week, we were telling you it ends June 30th. Now, I got a special message from Anita this morning letting us know that Sewing Machines Plus has decided to extend that deadline for you guys. So if you're listening right now, you are in for a treat. That HoopFest 2021 coupon code is now good through the first week of July. So you guys will be able to go to the website, shop online, and you guys can get that 50% off your purchase until July 7th. Now, I'm tuning in from the East Coast, so I want to make sure you guys note that it's 11:59 Eastern time. But that will be extended that extra week of July. So if you guys have been checking out all the designs, I'm tuning in later this afternoon around 1 o'clock, 1:15, I believe, for you guys to talk about some of our recent releases as well as some coming soons. Now, when I tune in for that session, you're going to see all kinds of adorable stitch outs like these little guys. Aren't they cute? I'm going to preview some stuff that's coming out in the July issue. Now, since Sewing Machines Plus has extended that awesome coupon code, you guys can go on the 1st and you will be able to purchase those July collections that come out on the 1st of the month. So stay tuned for that as well so you guys can see some of what's coming out in that July issue and get excited for All Access because $4.99 for 1 year is so exciting for you guys. And I also can't wait to see what you guys' reaction is about this new digital code. It's fun, or digital interactive PDF is what I mean. And it's so much easier to navigate everything. And that's why we're here, is to make embroidery fun, simple, and enjoyable for you guys. So I'm going to look through and see if I have any more questions. Thank you. I see you guys say I'm an excellent presenter. Trying to make sure I'm going through everything for you guys. And if you have questions, make sure you shoot them in the comment section. We have extended that date. I see someone asking about this piece behind me. Yes, I see Anita has answered for you in the comments, but this is a Stephen Wilson piece. So very beautiful. And again, that coupon code HoopFest 2021, that is good until what used to be the 30th. We've now extended that deadline until the end of the first week of July, so July 7th. And that code expires at 11:59 Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you go in, shop, and add to your cart. I see Sandy is asking, do we sell things other than embroidery supplies or just the designs? We do only sell the designs, Sandy, at the current moment, but we do have an exciting bundle I wanted to mention to you guys. If you visit our website, AnitaGoodDesign.com, you'll see it in our sliding banner, but we also have an announcement about partnering with Thread Nanny to do a box of threads that you can get some exclusive designs. And you should be able to go online and check that out as well. So we do have different brands and notions sometimes we partner with, but for Anita, we exclusively sell the embroidery designs and our awesome All Access Club. I have Susan asking, will the $1,400 gift card be sent email or will it be in your account? I believe that it's going to be sent via email, Susan, but don't quote me on that. If you have questions, just reach out to Anita Good Design. Our customer experience team would be happy to help with that. And SMP might have that answer as well, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be just sending it to you via email, and you'll have that coupon code and can use it indefinitely. So great questions, you guys. I hope you're loving all these. So again, I wanted to review those different price points for you guys. So if you're interested in All Access, remember you can sign up either way. You can go directly to SewingMachinesPlus.com, and they do have the sign-up forms available for you there to fill out if you're interested in joining club. We have our 3 options of the digital All Access Club for $4.99. Again, for my visual people, because I'm a visual learner, I know that much. This would be your digital version. So it does come as a digital download PDF. Again, all you need is something that can open PDFs to view it. And so for my iPad, I put the Acrobat Reader on here. So there you go. You guys can see our release radar. And just like in the book, it's like scrolling through the pages. And if you want to go to something quicker, you can just tap on the collections that have those interactive symbols. So on my table of contents page, earlier we saw the Hodgepodge Christmas. Let's say I want to take you guys to Loop Fringe, and then it takes you directly there. So this is another July collection, so you guys will get to see some samples of that this afternoon when I tune back in. But you guys can quickly jump through your collections and navigate through your book with that interactive and digital all access club. So digital all access is priced at an awesome point for $4.99 for you guys. Then we also have our annual subscription that comes in the print book. So you would be getting one of these mailed to your house every year. Pamela says she got her all access yesterday. Yay. So that tells me you are ready to start stitching, Pamela. And so when you get these books, you would get the physical printed copy if you're doing the $1,400 for 1 year. And again, if you sign up for the $1,400 club, you will get $1,400 back in a digital gift card that can be used forever on our website until you run out of the money. And that's an awesome thing that you guys can really take advantage of. So if you were to subscribe for a whole year, and let's say you don't use your coupon code, 1 year from now, you can use that coupon code and get all the new designs that you will be missing out on. So lots of ways you can use that. I know people have kept coupon codes for ages, and we'll hone in on them later. But that is for our full subscription. And then again, the last option is that $9.99 renewal. So if you've been with Anita before and you're excited about All Access and ready to see what we have coming out in store for you guys, I'm telling you, it just keeps getting better and better. We are looking to make All Access the best it can be every time we come out with a new issue. So we love hearing the feedback, and I have a lot of people really excited about the digital interactive version. So if you have more questions, definitely shoot them in the comment section, but hopefully I covered everything for you guys. And I'm pretty much done. I think that's it. I got a few more. Let's see some more questions here. Angela, I think they got their questions answered for the most part, but I'm hoping I covered everything for them.
Melissa, that was a great presentation, but you know what I really like is how you brought your iPad up to show that you can have it right next to your embroidery machine, right next to what you're working on, and you can touch it. So could you just show that again? Because I don't think that everyone realizes how awesome. I mean, I love having directions on my iPad or my phone. And if you can do something and get a video or photos right there, so much easier.
Exactly. And so like I was showing them, and we made the whole book interactive. So flipping through it still takes some effort if you're scrolling. But when we're in the table of contents, the pictures are interactive as well as the actual page numbers. So if I'm looking at pages, this book in particular, the Christmas Gnomes, I previewed those earlier. If I so click on those, it'll take me directly to the Christmas Gnome collection. Make sure I'm at the top for you. And there it is. So when I clicked on it in the page number, it shoots you straight to that tutorial. And then, of course, the white in the screen, it's not cooperating here with me. But
computer on computer.
Yeah, and I had some people asking about notions and materials, and that's the beautiful thing about All Access is no matter what format you're purchasing it in, we do take some shots of those materials, and we list that out so people can feel like we're kind of walking them through the process, whether they need us to or whether they don't.
That's awesome. And I don't know about you, but I am a complete visual learner. And I'd rather watch a video and look at photos any day than reading something. So,
and mentioning videos, it does link to videos as well. So I didn't get to find one quickly to access for you guys, but there are videos in the tutorials too, and those will take you straight to the YouTube video when you click on them.
That's awesome. So again, I just want to mention that $1,400, by the way, will get you that plus the magazine. I am also a magazine freak. I still get magazines for everything, even though I read them all on my Kindle. I just like to have them. So
plus, it's fun getting something in the mail every month that you're looking forward to. And what's better than new embroidery and quilting designs every month?
Exactly. Way better than junk mail.
Exactly.
So some people were asking about that $1,400 gift card. Someone was asking, can I use that to purchase a digital version or purchase something like that? And I believe the answer is no, but I want to just confirm with you.
The answer is no. So the gift card can be used on anything on our website as long as it's not an actual club. So it can't be used applied to the digital club or for any of the All Access subscriptions. But what you can use it on is any of the designs that are available on the website. And we have over 15, 16 years of embroidery designs, including some things, if you're not familiar, All Access didn't come out until 2015. So the stuff we came out with before 2015 was never in an All Access book. So some people are missing some of those designs. So you can use that gift card and kind of backtrack any of the collections that you might have missed out on, or you can save it and use it in the future. But it's definitely a great deal, Angela.
That's awesome. So I'm reading the comments, not to go squirrel on you, but that photo, or that, not photo, but that embroidered design behind you, that was Steve.
This one.
There was like a handful of people that said, can we still purchase that and do that?
It's not a design by Anita, unfortunately. We do have a Tree of Life tile scene that's like a big quilt that's similar, but this one's a Stephen Wilson original. And of course, we share studio with Stephen Wilson since he's the owner of Anita. And we love having the artwork around us. And sometimes we just need some fun backdrops. So I'm glad you guys are enjoying that.
I love it. So do you all have any more questions for her? Because this is those little Christmas gnomes. I saw some of those on Monday. They are
so cute.
Yeah. So we were joking that I need to upgrade my ugly sweater this year, but those are way too cute. So I need to.
I lost you to Angela, but yes, they would make a cute sweater and not an ugly Christmas sweater. That's for certain.
That is definitely for certain. So someone earlier had said, if I sign up for the digital, do I have access to everything just like I would with the $1,400 club, except it's just on the iPad or the computer?
Yes, that's exactly right. So if you sign up for All Access and you are doing that $4.99 digital subscription, every month, like I mentioned, it will put those designs as well as the PDF for that interactive book directly into your customer account. So all you'd have to do is log into AnitaGoodDesign.com, sign into your account, and it should show up there every month. And like I said, if you don't want to download every single design because that's not what you're working on, it will save it in your account and they're not going to disappear. So even if you say, quilting might not be my thing this month, or maybe you really want to do a quilt and can't get to the embroidery projects, you'll be able to come back to them even after that subscription ends. So we're never going to take stuff away from you.
That's great, because I know some places, like if not embroidery, but if when your subscription's done, you're done. So that's great.
Taking it away. Yeah, we won't do that. We want you guys to keep making designs forever.
And then there was one more question on the difference between the yearly and the all access. So the yearly was $999. The all access is $1,400. Are they the same, except for the $1,400 you get the gift? The $1,400.
Exactly. So the $999 is, we call it like a renewal option, but if you're not needing $1,400 in free gifts, it's not restricted to people who've used the club before. So you can sign up for $999 for 1 year if you're wanting that printed copy. You also, again, get that interactive PDF as well, but that will give you 12 months of the print subscription without the gift card. Now, if you're new to embroidery or quilting and you need some library designs, the best way to do that is to get $1,400 of free product, and then you can go in and pick exactly the kind of stuff that you like to stitch out. So it's a great either way that you want to go.
Yeah, buy one, get one free, kind of.
Exactly. Literally, buy one, get one free at $1,400. So there's a lot you can do on our website with that price point for different designs.
That's awesome. And I know you're going to be on this afternoon with some more samples.
Yes, I have some more exciting things to show you guys. Our July book, since that coupon code extended and you guys can use HoopFest 2021 for half off, on July 1st, we're going to be posting those designs from the July book, and you guys can purchase them using that half off code. But I have some of those to sneak peek and show you guys the actual stitch outs, as well as what came out in June, because I'm telling you, Angela, these were stunning. We have this one. We did the Savannah Sunsets quilt as well. So I have all these here laid out for me to give you guys a peek of later. So if you're interested in seeing some pretty designs, stay tuned and come back to my session in the afternoon.
That's awesome. I can hardly wait.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Melissa. Look forward to seeing you this afternoon.
Awesome. Thanks, Angela.
All right. So that was amazing. And so if you, I don't know, if you got to come back this afternoon, I've seen some of these samples, but I have to say each time I've watched one of the Anita Good Designs, they pull something else out that's super cute. So I can hardly wait. And those gnomes are adorable. I'm going to have to figure out how to ugly those up for my ugly sweater, but it's going to be difficult because they're too cute. All right. So next up on our agenda, we have Ashley Jones from Dime. I'm very excited about this. So Ashley's going to be showing us some hooping ideas and things like that. Ashley, are you ready to join us? If I'm on the right page.
Yes, I am ready. I am ready. I am here. So yeah, we're talking about our magnetic hoop clip, which is going to help do hats on single needle flatbed machines.
Oh gosh, that's going to be awesome. Actually, I was just using your magnetic hoop yesterday, and I was talking to someone not paying attention, and I let it go and it hooped perfectly. I'm like, look, no hands.
Yeah, that's awesome. When you get it right the first time, there's no better feel, right?
Absolutely. So go ahead and take it away. I'm looking forward to seeing what you have to show us.
Okay, sounds great. So, okay, guys, I am going to be talking about Dime's magnetic hoop clip, which is going to help you hoop hats to stitch those on your single needle flatbed embroidery machines. And so I have my camera up and I'm going to show you that under my camera. So if we can share my screen, that's perfect. And so this is our hoop clip. Now I do have to use some of our other tools to make this all work for you. So I'll share with you each of the things that I'm using. So the magnetic hoop clip is just as it's described. So it's a magnetic clip that you're going to attach to your metal frame. So all of our snap hoop monsters that have the magnetic top have a metal base, and our sticky hoop, which you guys heard me talk about on day one, has a metal base. So this hoop clip actually magnetizes to our metal hoops. So you cannot use this item with your standard hoop. A lot of dime products you can actually use with your standard hoop, but this is actually one that needs a metal hoop to magnetize to. So now let's review on the sticky hoop and we'll talk about hooping this. So this is our sticky hoop, which is this metal frame that we actually adhere our adhesive stabilizer to the back. So instead of scoring this, we're going to completely release it and then attach it to the back of our hoop. And now anything that I stick to that adhesive stabilizer is hooped. So the nice thing about this process, so because this is a flat metal hoop, whenever I'm trying to hoop like my hat or other items, I'm not dealing with that inset inner ring, which gives me, you know, a little bit of a ledge to work with. And so this is super simple. So to use our magnetic hoop clip, you have to have a metal base hoop. I'm going to say that so many times because I don't want you guys to think that this will work otherwise. You then magnetize it to the base of your hoop. Now, this is the attachment that goes on our embroidery machine. So the magnetic hoop clip will be in the front so that you can slide this on easily and get that on your embroidery machine. Now, to use this, you can use it with hats that are unstructured. So I'm talking about the hats that don't have any extra stiff material here in the top. So this here is a structured hat. So take a look at the difference. So this one stands up nice and tall. It is rigid, so I cannot flex that and flatten it out. So for doing for hats on your single needle, an unstructured hat is what you need. So now what you're going to do is take your hat and you're going to prep your hat for this process. So underneath, we all have these sweatbands on the hat, and we need to make sure that stays out of the way. So I'm going to use my blue painter's tape here. You may have another type of tape you prefer to use in your sewing and embroidery room. And we want to make sure that this is pulled away so we don't accidentally stitch through it. So I usually wrap that tape actually around the front of the bill because it'll actually help hold that a little bit a little tighter. So I'm going to grab another piece here and then just secure this. And again, if you wrap it around the top of the bill there, you can see that it's going to hold nice and secure. So that's going to keep that sweatband out of the way. Okay. And then you're going to take your cap and take that bill and place that underneath the clip. So what this does, it flattens out our bill for us so that when we smooth this out on our stabilizer, it's going to stay in place. So now you're going to just smooth out your hat onto your adhesive stabilizer, just like that, okay? So that's how simple it is to use this magnetic hoop clip. Now, I do have some tips for you that I want to share with you. When you're stitching hats, first of all, if you don't smooth this seam out perfectly onto your stabilizer, so if it's not smoothed out straight, so let me give you a bad example so you'll know what I mean. So if you smooth out your hat, now we're flat, but clearly we are not straight. If you were to stitch your design, it is going to permanently have that kind of offset. So we don't want that. We want to make sure that that seam is nice and straight. Now, you guys saw me the other day talking about our PAL light. So the PAL light is something that I use for this instance. So let me show you on my bigger hoop that's got the marks, my ruler's already on it. So look how nasty my hoop is on the back. So I'm not super particular about that. That sticky stabilizer, I don't clean that off all the time, but if you want to, you certainly can. You can clean it with some sort of solvent that helps remove the sticky adhesive. So I'm just going to make this a little straighter here. There we go. Now, one thing you can do with your sticky hoop, this is an additional tip not related to the hats, but you can actually hang it off the edge of your table when you are placing your sticky stabilizer on, and it'll make a flat surface instead of this kind of a ramp that I've got going on here. Okay, so I've got my my item prepared here. Now, you guys remember, if you didn't see the other day, go back and watch about the PAL light. It's actually one of my absolute favorite dime tools because it gives you this laser crosshair. Now, what this is helpful for is that I can get this laser beam nice and straight so that when I'm attaching my hat, it is going to make sure that I have a nice straight line. Okay, so, and actually this one here, so this is one of the things that's nice about the PAL 2. So I'm actually going to switch over to the PAL 2. And if you guys didn't see the presentation the other day, I'll show you what that is. But it does the same thing. It's only the bigger version. And so it'll be easier for me under the camera here. So what I can do is I can line up my PAL light here with the marks on my hoop, and it's lined up with the 0 on the other end. Okay, and now I definitely would recommend doing this with your hoop mat. So if you didn't see the hoop mat, it's a silicone mat that keeps your hoop in place. So while you're working, it doesn't slide around. And so I'm going to hold my hoop in place and then attach my magnetic frame there. Make sure that I'm nice and straight. And then when I take my hoop, my hat, okay, and I've still got it taped there, and I place that underneath, I can actually line that seam up with my PAL light. And so watch this. So I smooth this out onto my stabilizer, making sure that I'm following along that seam with my PAL light. So now I am placed perfectly straight in the hoop by sticking that hat down. So there's a lot of tools that go into play here to make this perfect. But of course, you may have some other tips for making sure that you're perfectly straight in the hoop. But I just wanted to give you some tips from for the things that we have. And these are the things that you guys have seen in the last few days here. Now, the other tip I can give you about hats is printing a template. So we don't have any sort of template that will tell us exactly where to place the design on the hat. So if you print a template, actual size of your design, it gives you the ability to place it down on your hat, making sure that you are high enough to avoid this curved area here, but that you're low enough so that it's not so high on the cap. So we don't want it too high so that only the American Airlines or Alaska Airlines can tell what's on your hat. So we want it to be, you know, as low down the front as possible. So printing a template is a great way to do that. So you can see exactly where your hat needs to be or where your design needs to be. So printed template. Now I printed, again, this is a lot of items here. I printed on Dime's print and stick target paper. Let me turn off my PAL light now. I printed on our print and stick target paper. This is 8.5 sheets by 11 that will feed through your printer. There are 25 sheets in here, but it's adhesive. That's the nice thing about this template paper. So while I'm hooping and manipulating and getting this on the machine, I can make sure that this template's not moving and it's going to stay perfectly placed. Okay. So that is one tip there. So then once you're done, of course, you'll rip that away from the stabilizer. The adhesive stabilizer that I'm using is a tearaway adhesive. So you're equivalent to the tearaway adhesive. So it'll probably make a little hole there. And then you guys may have seen me also on Friday. I patched those, or on Monday, I patched those holes with the scraps of other sticky adhesive stabilizer. So I'll patch that, and then I could do another hat right here. You could also, with this long hoop, now the small 4x4 hoop It's difficult, but you could place this hoop clip on the other end and do another hat here as well. When you're doing the hat on the opposite side, you will maneuver. So you'll be putting this on your embroidery machine to maneuver this past your needle and get that onto the hoop. Now the 4x4 hoop, you don't have as much room to move that and pull it forward to get that on your embroidery machine. So I only use this on the front of my 4x4, but my longer hoops, I actually use it on either side, the front or the back. And of course, since it's at the edge of your hoop, it's going to stay away from your embroidery machine. Okay, so now I'm going to flip this back around so it's close to me again here, and then show you that you can also do visors. So these are another item that's great to stitch on. And so the same thing, the hoop clip is going to flatten out that bill for me, and it holds it flat. And I'm going to move this up here in my camera area. And this one's nice because I can actually separate that out. And then the same thing, you're going to smooth that out so that you can stitch right there on the front of that visor. Okay, and this one has a couple of layers, so I would baste. Remember I told you that yesterday? Anytime you have 2 layers of fabric that you're stitching through, I would baste personally because it'll hold those 2 layers together, because we're stabilizing that back layer, and we don't want that other layer of the fabric that we're working with to move around there. So, so that is the hoop clip, and I am using our sticky hoop, which is a metal frame hoop. So whichever hoop you're using, make sure that you've got a metal base. I know there's a couple of machine brands that have a metal framed hoop, but it does need a metal hoop to magnetize. Now, the nice thing about this is I've got a hoop that I can use for my regular embroidery, and I'm adding this clip to do my hats. So when I'm not doing a hat, this clip goes in, well, it's probably in a pile that I need to clean up, but ideally it would go in a drawer or store, you know, it somewhere. And then you have a hoop that you can use for your regular embroidery. And then when you need to do a hat, you're going to bring out your hoop clip and add that to the base of your hoop to do your hats. Okay, so that's a couple of tips on hats there. And then here I've got a couple that I'll show you that I've done. I'm not a huge hat wearer, but I do every now and then. But it's not about what we do all the time. It's what we do for others, right? So this is a hat that I created, that rough little raw edge there of that design. And here I stitched on the back, which you can also do with your adhesive stabilizer, stitching over that curved section there. A template is also great for that. If you guys have the machines that have the cameras or the projectors, oh my gosh, it is so easy whenever you loosen this up, completely undo that and lay that flat on your adhesive stabilizer, and then your machine camera or projector can project that design down, and you can get that curve perfect for your fonts, for your text there. So, so once you've done a cap front, this middle area here could allow you to do that back of your hat as well. And again, if you guys joined in late, we're talking unstructured hats. So unstructured meaning they're not stiff and rigid here in the top, so it's easy to flatten them out. So when we're working on our flatbed machines, we do need it to be flat in order to embroider on it. If you have a tubular machine, then the cap frame, it would hold the cap steady, or in this orientation, so you could do those structured hats. So, but again, another option here, and then that little hat there I took to Hawaii, so I put my aloha on there, and again that little raggy look for that design. So, and then just one other here, I know that Angela is a Fisher woman, so I'm sure she wears hats a lot for her fishing, but just some examples there. And then before we go to questions, let me just show you the items that I am referring to here. So our magnetic hoop clip is the hoop clip that I'm using. It does need to attach to the metal base of either your Snap Hoop Monster or a sticky hoop. Now, you can use your Snap Hoop Monster base with the sticky or adhesive stabilizer, but I don't recommend it. Your Snap Hoop Monster have those suede strips, so you don't want to damage those with that sticky stabilizer. So having this separate hoop that's specifically designed for adhesive stabilizer is really a nice thing to have. So, okay, so that's our sticky hoop. So we talked about that flat metal frame. Now the sticky hoop, when you choose the size for your embroidery machine, it comes with 25 sheets of stabilizer already pre-cut for the size hoop that you're getting. So that's kind of nice. You don't have to cut. You can get right to the stitching. And now I was also using the hoop mat. I know this segment said the hoop clip, but all of these items just go together nicely. So the hoop mat is our silicone non-slip hooping surface. So if you have ever chased your hoop around your table, then the hoop mat is definitely a must-have. It holds it steady, works with your standard hoop or with your magnetic hoops, works with multi-needle hoops. Any hoop, it doesn't have to fit. It's not a specific system that fits. It just is a nice rubbery texture that keeps it from sliding around. So I can't say enough about that. And then I used our print and stick target paper for printing the design. And again, printing a design for a hat is really helpful because before you ever even get to the embroidery machine, you can see how far down to move that, that template, and your design will be in the right place, especially if you don't have a camera or projector on your machine. So, and if you don't, I know where you can get a good deal on one of those machines that has that awesome projector. And then the last thing I used here was the PAL and the PAL 2. So the PAL is the small version. The PAL 2 is the larger version. The PAL 2 clamps to your table, whereas the PAL sits on your table. And notice I went from using the PAL 1 to the PAL 2, but with my longer hoop, because the PAL 2 does sit up higher without me having to sit it on top of anything. So I can get a much longer laser beam to help me with my alignment and placement. So I absolutely love the PAL. It's so many uses. If you guys didn't see my segment talking about all the things that you could do with PAL, and I'm sure there are many more that I didn't even think of, but it really is a useful tool, not just for your hooping, but also for if you do heat transfer. It can help you with placement on heat transfer on shirts. It can help you with vinyl placement on walls or other items. Anything that you need to make sure that it's aligned and squared up, that beam is really helpful, and it shines on nearly all surfaces. So, okay, so let's see if we have any questions. So, I don't know if Angela wants to come back on for the questions, or if you guys want me to just read. It's up to you guys. So I can check here. So I see that the any suggestions on the sticky stabilizer removal from the fabric. I have had issues with the temporary adhesive not coming off. So from removing from the fabric, maybe try fabric softener. I actually haven't had that issue with the adhesive stabilizer not coming off of my fabric because it tears away, and so it seems to remove easily. But fabric softener, if you guys remember ages ago when wallpaper was a huge thing, wallpaper adhesive could be dissolved using a little bit of some fabric softener. So maybe try that to help dissolve that. So, and then can you print on the side of the hat? So I'm assuming if that is maybe stitch on the side of the hat, but yeah, absolutely. So you can, as long as you can get that flat area with your adhesive stabilizer, you can certainly embroider on the side. So our multi-needle embroidery machines do have the ability to stitch from ear to ear if you have the right cap driver, but you could use the adhesive stabilizer to do that. So, and then Deanna says, what is the difference between the PAL, the two PALs? So on the screen, the image that's up there now, you can see the PAL 2 on the left is a much larger lamp, and it clamps to the table. It has a wall plug, so you would plug it into your regular outlet, but you can remove that regular outlet plug, and it's a USB port, so you can power that via USB or the wall outlet. The PAL sits on your tabletop, and it is either USB or battery powered, but they both do the same thing. Now, me personally, I love the PAL too, because I don't know about you guys, but I absolutely don't have any extra space on my cutting and hooping area. So I like the fact that that clamps onto the side of the table, and I can just swing it out of the way when I'm not using it. So that's the difference there. And then, so are there various sizes of the hoop mat? So at this time, the hoop mat is just one size. It's a 16 by 22. So it is a nice size surface, even for our largest hoop. So my largest hoop for my embroidery machine, I can fit, you know, on my hoop mat there. So it works fantastic for even your larger sizes. So, and then this says, would the hat hoop clip fit the Brother Persona? Well, it doesn't fit the machine. It actually attaches to your hoop. And if you have a flat metal frame that you could magnetize that to, yes, it absolutely would work. On your multi-needle embroidery machines, you want to magnetize it to the front part that is away from the needles instead of that short end. You're going to magnetize it to the long edge of your magnetic hoop for any multi-needle embroidery machine. So, and then, so hoop clip work on bucket hats. Yeah, it absolutely would. So especially if a bucket hat, if you've got that stiff edge that you need to make sure it stays flat. So it would work great to hold that out of the way. Absolutely. I just didn't have one to show. And then, are the dime hoops specific for a manufacturer of flatbed embroidery machines? So yes, you do have to choose the hoop based on your embroidery machine and your model. Now, when I refer to a flatbed, I say that term because now the machines like the Persona, they are a single needle, but they're a tubular machine. So that's why I say flatbed. But Dime actually has magnetic hoops for both the multi-needle machines and for your flatbed machines as well. But yes, you have to choose the hoop that will fit your embroidery machine. So based on brand and sewing field size. So, and that's the case for the sticky hoop and the magnetic hoop. So the next question's from Donna, says, is the clamp adjustable for 2-inch thick tabletop? So it is pretty, so I'm looking at where mine is clamped right now, and it's probably almost a 2-inch area. And I have probably another 1.5 inches that my clamp could be opened. So Donna, I would say that it would go well over a 2-inch area from what I'm looking at. So maybe conservatively a 2.5-inch area, but it almost looks like a 3-inch area that I'm looking at the clamp for. So yes. Okay, so any other questions? So can I use my 5x7 sticky hoop to make the cat? Yes, you absolutely can. You can use any size hoop that you can magnetize that magnetic hoop to. So 5x7 is actually a great size. Even the 4x4. Now, when you're doing the 4x4, just make sure that your design is still fitting in your sewing field when you're smoothing out your hat. But yes, 5x7 sticky hoop would work great. Any other questions that we want to talk about? Okay, it looks like we're done for a minute. So let me give you one more tip. And so this is for the stitching of your hats. Now, I'm in my Perfect Embroidery Pro, but if you guys have a software, an editing software that will allow you to do this, and quite a few of them probably have this feature, but when you're stitching on a hat, we've got that center seam that we want it to stay straight. And so when we are stitching, you guys probably are already familiar with the fact that when we are stitching, our design pushes our fabric the direction that the stitches are going, especially with our satins and our fill stitches. So for a hat, one thing that I would recommend doing is getting your design, your text like this, to stitch from the center out. So inside of my Perfect Embroidery Pro, I can enter the text that I want to say and literally just say to change the order from the center to the right. And when I apply this, we can watch this stitch out again. And now it's going to stitch the center, closer to the center, but a full element out. So this is going to help when you are placing your design on your hat. So it's going to stitch from the center out, making sure that the fabric is being pushed out instead of all one direction, so that it's going to stitch really nicely. Another thing that you can do, we talked about your embroidery machines having so many amazing features to help you get your designs aligned, but you can also, if you have an embroidery software, again, I'm using my Perfect Embroidery Pro, that you can import an image. And actually, before I do this, let me start a new page here and import it on a new page. And I'm going to load a backdrop of a design. So this is of an image of a hat. So let me go back to my options here and see what I've got. I'm pretty sure I have an image of a cap that we can use. Perfect, right there. So you can import images to Perfect Embroidery Pro, and you very well may be able to do this on your embroidery software as well. And then you can actually tell the software that this area here is a 3-inch area or whatever it is. So you'll measure that, and you will tell the software the size. So it'll resize your image. And then I'm just going to zoom back in here so we can see what we can do with this. So now I can see the arc of that hat. And so you can add text and use that image to arc your text. And so I'm going to turn off my little stitch ins here, turn that on 3D so we can see it. So I can place that, I can see exactly the size. That's actually a nice size. And I can put that on a circle path and even adjust it so that maybe it's a little more oval to kind of follow along the contour of my hat. So that's just a little something else that you can do to figure out how to get that that design perfect there on the back, maybe even the side of the cap if you're trying to follow along that nice curvature. So, and even this one, maybe I would open this up just a little bit more, make sure that it's perfect. So yeah, so couple of other things there for tips for hats. If you have a software that'll allow you to do that center out stitching, that's a perfect option for hat, or using images for the placement. So, okay, so we only have just a few minutes left. So Angela, that's all I have. Do we have any other questions or comments that we want to address?
I'm like, I'm here. That was such a great tutorial. And I'm watching the comments, especially with the hat. And you're right. I have a lot of hats and I embroider them for my husband too. I love that tip about embroidering from the inside out. That's a great tip.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think people don't realize how much our stitches push our fabric around, and then they get done and their hat is perfect.
Where did she go? Oh no, Ashley, where did you go? Okay, well, by the way, until she comes back, which she might have just lost her signal for a second, how do you get this product? Well, the prices are secret. That means there you are.
I don't know what happened. I think StreamYard decided that I was done. So
you're out of here. But you were right in the middle of saying something about.
Yes. So I think that we don't realize how much our machines, like when we're stitching our designs, that it actually pushes the fabric around, even with the proper stabilizer. So if you've ever stitched a hat, when it's stitched, from one side or the other, it'll permanently make that seam kind of off just a little bit. And so it just looks a little strange. And especially if you're not the one that's wearing it, it drives me crazy to kind of see that.
I'll remember not to wear my hats around you. I won't want to be. That's fantastic. So there, you answered pretty much everybody's question. So the big thing is, though, where do you find this? You go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, and you can, up in the little search bar, click in Dime, and you'll see all the products that she just showed. That PAL 2 is awesome, by the way.
Yeah, I love that. One of my favorite products. Yeah.
Yes. So you'll see prices listed, but those are not the prices for the show. So you actually have to pick up the phone. I didn't even know we did that anymore, but you got to pick up the phone and you got to call in and talk to one of Blaine's fabulous people back there, and they'll tell you the price. So it's such a good deal that they can't post it on there. So Ashley, just a quick question. You had that really cute hat that had the rough edges around the side.
Yes.
How did you do that? That is so cute.
Look at that. Isn't that adorable? That's one of the few hats that I wore. When I went to Hawaii, I made that. So use a fabric that is a highly fraying fabric. And I just did I can applique stitch, and instead of trimming really close, I left that excess and I really frayed that up with the edge of my scissors. To make that. This was actually a almost like a upholstery type fabric that was almost tweed like, that really was high fray. So yeah.
That is super cute. I wonder, I'll make that hat and I'll tell Winnie he has to take me to Hawaii.
Yeah, for sure. Either that, or if he doesn't take you, then you're just telling everybody hi. Hi.
Perfect. Ashley, thank you so much. What a great demonstration. And as you all know, you can leave comments here because people from Dime, well, they see that. You guys have great customer service as well. And Sewing Machines Plus has fabulous prices. And I think I'll be seeing you again sometime soon.
Yeah, hopefully so. So yeah, thank you, Angela. Thanks for letting me be here.
Thank you. Great to see you.
Yeah, you
so
too.
If you haven't tried some of these products, actually, I have used almost all the ones she had. I don't have that mat. That mat looks pretty cool. What a great and easy way to do placement. So again, go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, go in the little top bar, you type in Dime. I'm actually wearing my Dime embroidery designs. This is from my collection number 2, Touch of Couture. And so if you go on there, though, you can see all of Dime products, call in, and they'll tell you the price. So Blaine, are you ready to continue the show?
Hey, I am, Angela. That was a great demo by Ashley, and also, Melissa from Anita Good Design. What great products! So, thank you for doing that and helping me host here.
You're welcome. Did you see Melissa had her iPad out so you could see how you could just touch pictures, and it took you like that's really cool.
Yeah,
and I want
cool. Yeah, and great thing about the Anita Good Design as well. We've got that financing going on those different levels of clubs, and so I think that's a really good thing that we're doing. And then we extended that till July 7th now, so they can actually get, some of the July collections. And then, all the Dime products, what great products that Dime always has. And then we have that, call-in special on those that they can have a huge savings if they call in for those. So make sure they call in 800-401-8151.
And you know what, Blaine? I don't think I remembered to mention that you have the financing for the Anita Good Design. So I apologize for that. Now, yesterday or 2 days ago, I was so excited about that. I think I just forgot again. So, what a great way to get $1,400 and $1,400 of gifts. So, and then you also have to call in too.
Well, the great thing about it too, if $1,400 is a lot of money. So if you can finance that over time, it makes those monthly subscriptions very low for you. Basically, and you're getting all those great things, and then you're getting that $1,400 gift card that you can use to buy all those other designs that they've had throughout the years, all those collections. So great special we got going on that. All right, Angela, I'm ready to show everybody about a 12 needle multi-needle that is the hot machine right now. And guys, we sold 10 of these yesterday. I think Kyle told me this morning we have 7 left, and they're probably going to go today. But we have another container coming in the 1st of July, so you can go ahead and pre-order if you want to get on board. But I've got Garrett McMinn is here this morning from SWF. He's a sales manager there, and he is going to tell y'all all about this great machine. So Garrett, welcome to day 5 of Hoop Fest.
Hey Blaine, glad to be back. We are almost at the end of the Hoop Fest week. It's kind of sad. I've been actually enjoying it. I was a little bit nervous at the start of all the videos, but as we went into everything, I started to really enjoy it. So sad to see it come to an end.
Well, hey, you know what? We'll have to do another little show later on just to talk about this machine. But, again, you're right. It's when you get to talking about stuff that you love and you're passionate about, it's pretty easy. And I know this machine is extremely easy to talk about because I'm super excited about this thing. We're so happy that we're on board with you and one of your dealers now. And, immediately, we got our first, batch in a few months ago, and we just blew them out. Now we're already the #1 dealer, and this thing, it's because of our customers see the quality of it and they love this thing, and we're just super excited to share all the great things about this machine. So we're excited to see what you got to talk about this morning.
Yep. No, we're excited as well. You mentioned just that you're one of our other dealers, kind of just down low. But you guys have fastly became our best dealer with the numbers you guys are putting out. I know you said you sold 10 yesterday, which is unheard of, and I doubt you'll have any more left after today. You'll be pre-selling out of that next container. What we'll do, we'll just kind of get right into it, actually. The first thing we really like to talk about on this new MAS 12 machine is the control panel. This is the #1 game changer for us with these machines. They came out at the beginning of 2021. This was the new control panel that is put on all of our machines across the board, whether that's a big 12 needle machine or 12 head machine, 8 head, your huge machines that are in the factory that are going to be running your production, your 1,000-piece orders and stuff. This same control panel goes on those machines. So it's really powerful, got a lot of cool capabilities. And that is the main thing with SWF that you always have to remember is we come from an industrial background. So even though this is a smaller machine that we carry now, they're still made in the same factory that the huge industrial machines are made of. So you get a lot of these same features for the faster running and faster producing of garments with our machine. So we'll walk straight into the control panel, just kind of go over some of the features that make it so awesome and make it very user-friendly. You may see that there's a lot going on with the control panel. It's got a lot of options for you, but you can rest assured as a beginner embroiderer or as an advanced embroiderer, this control panel is not hard to use. It's only 4 simple steps to physically run our machine. And those 4 steps are bringing your design in with the USB that you plug in the back. We'll get into the Wi-Fi, but this machine is Wi-Fi capable as well. So I can send the design directly to the machine from my computer. Like I said, I'll get into that Wi-Fi a little bit more after I go through the 4 steps. So like I said, the first step, bring your design into the machine. The second step, we would check our orientation, and that's our rotation of the design, whether we're going on a shirt or a hat. From there, you just select your colors. Everything from there is automatic. So you select your colors, automatic color change, automatic thread cut. We'll go over that a little bit more later, but that is where it gets so fast, where you set your design up with these 4 steps, you hit start, you walk away, and it runs your design for you. So you really can't get much easier than that. But the 4th and last step to run your machine would be to gauge or trace your design inside your hoop. And really that's just a safety feature, and also for you to know where your design is going to run on your garment, where you can ensure the exact placement you want. So the machine, probably a little bit hard for you guys to see, but it has a laser down there. So you don't have to put your fingers down and pull on your needles like your standard machine to pull the needle down to see exactly where it's going to hit. The laser follows the design the whole time. So a lot safer there too. It makes it quicker. So I'll go through those 4 steps just real time to show you guys on day 1, once you get your machine set up, how easy it actually is to use this control panel. So first you go into design, go ahead and select our design. Go to our settings. So we can check our orientation, but on this one, I know we're running on a shirt, so we're going to keep it at a 0-degree angle, which is going to run for a shirt. From there, we go into our color sequence and everything in here. So it's 1 through 12. This is a fully customizable screen that any color that's back here, we would match with the coinciding needle that refers to the thread rack, to where if you have your silver on one, in here, I can put a silver color block behind the number 1. That way, instead of looking back on my control or back on my thread rack to know where my colors are situated, after I fully thread it, I can just customize it in here, and I never have to look back here again to know what button to hit for the next color. So we just type in our color sequence here, go back, and then this is where we would hit the trace button, and that's just going to move around the frame of the machine and going to tell us exactly where our machine or the design is going to run. From there, we would hit start. Like I said, at that point, we would be good to walk away from the machine because it does have the automatic thread detection as well. So the automatic thread detection, anytime you have a thread break, it's going to sense between 2 to 3 stitches after that thread break has occurred, which is very quick to where you do not have a big gap in your design where the thread has not been ran by your machine. Also, the cool feature Like I said, we are an industrial brand, so everything kind of is around speed for us. Whenever when you're doing industrial embroidery, if your machine's not running, you're not making money. So everything is just kind of faster for us and faster procedures, more automatic to where it's not as manual for the operator. So when your machine has a thread break, whenever it stops, like I said, it'll stop between 2 to 3 stitches after the thread break, so there's no gap. But on top of that, it'll actually automatically back up 5 stitches to where the 2 to 3 stitches that it missed, it goes back 5 to where then whenever you come back to your machine, whether you were away getting coffee and your machine stopped or whatever, you rethread the needle, and then all you got to do is come back and hit start. So the machine has already done the work for you on stopping the machine and going back in reverse to make sure there's no gap in your logo. The next thing that we'll walk into, just kind of a cool feature, since I just mentioned threading your needle. This light is a lot of times overlooked, but it does have the flip up full LED light. So when you're threading everything down to the head, you can flip it up to where it's out of your way, not going to be bumping your fingers or anything off of it. Once you get it down to this point and you're threading your needles, it really doesn't matter how good your eyesight is. You're going to have trouble sometimes seeing the needle if you don't have good lighting. So really cool. Once you get the thread down past this point, flip this light back down and that fully illuminates all 12 needles. So at any time you pull that light down, you can thread your needles. Makes it a lot easier to thread the needle, but then also it illuminates your design. So that gets you just really good. I mean, like I said, even with good eyesight, sometimes it's hard to thread those needles. The other thing we like to explain on day one, if you were to purchase one of these machines, is how easy they actually are to set up. So this machine actually comes pre-threaded, and what that means is the thread is already ran through the head for you. The only assembly that is required is you're going to put your thread rack together. I believe that is 3 different pieces to put together. You'll mount your control panel, and there's 4 plugs underneath to plug into the bottom of the control panel. And then you'll put your stand together, which is right here. You'll put that together, and that is, I believe, 3 steps. So within a couple hours of you unboxing your machine, you're going to have it fully set up. And then once you get to the actual threading, we've already done that part for you. So all you have to do, instead of manually routing your thread through the machine, all you're going to do is tie on a knot back here, and then you're going to pull it to the front, and that's going to replace your thread from the factory. That will replace it with your color. So again, that's another time where you save a lot of time, because we know customers, when you get your machine, you're very excited to run it. So if you had to sit there and thread everything manually, it'd be another headache for you. But just in case you ever did have to rethread it, we have made it very easy for you. So let's say your knot doesn't hold and you're pulling it through and it breaks free up here somewhere. Or let's just say you forget to monitor your cones and one of them completely runs out. Everything here is directional, and there's arrows and markers to show you where to route the thread. So you just bring it down. Everything's labeled, marked out for you. Again, whenever you get down to this point, you can bring the light up to where you're not hitting with your fingers or anything, and then you will pull it back down. And it's just going to latch right back on. Blaine, before I get too much further, I'd love to give you the opportunity to tell people how they can get one, and you guys can go a little bit further over your sale just to kind of fill those people in, and then we'll hop deeper into the more advanced features of the machine as well.
Thanks, Garrett. I'd love to tell them how. So guys, this is the 12 needle SWF embroidery machine, and we're super excited about this machine, and I'm going to tell you exactly how you can get it. We have got a great show special on this. We'll only have 7 of them left right now. And so if you want one of these, get your order in. We've got another container going to be hitting in July, and we can take, once these 7 are gone, we can take pre-orders. But this thing, hey, you know, as Garrett was talking about, all those special features, you can get it right now for $89.99 shipped free right to your door. And guys, we also have 60-month 0% interest financing. So if that's not tempting enough, guess what else? We are going to throw in that stand and the cap equipment. So you're going to get that stand and cap driver with this absolutely free. And you know, Garrett, he's touched on it, but this thing comes with all that big hoop set, and you're going to get 5 hoops, and you're going to get, you know, that come like different sizes, but you're going to get 2 of each one of those. So you're going to get 2 sets of each size of hoops, plus you're going to get 2 cap hoops to go on that driver. So a total of 12 hoops come with this machine. Guys, that is unheard of in our industry. to get that many hoops with it. So, and what that's for is while you're sewing one garment, you can be hooping that other one, and it's just all about production and saving time. And man, what a great package we have put together. Again, it's $89.99, normally $9,999. You're saving $1,000 plus. You know, we're throwing in that stand, that cap equipment, and we have 60-month 0% interest financing. Give us a call right now at 800-401-8151 to place an order, or you can go right on our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com and just order it right online. And if you can't get through the phones, guys, we know they're super, super busy this week. If you can't get through, Kyle has been putting up that link for the Google Sheets in the chat on YouTube and Facebook. Just hit that link and it'll open up your Google Sheets. Hey, fill out your name, your contact number, and what you're interested in. So you just put that 12 needle, and our salespeople, as soon as they get off the phone, they're making the Hoop Fest customers a priority. They're going to give you a call right back and try to take your order. So, Garrett, I am ready to see all these other great features you have to show us on this machine.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm glad you led into that, because that's actually what I'm going to show you next, is actually all the hoops that the customer is going to receive just standard with the machine. I know I keep mentioning it, but we are an industrial background, and where Blaine mentioned there, the 5 sets of hoops, and each set is 2 hoops per size. So you're getting 10 flat hoops total. And then with their awesome deal on that quick change cap system, you get the 2 cap hoops as well. So 12 hoops total with this package straight out of the box. But I'll go into the actual sizes that you get real quick. So you get 5 sizes. Keep in mind, every size that I show you, you're getting 2 hoops of that size in your box. So this first one here is a 12 centimeter. This is a great hoop, very versatile. Backs of hats, small onesies, smaller left chest designs. This would be the hoop you would use. Next one we got is the 15 centimeter. This is used for primarily your left chest logos. You start getting into the towels and bags and stuff. But that's about 5.5 inches side to side. The third hoop we got is going to be the 18 centimeter. So this is where you start getting into, right before you get to the jacket back hoops and the larger square hoops, you have the 18 centimeter. And that's going to be for your bigger designs on more big left chest, starting to get into your jacket backs and just designs that will not fit in your left chest hoop. That's just kind of an in-between hoop there for you. And then the third set of hoops that you're going to get is the 24 by 24 centimeter. So that actually comes out to about 9 by 9 inches is what that is. This is a great hoop. It's what we were running today. But what that's going to do is that's going to enable you to start doing your jacket backs. But sometimes jacket backs or even full front designs. I'm going to split out. Jacket backs and full front designs don't always need a giant hoop. So it's nice to have just an array of sizes where you're not way oversizing your hoop and you're not way undersizing it. But this last hoop is what we're really excited about. So with this machine, even though it is a smaller machine, it's very light, very easy to move around. I'll show you. I mean, I can lift it with one arm here. Not a lot to the actual weight and size of it. So it'll fit through about any door in your house, getting into an office space or into your business. But it still comes packed with a big sewing field. So this sewing field here on this largest hoop is 14 by 9 inches. So that's 9 inches up and down, and then 14 side to side. And can't stress it enough, what we were explaining about the 2 hoops per set. So I'll walk into that a little bit more so you guys kind of get an understanding of why we do that. So with your 2 hoops per set, you have, let's say once you start getting into your bigger orders, your 5-piece, 10-piece, 20-piece orders, you're running the same design over and over. So what you're going to do with that secondary hoop is you're going to have this hoop on here running. Your secondary hoop, once you started this design, you're going to go ahead and pre-hoop your next shirt because your design is going to stay the same. Where this one's done, it goes back to its return position. It has all of its automatic thread cuts. You're going to pull this hoop off and just instantly put your blank good on there with your secondary hoop and hit start. From there, that gives you plenty of time to take this one off, and you're just going to keep repeating the process until your job is done. The big thing, and that's where it saves you a lot of time, is if you only had 1 hoop per size, what you're going to have to do is run one, and then as soon as that's done, you're going to have to unhoop it. Your machine is going to be sitting there idle while you're unhooping that first hoop there. It's going to be sitting there idle until you get that next one hooped and set up. So that's really cool with the 2 sets of hoops. That's where our industrial background comes from, because with that time and everything saved, it's I mean, that with the process and everything, it's all time driven. The next thing I'll get into is the cap system that Blaine and them are including over there. That makes it a great deal. Already was a great deal before, but once you guys see this quick change cap system, it's going to put it over the top for you. So quick change cap system, what that means is if you look here, these brackets that mount this cap system are identical to the brackets that are on our hoop. With your standard cap system or machine, you're going to have to pull your hoop arms off of the machine and keep those bolts, store everything, make sure you don't lose it, and then also bolt your cap driver back on. That's about a 5 to 10 minute process with your standard machine. So with us, and this is the industrial background again, you have your quick change cap system. This just slides right on, and you will see how fast and easy it is. And from there, I'm ready to run hats. That's where it's huge, is there's no assembly, no tools required. I don't have to keep track of anything when I mount or unmount that. And this is what's really cool and what make our machines great for your custom walk-in shops, your 1-piece and 2-piece orders. Is a lot of times like a storefront or a retail shop, they have to kind of plan out how they're going to run their day with their standard machine, because they have to run their hoop or their shirts first and then their hats second. They can't intertwine them because of that 5 to 10 minute switchover process. So if you have one customer coming wanting a shirt and then the next customer wants a hat, usually you'd run all your shirts first and then that customer wants a hat, you kind of do that one later. With this process, you can go straight from running a shirt to a hat or a hat to a shirt in about 5 to 10, maybe 15 seconds once you get everything positioned where you need it. So we'll do that in reverse to show you guys how quick that is again. Same thing, I can't stress it enough. It's the same brackets as the hoops. So if you can take a hoop off of the machine, if you can take a hoop off of the machine, you can take the cap system off. Same thing, you just pull it out. Your cap driver's off. We just set this aside. Go ahead and grab our hoop again. We'll slide it right on. And from there, we would be ready to select our next design to start running a shirt. So like I said, we can't stress it enough how nice that transition is. Usually we do sell that cap system as optional. I know that's really going to put Blaine's package there at Sewing Machines Plus over the top. The fact that you're already getting the 10 sets of hoops, but now they're throwing the stand in, they're throwing the quick change cap system in. That's a huge value for what you're actually paying for the machine. It's a very good price. We'll walk back into the control panel. I didn't get fully into that like I wanted to earlier. So the control panel, I was explaining how powerful it is and the cool features. This machine will actually auto digitize now. So what that means is we have two different options. It's called photo stitch or freehand stitch. So our photo stitch option is exactly what it says. You can bring a photo into the machine with a USB or the Wi-Fi, bring it in, set it to the panel, and it's going to automatically digitize that. Whether it's a family reunion picture, family pet, a grandchild, you can digitize their picture, put it on a shirt, put it on a hat, whatever you want to do. The next option is going to be your freehand stitch. So what that is anything with this stylus that comes with the machine, anything that you want to draw on your screen, the machine will run. So I know a lot of people are using that for quilt blocks, different things to like get their imprint of their grandchild's hand or anybody's hand or their signature on a quilt block or anything like that. So all you do, put your hand down, you can trace it out with the stylus, select the sizing, and then it's going to run it as well. So that's a really cool feature. Makes it easy to personalize gifts and make them more sentimental and stuff like that. The other thing, I mentioned how powerful it is. So this machine now has a 490 million stitch count capacity, which if you fill that up, you're going to have a lot of designs in there. That's the worst thing customers have to do sometimes with standard machines, is they got to delete a design to pull a new one in. So that's what we really told as SWF. We had to just really tell them we wanted a machine that was really powerful. Customers should not have to delete their design if they don't want to. So with that 490 million stitch count capacity, and again, that's 490 million. So that's tons of stitches in there. You're going to have a really tough time filling that up. This machine also will run 1,000 stitches per minute. So it will pump out the production that you need it to in a very timely manner. The Wi-Fi system, that we include with the machine as well. This machine, like I mentioned earlier in the demonstration, it will seamlessly link into your home network, your business network. If you already have Wi-Fi, it links right up. What makes that cool is you can seamlessly send designs to the control panel. You can preload your colors from your desktop before you even send it to your machine. And then also you can monitor how your machine's running, how many thread breaks it's had, the time per job. It's actually our industrial software. We include it with these machines as well. The cool thing is with these machines, we always get the question, hey, I'm a startup business. Is this a good machine for me to start with? Will it grow with me? All of those questions of people thinking down the line. And yes, it is a great startup machine just because of the capabilities it does have. It has all the capabilities of our industrial machines, just in a smaller package. So, and it is simple to run, just like I showed you those 4 steps, very simple. But as you continue to grow your business and get more production, you need to add more machines. That same Wi-Fi software will allow you to link more machines together. So let's say you start with this machine, your production starts ramping up, you need another machine for more orders to complete more items. If you buy another machine with this same control panel, which all of our machines have it now, you put it right next to it or in the room across, it doesn't matter. You connect it to the same Wi-Fi network, and then the machines can talk simultaneously, and then you can run them together as a 2-head, or you can run them separate, and you can run 2 separate designs. So I could do a hoop, or a shirt, I could do a cap. But the cool thing is that is completely linkable up to 200 machines. So whether you're starting out today and this being your first machine, or you're buying your second, third, fourth, and growing your company, these machines will grow with you, and they're very good. So the last thing that I'm going to go through before I give it back over to Blaine there for more questions is the 7-year warranty. We always mention that. Blaine and his team at Sewing Machines Plus, they have a great support team over there. Before we set them up as a dealer, we went with them to meet, gave them all the training they needed inside and out on the machine. So you're in great hands when it comes to their support team as well. And you can rest assured with the warranty that SWF that we back Sewing Machines Plus with, we will take care of the customer, even if, let's just say somebody on their support team doesn't know the exact answer. They have my phone number. They have all of our contact information here at SWF, and they can call us. We're going to make sure, because SWF is the name we rep, we're going to make sure those customers get taken care of. So not to mention, you do have Blaine and his support team over there. They do an awesome job, and that 7-year warranty. And then you also got us standing behind you as the factory, to where if you have any issues whatsoever, we're going to get that corrected for the customer. So Blaine, I'll pass it back over to you just to make sure if there's any questions you have over there. I want to make sure to get those answered so nobody has questions go unanswered.
Hey, Garrett, thanks. Again, I got to tell everybody exactly how you can get this. And Garrett, thank you. That was a great job, and we sure do appreciate you coming on the show, and appreciate SWF being one of our major sponsors. But guys, this machine I'm so excited about. This is the 12 needle machine, as in Garrett said, it weighs 85 pounds. It's extremely lightweight. 2 people can manage this very easily to move around. It's a very small, compact size, so you can get it through your doorways very easily. And hey, this thing is $89.99. And if that wasn't, the price alone wasn't enough, we're going to throw in that stand it sits on, and we're also going to throw in that cap equipment. So what a great package we're putting together. And we're going to give you 60-month 0% interest financing if you need it to make those monthly payments. And hey, and somebody out there asked, what does SWF stand for? Well, it stands for Sewing with Future. So, but here at Sewing Machines Plus, we have our own little name for it, and we say special wow factor. So that's what we call it, special wow factor, because it is a special machine, and it has such a wow factor. And so anyway, I want to talk to you a little bit too about those hoops that come with it. Again, this is just something else. 7-year warranty, all these things add up. It's such a great package. But the hoops, you're getting 12 hoops when you buy this thing. And sure, you're getting that hat driver for free that we're throwing in. You're getting 2 cap frames that come with it. Then you're getting I'm going to read off all these sizes. Guys, you're getting a round hoop, a 4x7, or 4.72 inch round hoop, a 5.9 inch round hoop. You're getting 2 each of those. Then you're getting a 7-inch round hoop. You're getting 2 of those. Then we're going to throw in a square hoop that's a 9.4 by 9.4. We're going to get 2 of those to you. And then finally, we're going to get that big rectangle hoop for you. We're going to give you 2 of these, and it's a 14-inch by 9-inch. So guys, great hoop set with this that you're getting, along with that cap driver and stand. 60-month 0% interest financing, and we're knocking $1,000 off the price, so you can get it for $89.99 all the way through Hoop Fest. And we got 7 left. I think we may have already sold some this morning, but we sold 10 of them yesterday. We started the day off with 7, so we may be out of them by now. But anyway, if you happen to, we run out, we're going to let you pre-order for the July container coming in. And again, if you can't get through the phone lines this morning, because I know they're extremely busy, Kyle's putting that Google Sheets link up in the chats on YouTube and Facebook. So just go hit that link. You can go on there, open that Google Sheets up, put your name, your contact number, and then just tell us, interested in the 12 needle. And our team is going to call you as soon as they get off the phones. That sheet is, on the screens in the call center. It's updated real time. And as soon as they get off the phone, they're looking at that sheet and making you a priority to give you a call back. So guys, I can't stress enough how great this machine is and a great special we have on this. And I'm super pumped about this machine, guys. It is such a good machine. And actually, we're going to be talking, Amber Bingham is going to be on the show tomorrow. She's going to talk about how to make money with a business doing this as one of the educational events, and she has one of them. So we're going to talk to her a little bit about that too, and just ask her, how you're liking yours and all the things. So I think you're going to find that she loves hers. And I know one thing she mentioned to me is how quiet this machine is. It's extremely quiet. So, all right, guys. Hey, we're ready let's bring Angela back. And Angela. All right. So our next presenter, I've known for a long time, and she is just so awesome. And, I think if you remember back, she'd started kind of doing, her business, and she started doing some classes and things. And I gave her a call up one day. I said, hey, could I get you to come and do this huge event with me? And she was like, well, I don't know about that. I've only done little small events. And I said, hey, we won't have but 150, 200 people there. She's like, oh, no, I'm nervous. I said, well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to call Angela Wolf and Joanne Banco to come down and help you during this event. And she got there. She was real nervous before she went on. And then she got up there, and she was a total rock star. Everybody loves her designs. So we have Reen Wilcoxson coming up next.
I'm so excited.
Embroidery Garden. And I got to tell everybody a little bit about Reen, and then I'm going to let you, bring her on the show, and y'all talk all about what she's going to be doing today. But, Reen's love of sewing and crafting and designing began at an early age. Shortly after her purchasing her first machine, she began to create her own designs. In the hoop designs are what she focused on and are what she loves to do and digitize. Reen offers fun, unique designs and projects on her website, Embroidery Garden, and after 18 years in the business, she still enjoys meeting fellow embroiderers and consistently learning new things about the wonderful industry. So again, I'm super excited to have Reen on the show. So I'm going to let you bring her on, and she's going to do one of our educational classes today, and it's about basically embroidering in the hoop.
That sounds awesome. And I do remember those events. That was so much fun. Reen, I am so excited to see you here. Actually, I have a few of your gifts tucked away right here. Reen Wilcoxson is a great friend, and those events were a lot of fun. Reen, are you here with us today? How are you?
Hi, Angela.
Wonderful to see you. I am so excited. Do you remember those events? How could you not? That was so much fun.
I remember it well. It was, I was a little nervous, like Blaine said, but everybody was so nice, and the event turned out great.
It turned out great. I don't know what was more fun, hanging out with you, Dave, like biking 50 miles each day. I don't know. So today, your new studio looks great.
Thank you.
Excellent. So today, are you going to share some of this in the hoop embroidery, which you have gotten me addicted to this? I love it.
Yes. Well, today, what I'm actually going to be showing you, what I'm going to be demoing today, is a cute little sunglasses case. And it has a zipper. It's padded, and it's fully lined inside. This one was made with just regular fabric. I've got one out of a kind of a cool fabric. I bet Angela would like this. It feels like a vinyl or something, but you can see I got my sunglasses in here. I'm ready to go. I've got a couple other samples, one that I just stitched a pair of glasses on to kind of decorate it a little bit. And this sample, I actually used heat transfer vinyl and cut out an SVG of glasses and just pressed it on after it was finished. And the hoop designs, if you're not familiar with them, of course you need a hoop to stitch any design on an embroidery machine. But in the hoop designs are kind of a little subcategory of machine embroidery. And with it in the hoop design, you basically create them by a series of steps. There are placements, there are stitch lines, and the machine will stop. After a color change, the machine will stop so you can apply a zipper, you can add fabric, you can fold fabric, manipulate, trim, etc. A couple other samples I have, like here's a little wallet that I made completely in the hoop. It's got credit card pockets, etc. I've got notebook covers that can be made in the hoop. Just all kinds of things. Of course, purses. I have tons of purses that I've designed, and they're all fully lined and don't have any raw edges inside. So you want to go ahead and get started with our project for today. I'm going to change my camera because I'm going to let you look at the me stitching it out actually. So let me just get my other camera set up. And what I've already done is I've gone ahead and I've stitched step number 1. And what it did was it stitched 2 long parallel lines, which are going to show me where to place my zipper. I've also gone ahead and I like to use this double-sided 1/4 inch tape. You use it for sewing. I'm sure Angela's familiar with it to, you know, keep a hem in place while you're stitching it. But I like to use it to put my zipper in place because we don't want our zipper to move on us. So all I do is take my zipper, place it within that placement line. I'm centering it end to end on the hoop. And then all I have to do is just kind of press it down into that tape, and now it's secured. I'll go ahead and I'll get the hoop on the machine. And step number 2, this design has 8 steps to it basically. So step number 2 is actually going to stitch it down along both long edges. And what that's going to do is going to keep our zipper from moving on us while we complete the rest of the design. And if I could show you the screen of the machine, take some guesses as to how many minutes of actual stitch time this design takes. I bet you'll kind of be amazed at the number that it actually is. The actual stitch time on this design is 2 minutes. It's all the other things of placing the fabrics that take time. So you can see I've got my zippers stitched down on either side. And what I'm going to actually do is I think I'm going to move my camera a little bit so that you can get a better view of me placing the fabrics down. So let's just hold on 1 second. Okay. And on the back side, that's what we're going to be working on first. I'm going to take a piece of my lining fabric. I'm going to use this cute polka dot fabric. And I'm going to place it right side down. And I'm going to take one long edge of the fabric and I'm going to line it up with that placement line that's stitched for the zipper. And you do want to tape this fabric in place because it's on the back side. So I'm just taping the corners down. And now I'm going to flip the hoop and I'm going to work on the front side. So in the hoop designs, it is a series of placing fabrics, stitching steps, and maybe manipulating fabrics also. So the second piece of fabric, which this is my main fabric, and it's going to actually be the front of the little zipper case underneath the zipper. It's going to go right side down, and one long edge is going to go along the zipper on the left-hand side. Normally, I don't tape the pieces down that are on the front side of the hoop, but if you wanted to, you certainly could. You just get that under there and get it lined up, and I'll hit go, and it's ready to stitch step number 3 already. So I'm sure a lot of you love to do in the hoop designs. It is one of my passions, like Blaine said. It's kind of what I started with. Okay, step number 3 has finished. And what we're going to do now is we are going to, I want my case to be padded because I want my sunglasses to be protected. So I'm going to take a piece of batting and I'm just going to lay it right here along this stitch line. That's step number 3, that stitch the fabrics to the zipper. And I'm going to take this top fabric and I'm going to fold it over. I want to make sure it's nice and smooth, press down, and I'm just going to tape this just because I don't want it to move, because I still have to, you know, place fabrics on the back side, etc. So I just want to keep it in place. Speaking of the back side, that's where we're going to next. So as you can see, doing an in the hoop design requires you to go to the front side and the back side, you know, quite a bit. But in my designs, on the back side of the hoop is where we place our lining pieces. So this is the lining piece. I'm going to fold it over now. Again, I want to smooth it down and I want to tape it in place. I love in the hoop designs because, you know, once you stitch one out, every other one that you stitch out is going to look exactly the same because the machine is stitching it for you. All of the lines are going to be perfectly straight. So I'm taking my next piece of lining fabric, and this is the piece that will end up on the inside of the zipper bag, on the inside above the zipper. So it's going to go right side down, and I'm going to place this long edge even with this side of the zipper, that placement line there. Let me get it centered. And of course, I do want to tape it in place. That's one thing about in the hoop designs. You're going to have to tape your fabrics down because you don't want them to shift and move as you turn your hoop back to the front side. I'm going to go ahead and get the hoop put onto the machine before I place the next piece. That way I know that my piece on the bottom side hasn't moved on me. So now I'm ready to take the piece of the fabric, the main fabric, that's going to end up being above the zipper on the front outside of the bag. And I'm going to place it right side down. And I'm going to line up the long edge with that edge of the zipper tape there. And again, I don't tape it down, but if you feel more comfortable, you most certainly can tape it down. And this is stitching step number 4, is stitching that lining piece I put on the bottom and the fabric piece that I have on the top to the edge of the zipper. So you can kind of see it's almost like sewing. I mean, I'm sure Angela could kind of look at this and see how she could really sew it on a sewing machine to achieve the same thing, but it's easier to let your embroidery machine do it. So I do want padding above the zipper on the outside of the bag. So here's my batting strip that I'm going to be using. Make sure you keep your zipper pull out of the way of the needle. So I'm just going to lay my batting strip even with that seam line that just stitched. I'm going to take my fabric and fold it over. And I just want to smooth it out. And now what I'm going to do is tape this down because I don't want it to move on me. Let me just grab a couple pieces of tape here. I'll put one up here at the top. And this is being stitched in a 5x7 hoop. So you can see, you know, you can create things in a 4x4 hoop for in the hoop designs, but this cute little case only requires a 5x7 hoop. So now I want to go to the back side. And I'm going to take this piece that got stitched on, this small lining piece. I'm going to get my tape off of it. And I'm going to fold it over, press it down, and tape it in place again. I reuse my tape too, so it can stick more than one time. Now you see this area here? Right behind here is my zipper. And when the bag is finished, I need to have access into my zipper to get into my little case. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a pair of small, sharp scissors, and I'm just going to carefully put them inside. I'm just underneath the stabilizer. And I used a lightweight cutaway stabilizer for this project, like the poly mesh type stabilizer. And I'm going to cut this little strip out. And once I do that, you will be able to see the zipper underneath. And this is going to allow us to be able to get into our bag. It would be very hard to, have our bag finished, unzip it, have the stabilizer in there, then have to dig it out or cut it out. So it's best to do it now. That's kind of one of the little tricks on my in the hoop designs. So now we have the back done, this is the inside lining. And I'm going to turn it over. And here comes the most important part of any in the hoop zippered bag. We're going to unzip the zipper halfway. This is going to allow us to get into our bag after it's all finished and we're turning it. Now, if you want to, on this bag, you can see here on this one that I added a little hanging loop. You can, or you cannot. This is all up to you. You can really do this on any bag that you do. Attach a strap, a little hanging loop for hardware, or something like that. This design does have those steps. I'll go ahead and I'm not going to add a hanging loop to this one, but I'll go ahead and stitch it. This would be the placement for that little hanging loop, because you want to know where to get it, where to have it sit so that it ends up in the right place. You would place your little hanging loop. And since I'm not going to do one on this one, let's just pretend for a second, because this is important too. Let's pretend this little strip here is my hanging loop. Of course, you would fold it in half. And let me just cut off some of this excess here. We're just pretending that this is my hanging loop. Whenever you place a little loop like this, there you can see the loop, it has to go with the loop pointing towards the inside of the hoop. So if I were to place this, I would place it like this so that the needle would penetrate it and hit it, and I would have, maybe a half inch sticking out beyond the seam line when it's done, and my little loop would be on the inside. Again, I'm not going to stitch that, but if we would have placed our little hanging loop there, the next step would have came along. It stitches in the exact same place to stitch that little hanging loop down, so we don't have to worry about it moving on us. And can you believe we are almost done with this design? So the next step would be, I've got a large piece of fabric here, and let me just grab this. This ends up being the back side of the case when it's finished. Of course, I want a little bit of padding on it, so I have a piece of batting behind it. I've smoothed this all down. The fabric is right side up, but I'm going to place it with the fabric right side down. And I'm just going to center it over the entire hoop. This next step is going to just stitch a line here, kind of attaching this. But this line that it's stitching, it's really part of the magic on my in the hoop designs. And I'll show you a little bit more about that as we progress. But know that this line is stitching for a reason. It may not be a very big line, but there is certainly a reason that it's there. All right, we only have one more step to go. And that is, I'm going to take the hoop off the machine. I'm going to go to the back side one last time. I'm going to take my lining fabric, a big piece of lining fabric, place it right side down on the back side of the hoop. And I definitely want to make sure that I tape this in place. Some of you may have done in the hoop designs before, and don't you just hate when you've stitched it all and then you turn it to the back side and you notice that your fabric, the corner wrinkled up on you or something like that, and really kind of messes up your whole project, messes up your whole day too. So I'm just going to make sure I get this, all the corners taped down. Again, this is the lining piece on the back side. I got to turn my hoop to the front side, and we're going to stitch the very last step. Now you notice it's going to start kind of here where this line stitched, and it's going to go around and form the outline of the case, and it's going to stop about here. So I'm going to move the camera back to me while this is stitching. Just make sure that, everything stays nice and flat as it's stitching. And I'll move the camera back to me. got the wrong one. So are there any questions so far? I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Angela.
Oh, sorry. I muted
There we go.
myself. You make it look so easy, and everyone has said that. But something that's really important is you're in the hoop designs, the inside looks as good as the outside.
Right. I like all of my bags to be fully lined. You can see, it's fully lined, and there are no seams inside anywhere. And I don't even like a stitch line, like maybe sometimes underneath the zipper, you might want to kind of add a stitch line. If I do that, I still design it so that you don't see it on the inside.
Yeah. Look what I have here, Reen.
Oh, you still have that? Yes, I do.
I take it with me everywhere I go, although I haven't been many places lately, but it goes back and forth to the boat with all my computer stuff.
Yeah, I really liked when I made that bag. I liked the quilting that was on the inside of it, the little fish.
I don't know if they can see it from here. Oh, they might be able to. There's the inside.
Yeah, that was from, off the Luminaire. A built-in stitch. Okay, so it's done. I just pulled it out of the hoop. And what I'm going to do now is going to show you how to trim it, because trimming in the hoop designs are very important. So let me just kind of get my camera in position here, because I'm going to be showing you the table so that you can see this a little bit better. All right, I think I got it ready. Let me change the view for you, and we're going to start to trim. It's always the fun part to me to trim it and get it all ready to turn. Okay, so on this design, since we have batting here, another tip of mine is to, when you turn your design to the other side and you see batting, it's the first top layer, a good tip is to take your scissors and cut very closely to the stitching. And I'm only cutting the batting right now. And what this is going to do as I cut the bulk of this batting out of my seam lines and out of my corners, so that when I turn it to the right side, my corners are going to look nicer. My seam line is going to look really nice. You're going to see the shape of the bag very well. I just want to be careful that I don't happen to nick the fabric underneath. But you can see how easy it is to trim. Let me just get this little bit here. Now, you may have looked at this and thought, oh no, she doesn't have an opening anywhere. We turn it to the other side, and here's the opening to turn the design. That's where that line stitched. Remember, we had a line that just stitched there? When the next step came along and began to stitch, it only stitched from about here all the way around to here. So that other line was underneath this area. You can actually see it here. So I do like to go to the side with the opening. I like to find my opening, and that's where I start to trim. Now I'm going to cut through everything, and I'm going to cut to 1/4 inch of the stitch line here on both sides of the opening. And there's a reason that I always start at the opening. You have to leave the fabrics for the opening longer, because you need something to turn in to hide your opening. And sometimes if I just start cutting away and trimming, I'll forget about leaving it longer. Before I know it, I've just trimmed everything off. So that's why I always start at the opening, so that I don't forget. So on this design, I'm just trimming about 1/4 inch all the way around. And I'm just kind of following the curve here, but I am about 1/4 inch away from the stitching. And I'm going to leave that longer there at that opening. Let me just get this trimmed away. Move everything out of the way. And I can trim this down to about 1 inch. And another tip I have for a lot of designs, my designs, are on the lining here. This is the 2 lining pieces. You only need the 2 pieces that form the opening to turn. So it's this piece and the one directly in front of it. These 2 pieces make the opening. Everything else behind here, this fabric and batting and stabilizer, that's bulk. So I could trim that down 1/4 inch. I want to remember to clip my corners diagonally. And on this design, since it has curves, it would be just as if you were sewing. You would want to clip your curve so that when you go to turn it, it's going to round out nicer. And, you know, this is something that Angela does and, you know, her patterns and things and when she's sewing. And it's the same thing you would do in the hoop design. If you have a curve, you want to clip into it, just little clips. Just make sure you don't clip into your stitching. So now here comes the fun part. We're going to turn it. So I'm just going to reach inside and I'm going to turn the bag. And this is always fun because sometimes I'll get an email at this point and people will be like, well, I've turned it and all I see is lining. This design, you happen to turn it 2 times. But before you turn it again, you really want to get your curved parts rounded out nicely. You want to get these corners up here pushed out nicely. So get your favorite tool to kind of push those, and maybe you can see how nicely I got that corner out up here. I'm going to take the tool and I'm going to run it around the inside, around those curves, and then I'm going to get this other corner pushed out really nice. And at this point, I would press it. And then I would take these raw edges and turn them in. And you can either hand sew if that's what you like to do, or use fusible tape. Just put a piece in there and press it closed. Then after it's all nicely pressed, you can fully open your zipper and you turn it one more time. And again, on this turn, you want to make sure that you've rounded out all of your corners and poked out the top corners here. And then what I like to do is I like to give it a nice little press. And I also like on all of my samples, let me just get this zipped up so you can just kind of see what it would be. Give it a nice press. And I like to use Angela's clapper on my projects. That's something that I learned about from Angela years ago. And it's been a great tip for me. So are there any questions, Angela? I see some people love in the hoop designs. That's great.
That was the cutest project ever. And thank you, by the way, for using my clapper. There are a couple questions. So do you have a favorite batting?
Well, I use Warm and Natural mostly. Okay. I do use another one, like a Pellon product that's kind of thin for like the smaller bags.
So that was one question. And another one asked, do you have a preference for stabilizer? I'm thinking of stabilizer for a garment, stabilizer that you're using in the hoop.
Well, for this design, I just used a that lightweight poly mesh type of stabilizer. It's nice and soft. So that's what I mainly use for my bags because I do like them to be soft. You know, I don't want it to be firm or anything. I just saw a question too about someone asking about zippers, sewing over the zipper. And no, there wasn't any problem at all. This zipper, if you look at it, you might think, oh my gosh, she used a metal zipper, but it's not. This is a nylon coil zipper. It's kind of one of the new zippers, but you can sew over a zipper. I mean, Angela can tell you a machine can sew over a zipper, so you can embroider over a zipper. That's not a problem.
Yes, but I could actually see people's faces through the screen going, because it does look like it's metal.
It does. That one happens to look like it's metal, but
so Reen, do you have that design available right now?
Yes, it's on my website. It's a sunglasses case. I do have a lot of my designs available on CDs through Sewing Machines Plus too.
Excellent, excellent. That was such a great tutorial, Reen. I absolutely love it. And all of your designs are fabulous, including your embroidery designs.
Oh, thank you.
Anybody have any last questions for Reen? Reen, I wish we were going to an event together, but this is the second best.
Yeah, that's, you know, I've missed the events, but I think I am going to venture out later on this year.
I will be too. Maybe I'll see you. Just a quick question. Somebody wanted to know, can you make that case bigger? Does it come in different sizes or is that just it?
It does. Let me show you real quick. This is one that it fits a 6x10 hoop, but it's not actually 6x10. It's more, I think, 6x8. And this is the 5x7 size. So you can kind of see a little bit of difference. My sunglasses, and I just had them here, they fit in either case. They fit in the smaller case or the bigger case. The design does come with this little stitching of the glasses. You can put on it or not. And it does come with the SVG file. If you wanted to add a little bling with some HTV glitter, you can cut it on your scan and cut, which is what I use, and then just take your heat press and press it down after it's finished.
Super cute, super cute. So everyone, you can find all these on her website. And also, you have virtual classes that people can take? Reen is everywhere. So her website, embroiderygarden.com, correct?
Yes.
Can't miss it. Reen, it's great to see you. You can also follow her on Facebook. It is so great to see you, and what a great tutorial. I think I'm gonna have to try this one.
Thanks,
I got my
Angela.
sunglasses.
Thanks, and tell Blaine I said hi.
I will. Blaine's right here. And say hi to Dave and your family. And I just love that tutorial. If you have never been to an event where Reen is and you could get the opportunity to see her in person, it is awesome. She's amazing, talented, and her projects are to die for. Blaine, are you here?
I am, Angela. And Reen, thank you so much for coming on. As always, she's a rock star and makes such good projects. And speaking of Reen's, all her designs now we do carry them on Sewing Machines Plus. So all you have to do is go in that search bar on our website, type in Embroidery Garden, and we have a call-in special on all of Reen's designs this week, Angela, and it is a great special. I mean, it's the best special we've ever had on Embroidery Garden. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151, if you want to get one of those Reen's designs. And matter of fact, we've got a ton of her product on our website, but make sure that y'all call in and get that. And it's a great price. So give them a call. If you can't get through the call center, we know the phones are super busy today. Hey, just Kyle's been putting that Google Sheets link in the chat on YouTube and Facebook. Make sure y'all fill out that sheet. Just hit the link, put your name and a contact number, and just tell us what you're calling about. And they'll give you a call as soon as they can. They're making you a priority today. So great demo for Reen there. And but Angela, we're going to keep moving on. Hey, we've got we're going to talk again about multi needles, and we have got everything about the Melco 16 needle coming up. And hey, we have Nate Moore coming up, and Nate started sewing with his mother when he was only 5 years old, and he's been in the embroidery industry since 1997. At Melco, he enjoys helping to develop better software applications, instructional materials, and media. He enjoys a good challenge and is always willing, always striving to higher standards. He loves sharing his knowledge with people, and we're happy he's here at Hoop Fest to share his knowledge with us. So, Nate, welcome to Hoop Fest Day 5.
Thank you very much. I cannot stop blushing after that. That was an amazing intro. Thank you very much for having me. The last demo with the clipping of the corners, I could not stop giggling because the last project I did, my mother was doing one, and that was when she was in another state. We were FaceTiming each other as we did it. She forgot to clip the corners, turned it, nothing was working. She had to turn it back around and clip the corners, and I just could not stop giggling.
That's funny. Well, hey, we're excited to show us all about that Melco 16 needle, because we are Melco's #1 dealer in the nation. We sell a ton of these things, and we're super excited to know all about this. And then I'm going to tell everybody this great special we have on this machine this week.
Excellent. So this is the Bravo X. I'm a big fan of this machine. It's 16 needles. That's 16 different colors that you could use, or 16 different, I don't know that you could get that creative, but 16 different types of thread. So you may do something where you have, even if you have black on multiple needles, it may be a 40 weight black on one needle and a 75 weight black on another for that super fine detail. And you can swap back and forth, and it will just automatically kind of go there, start sewing with it. You've got all of these available to you. What I like about this is in my previous life, in my before Melco life, I was running other machines, and they were multi-needle, multi-head, all kinds of crazy, and the thread would come up and it would get twisted and tangled up in each other. And this, they go down the tube, they stay all nice and neat, they come out here. And then here we have thread feed rollers. So instead of dealing with all the tension knobs, we deal with active feed. And so these rollers, they flip up. This is an idle roller. Underneath here, the thread is pinched into place. And underneath there is a feed roller, and it feeds out thread. And what I like about that is basically tell the machine, okay, my material's about this thick. You figure out the rest. And so the machine will essentially listen with this sensor down here. It will listen to the rhythms and the pressures of the thread. And if it needs to feed more, it'll feed a little bit more. If it needs to feed less, it'll feed a little bit less. So you give it a little bit of a guideline, and it will go ahead and feed thread as needed. And I don't have to worry about, did I top tension, bottom? I don't remember. I don't have to worry about it. So I absolutely love that about it. The speed, absolutely love the speed. I'm running around 1,000 stitches a minute all day long. That's really nice. There are different packages of these machines. So there's an A package, and that's kind of the first package. That's, you know, they're all 16 needle. They all have the active feed. Some of the differences that you'll start to see would be in sew speed. So the A package, that's that at 1,000 stitches a minute. That's screaming fast. And you get with that software called Sizer. And what that software allows you to do is open up your designs, colorize them so you can open them up in your software and see them in the appropriate colors. So that's really handy. I don't have to remember, or I don't have to try it out all the time. I can kind of try it out on screen in Sizer and go, what would this look like if it was red? What would this look like if it was blue? Can I turn a cardinal into a blue jay? It's got a little bit of the mask, but I can get pretty close. And I can see that on screen without ever sewing it out. And then I can get all of that situated. I can save my file. I can scale it a little bit if I want to. I'm not a big fan of scaling designs all that much. I like to have them digitized pretty close to the actual size, just because your stitch choices and things are going to change based on those sizes. But you do have that capability with Sizer to scale those. You can open up a lot of those industrial stitch files or those home formats. You've got the ability to open up a lot of that kind of alphabet soup of file extensions, EXP, DST, PS, HUS. You can, I mean, there's so many. You can open them up, colorize them, scale it if you need to, save it with all of those colors, load it to your software, and then you're ready to go. So that's kind of that package A. And your sew field, you're going to be sticking around the inner position of these arms. And so that's, I should have written that one down. That's around 36 centimeters. So I think that's right around 12 inches is going to be the width of that sew field. I knew I should have written that down. And then with the B package, that's kind of the next one. So we're kind of adding to it. That's going to get you lettering. And lettering, if I could find that software. There we go. So lettering is going to have everything that Sizer did. You can bring in all of those designs, colorize them, scale them if you need to, but now you can add lettering to them. And what's fantastic about that is with lettering, you have the ability to not only use, it's over 170-ish, right around there, embroidery alphabets that were digitized for embroidery, but you have the ability to utilize TrueType fonts that are on your Windows system. You can also utilize OpenType fonts. And at that point, we don't even care if it's OpenType with PostScript or OpenType with TrueType outlines, because there's two kinds in there, and some they all work. Perfect. And what's really nice about those is there's alternates and ligatures and contextual alternates. So as you're typing, it may change and give you nice little swoopy swirls, and that's really fun. So that's that package B. It's going to get you all that lettering with it. And then package C gets you into vector, which allows you to open up more artwork. It allows you to convert more artwork from that artwork with all those vector outlines and all that really crisp scalability into stitches. So you've got that ability in your software. You can also still add the lettering, colorize, scale, do all those things that we were doing before. But not only that, with package C, you get a boost in machine speed. So you get to bump up to 1,100 stitches a minute. You also get a boost to your sew field. And so these hoop arms can move to the outer position and you get larger hoops. So that's pretty fantastic. And I believe you can get a hoop large enough to do, if you were doing an in the hoop project and you were doing a 12 by 12 inch hoop, 12 by 12 inch quilt square in the hoop, that is possible with the C package. It's a little too tight in the A and B, but if you wanted to get up a little bit bigger, that's when that C package can kick in. And so that's really fun. I've done that. I've done that for a few shows for the Bravo. So that's, I'm a big fan of that, and the ability to do kind of those things in the hoop at speeds. I'm not changing out threads. I have them all up here. If I do need to change out thread, it's really quick. It's really easy. And I have a little bitty cone here. This one is teeny tiny. It is also 75 weight, so it's really, really, really thin. But if I want to change that out, I can. I just pull this cone off. Now this one, because it's so teeny tiny, you can use an adapter if you want to. I don't always, but I would then tie those threads together. There we go. Tie those threads together real quick. You'll use a square knot, I use a slip knot, and then you pull it all the way through the system. It's a little easier when the hoop's not in the way, but you can do it when the hoop's on there too. All the way through the system. I put that down. I just close the grabber to keep everything nice and tidy back here, so there's Velcro, so it keeps all those little threads in place. And then that's how easy it is to swap out a thread. So that's really handy. As far as the software goes, loading a design, let's get you over here so you can see it. Loading a design, I just simply load a design from my computer. Now, what I like about this is I'm using the same computer. You don't have to, but I'm using the same computer for my design software as well as my operating software. So I'm using the exact same file. So as soon as I'm done editing and I save it, I can then go to my machine. I can then load my design. I select the design. Oh, it's in the middle of it. Sorry. Let's try that again. I could then load my design if I wanted to, set my color sequence. Since it's already loaded, I'm going to cancel out of that. Set my color sequence. And here you can see this is a representation of the thread tree. I just click on it in the order that these are. So color 1 is red. If I look over at my machine, red is, it's over there. I can't see the number. I don't know that I need to see the number. It's in the upper left. So that is needle 14. So I click on it and needle 1 is 14. I just fill out my color sequence, hit OK, and now I'm ready to go. I can then trace it. First, I probably should put the hoop back on the machine. And then trace it, and it will trace the outermost edges of the design. It's not going to do a box trace. It's going to trace, you can even almost start to see the shape of that cardinal head. It's going to kind of trace that out. Now, if I'm outside of the hoop limits, let's see if I can do that real quick. The hoop limits will go solid. If I try to trace it, it's going to go, nope, nope, you're outside of the hoop limit. That's not a good idea. Not only is it not a good idea, I'm not going to let you do it. So now, let's move it a little bit farther over so I don't hit that zipper, and let's double check that one more time. And now I'm ready to just start sewing. So I press the green button. I'll sew for just a minute. You can see it sew out. And so I'm going to stop it there just because it's a little bit loud, and it would take, so this has 8,500 stitches in it. It would take about 8 minutes to sew out. Pretty fast, but I don't want to make you hold on to see that. It would eventually end up looking a lot like this, and I can come in and give you a little bit better view of that right here. And so that's one that has been sewn out. And this was sewn out without backing. Now, I about break out in hives when my coworker does this. Yes, you can absolutely sew without backing. Is it a good idea? Probably not. It depends on the stability of your garment. Can you sew on everything without backing? No, you absolutely need the stability for embroidery, but that's the case with embroidery anywhere. What's nice about this is this does have the stability. I can just put this in this hoop, and this is one of the mighty hoops, the magnetic, so they just snap together and hold really nicely. And they hold without crushing the zipper. So this one is over a zipper and it's not crushing it. And that is not the case with traditional hoops. So I'm a big fan of the ability to use that as well. If I were to get a thread break, what happens? I'm a little bit bummed. I don't love thread breaks, but it will go ahead and stop and it will back up. And they called out the numbers earlier, and I do not, wrong computer, they do not stick in my head, but it's something like 10 stitches for a top thread break and about 17 for a bobbin. I got it right. 17 stitches for a bobbin thread break. And you could adjust that. That's a lot of settings. I don't tend to adjust those very often. Those do really, really well for me. It'll back up. If it's not right, you can still back up a little on your own. If it's too much, you can go forward without stitching easily. You can move through the design that way. Pardon me, I was cleaning out my office and the dust really got me. So the backing up, rarely do I have to deal with thread breaks like this. I basically set the thickness of the material, and I can show you that real quick. So here you can see what it was doing, and I kind of like showing this after the fact. So it was set, and if you need guidelines, these presets will give you some guidelines. And what we were sewing on these bags, I don't remember the name of the fabric, but they're pretty close in thickness to a poplin cap. And so that's what they selected. You hit OK, and it will change this. Now, I probably moved that down one because it's a little bit thinner, so you can tweak it. But as it's sewing, you'll see it kind of, oh, I need to feed a little bit more. It's a little bit thicker here, or I'm sewing over thread that I've sewn before, and then go back down to what we asked it to do. So you give it a little bit of guidance, and it will automatically adjust for you. I've rambled on quite a bit pretty quickly. Oh, one thing I should kind of talk about. So let's trim this and get this off the machine real quick. And let's talk about one of the new features with the Bravo X is the trimmer. And so we're in kind of a tight little pocket. This isn't as tight as some. I probably just hit the mic, sorry. But it's not overly roomy. What I like about these machines, one of the things, is how small this cylindrical lower arm is. And underneath here, on this needle plate, is the trimmer. And the trimmer's underneath of it, and it looks about like this. Not about like this, this is one. And if you look underneath here, as it trims, it moves out, catch the light just right. And what that does, it does a few things. One, this spring will actually hold the thread, but as it moves through, it's also sharpening the blade every trim. So the trimmer just works, trims, and you can trim between all your letters.
Hey, Nate, seems like your microphone just cut off. I don't know if you're got turned off or your batteries went dead.
Or
there you go. We got you back now.
perhaps I unplugged it. Sorry. How far back was that?
Just about 30 seconds.
Okay. So I was talking about the trimmer and that it definitely sharpens itself. It just works. I don't have to worry about it. You blow it out with a canned air when you oil it in the morning before you start, and you're good to go. It's just wonderful, and it always sharpens itself. Big fan of that. Big fan of the small lower arm. And again, really big fan of having my file, getting it colorized, getting the lettering the way that I want it, adding it, saving it, and then using that exact same file on my machine. So did I make a tweak to the file and then did that get on a flash drive and go to the machine? I don't remember. I don't have to worry about any of that. It's all on my computer. I've saved it. I know exactly what it is. Yeah, I really, really like that. What thoughts, what questions, anything do you guys have? Please chat them in so I can answer anything that may come up. As y'all do that, I may come in and show you a little bit of the design software. So this is it. I'm in the vector option. Does the magnetic hoop come with it? So package-wise, I'm going to, machine feature and software-wise, I'm relatively good with that. But for specifics about what comes in the package, I'm going to ask that you speak with Blaine and Sewing Machines Plus. Sorry. Is there anything this machine can't do? That's a good one. You can't really sew on a waterproof item and expect it to be waterproof, but I don't know that you could stick a needle through anything that's waterproof and still be waterproof. You could seal. How does thread? That is a good question. And I'm trying to think of the best way to show it to you. So I'm going to move a camera. Please don't get car sick. All right. So let's kind of zoom in here a little bit, and I'll focus this camera. And I realize you're not looking at that, but you're looking at me being awkward. Perfect. So we'll come in here, and I will get that off screen so you can actually see what I'm talking about. And it's through these guys right here. And this is just an idle roller. It just rolls. But underneath here, underneath this guard, is a geared, almost kind of a grippy roller. I apparently have amazing adjectives. But it does grip the thread a little bit, and it does feed out. And what it does is it feeds out the thread based on a little bit what you guided. So you said my material's about this thick. Okay, so it knows, the machine knows where the needle was and where it's going to be. So that's the length of the stitch. And it knows, because you helped guide it, about how thick the material is. So it adds that, and then it adds what should be underneath. And so it's feeding out that amount of thread for every stitch. And it learns, right? So as it's sewing, it's listening to what's going on. And even though you gave it a little bit of guidance, if it starts to hear that it needs a little bit more, it feeds a little bit more. So all that's kind of automatically happening up here. Do you have to worry about thread tension? Only tiny, tiny bits. You have to just make sure that your bobbin tension is set and that you keep your bobbin case clean. And we like to use, I will get to that in half a second. We like to use just the standard kind of pre-wound L-style bobbins. If you want to wind your own, you can. I like to kind of reuse those plastic-sided ones to do it, because then I don't have to worry about the weight and the inertia of a metal-sided one. If I use a metal-sided one, then I have to add a backlash spring to my bobbin, and that's not my favorite thing to do. I can do it. I just would prefer to make it easier on myself. How hard is it to maintain this multi-needle machine? Well, it's pretty easy. I have to oil the hook every day before I start. And if you are running constantly, if you are using this as kind of a home business and you are just cranking stuff out, oil it after lunch. It's right here. You flip this down, you pull the bobbin out, you blow it out, you oil it, and you're done for that day. There is a weekly maintenance. There is a monthly maintenance. There's a quarterly maintenance. We walk through all of them with pictures on screen and instructions. And if I keep grabbing the mouse to the wrong computer, I'm going to disconnect and not show you what I want to show you. You know what? If I'm in the design software, the maintenance isn't going to be there. There we go. So there are timers. These are stitch-based timers. So when I said daily, monthly, weekly, that's rough. But you can step through. It's going to give you instructions. It's going to give you images. Going to walk you through every little bit. It's also going to move the machine to the appropriate positions to be oiled, so you don't have to guess. It's all right there for you. So I think this is an incredibly easy machine to maintain. And you can watch me maintaining a machine on YouTube too if you want. Like there's videos, there's images, it's in the manual. You got lots of options, and I think it's pretty easy. But you can also preview it before you do it. So yeah, I think it's a pretty easy machine. I was gonna say how easy is it to get, but that was more of a question for Blaine and not myself. I know they've got some good stuff right now with that. Man, that does.
Well, Nate, I think it's time for us to tell them exactly how they can get this thing, don't you?
I would love that. Thank you.
All right, everybody. So this is the Melco 16 needle. Hey, this is a great embroidery machine. As Nate was talking about, it's 1,000 stitches per minute. And we have 3 packages to choose from. We have an A, B, and C package. That A package starts at $9,999. They all come with software, and there's different levels of software. They also have 4 hoops that come with it, and you also get that stand. The hoop sizes, let me tell you about the hoop sizes. There are 3.5 inch, there's a 4.72 inch, a 5.9 inch, and then there's a 11 by 14 inch rectangle hoop that come with it. You see David's got the picture of it right there sitting on the stand. Then there's 3 levels of software that you can get with it. And the A package comes with a beginner type software, and they've got a special name for it. And let me tell you what that name is just in a second. Let me, Kyle's pulling it up for me right now. There it is. It's called a sizer. So that comes with that A package. The B package comes with a little upgraded software package. It's called the editor. And then finally that C package at the top of the line, it comes with the vector package. But right now, guys, we actually have a special on Melco. It's the Hoop Fest special. You can only get it by calling in. So you got to give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. And if you can't get through the phone lines, just go on. Kyle's putting that Google Sheets link in the chat on YouTube and Facebook. Just click that link. It'll open up Google Sheets. Put your name in there with the contact number somebody can reach you at, and just put Melco 16 needle. And that way they'll know what you're calling about, and they'll give you a call. So again, great packages. 3 different packages starting at $99.99 on that A package. They all come with software. They all come with that stand, and they all come with 4 hoops. And we have 60-month 0% interest financing available. So that makes those monthly payments extremely low. So we highly recommend to get on the phones and give us a call right now and try to get you in line, because we sell a ton of Melcos every month with them. And we are their #1 dealer in the nation. And all of our staff is extremely knowledgeable about the Melco. So give us a call. So Nate, great presentation. And we sure do appreciate you and Melco coming on the show. And so guys, we're moving right on along. And we've got from R&K and Floriani, we got Brianna Hickman coming up. And I got to tell you a little bit about Brianna. She is a certified R&K representative, and she loves to teach everybody all about R&K. And she's been dedicated to quilting. and you know, she's loves being around quilters. She loves sharing her knowledge, and we're super excited that she is here on Hoop Fest on day 5 to share her knowledge with all of you. So welcome to the show, Brianna.
Let's see. There we go.
There she is.
Hey. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me on today. I'm really excited to talk to you guys about Quilter Select and what Quilter Select can do for you in the embroidery world as well as in quilting. I've got a few things that I've picked out specifically with embroidery in mind. I'm really excited to share them with you. Shall we jump in?
Hey, I want you to jump right in because, you know, again, when the name always, you know, fools people saying Quilter Select, but you're going to show us all how you can use this in embroidery as well. So that's what we're all excited about.
Oh, good. Well, we'll jump right in then. So first, we'll start by talking a little bit about our Quilter Select threads. When we came out with Quilter Select, we did both a 60 weight and an 80 weight thread. And to pick the colors that we wanted to use for Quilter Select, we actually started with the top Floriani colors. So all of those thread colors will correspond with your favorite Floriani threads. So here, for example, we've got Floriani and then the matching Quilter Select thread. So the 80 weight, sorry about that glare, but the 80 weight here is a perfect bobbin thread. So if you're doing freestanding lace, or if you're doing something like on a pre-made napkin where you're going to see the backside, it's really nice to be able to actually match your thread color on the wrong side. So everything just looks really nice. You can see everything just matches up really beautifully with your favorite Floriani thread colors in that 80 weight thread. Now the 80 weight, it comes in 40 colors. So we went with the top 40 Floriani colors. And all the numbers correspond, so it's really easy to match those up. We do also have them in pre-wound bobbins. How about that? If nothing else, it looks absolutely gorgeous hanging up on your wall. But if you decide to go with a bobbin ring like this, these are class 15 bobbins. And it does have a lid, so all of that dust that likes to build up in the sewing room doesn't get on your bobbins. But you can check, you've got the color number right underneath the bobbin itself. So you always know exactly what color you're using if you're trying to match your top thread. So love, love, love this. I know we're talking embroidery here today, but I also really love this thread for hand piecing. If I'm doing English paper piecing or something, if I have this bobbin ring with me, I know I'll always have the color that I'm going to want to coordinate with the project I'm working on. And this 80 weight thread, it is a polyester thread, but it is so strong. It stands up beautifully to hand sewing, which can really tear thread apart. And that's just a testament to how well it'll run through a machine as well. Other thing, again, because it is so strong, you can use it for embroidery, and it is fantastic for fine lettering. It works really, really well too if you're doing a quilt block in the hoop, for that background stippling to hold everything together. So it's not going to overshadow the rest of your embroidered block, but it'll still give you that texture of the quilting without really overpowering everything. So again, that is the 80 weight Quilter Select thread. We call it our para cotton poly. That's like cotton, but it is made of polyester. To be honest, I actually think it's more like silk. It's an amazing thread. And because this is such a good bobbin thread, we went ahead and put it on these 2,500 yard cones. We've got 4 different colors on the 2,500 yard cones. So we've got white, black, light gray, and off-white. So really, really nice for winding your own bobbins if you're doing a lot of embroidery. I use it a lot too for quilting. I've used it on the long arm quilting machine. I've used it on the domestic quilting machine, both top and bobbin, everything. It works beautifully. If I'm missing questions as I go here, please let me know. Or maybe we'll do questions at the end. So again, that was our 80 weight para cotton poly thread. We do also have them available in packs of 10 bobbins. I was using this one earlier today. But if you decide to go with the pack of 10, it's all one color. We do also have a few colors available in L style bobbins, which would be really great for that quilt or that embroidery machine we were just looking at. But we do have a bunch of colors available in both class 15 and in the L class bobbins, pre-wound. We don't use any glues or resins in our pre-wound bobbins. They are just wound on there, and the thread itself is actually heat sealed. So it's not going to fray. It's not going to stretch. This stuff is fantastic. It is my favorite thread. The 60 weight is amazing as well, but especially when we're talking embroidery, 80 weight is the way to go. So in addition to those color bobbin rings, we also have neutrals. So we've got dark gray, light gray, off-white, and white. And we've got black and white. So half of them are white, half of them are black. Really, really great for having on hand for embroidery, so you don't have to stop in the middle of everything and wind yourself a new bobbin, because that's just no fun. We want to do the fun stuff, and that is not the winding of bobbins. We've done that for you. All right, let's see. What do I have next on my little table here? Ooh, here we go. Can't talk about Quilters Select without talking about our Quilters Select rulers. So our rulers have a non-slip coating on the backside, and it is an actual coating that we have worked very hard to make as the best possible thing that it can be. We have all of the lines on here are really nice fine lines, you can see, and they make it really, really easy to get accurate results when you're cutting, because instead of some of the rulers where they have really, really wide lines, as you're cutting, you have to remember, am I on the right side or the left side of the line? Where am I at? But here, these are fine enough that everything stays very accurate. And because everything that we develop, we do in conjunction with Alex Anderson, who is left-handed, all of our rulers read from right to left and from left to right. So that makes it really easy to measure both directions, but also really easy for left-handed people as well. You don't have to try to look at everything upside down. It's going to work for you no matter what. And for you embroiderers, I know you like to have rulers in whole sizes instead of the half sizes that quilters really, really like. So we do still have several square rulers in whole sizes, but we do only have a limited quantity of those left. So if you want an 8x8 ruler, a 12x12 ruler, even our big 18-inch square ruler, snap them up while you can, because once they're gone, they are gone. And we will be going to all half size. So make sure you get these whole size rulers while you can. Now, this non-slip coating, you might notice it's a little bit yellowish. That is on purpose. We did that so that you can see your lines both on light fabric, but also so that it's easier to see your lines even on a darker fabric. And we went with that yellow color specifically. Let me move this so we've got a little less glare. There we go. Specifically went with that yellow because that was what we found worked the best. Now, as far as this non-slip coating, I want to show you, because accurate cutting means you get accurate results. So if you put this ruler down and you hold it down like you're going to cut, if your ruler moves, your fabric moves. And part of that is the non-slip coating. That's the vast majority of it. But part of it too is our cutting mats are actually smoother than the typical cutting mat that you'll see. So that just gives it a little bit more ability to move around. So if you're cutting out a square, for example, you could cut and you can turn and cut, turn, cut all the way around without things shifting on you. And you're going to get a nice square, and you're not going to accidentally cut yourself by trying to cut this way and do all those no-no things that we were always taught not to do, but we do it anyway. In order to cut, you're going to need a rotary cutter, and we have our cutter in both the 45 and the 60 millimeter. Guys, these cutters are amazing. You use one of these, every other rotary cutter out there is going to feel like a toy. They weigh 8 ounces, so they have some heft to them, which does a number of things. First, the way that it's weighted, when you pick it up, it wants to sit in your hand exactly where it should sit. It doesn't want to sit way back here. It doesn't want your hand to slide up. It wants your hand to sit exactly where it should sit to be cutting. So that's really nice. You end up with a whole lot less strain on your wrist, on your arm, on your fingers, just because of the way that we've weighted it. Also, that extra weight makes it a lot easier to push into your fabric And because it's not light and flimsy, everything is going to stay a lot more in line as you're cutting. We've also made it really, really easy to make sure your safety guard is on around your rotary blade. Open rotary blades is one of my biggest pet peeves. So to use this, just hold down this button, give it a little tap, and see how that's slid. The blade guard has slid back just enough so we can cut. Done cutting, just give it a tap, and it closes right up. Really easy. So just button, tap, tap it to close it, and it's closed. Oh, so what about left-handed people? Ta-da! Now it's a left-handed rotary cutter. Same deal, just touch the button, tap it open, tap to close. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to change the blade to the other side. You just move it from one hand to the other. And all of a sudden, it's a left-handed or a right-handed rotary cutter. So that's really, really nice. One more thing about these that we absolutely love, and we worked really hard to come up with a great solution for, is changing the blade. Rotary blades are sharp, even when they're dull blades. And changing them can be a bit of a hassle. So we've got this little knob on the front. We've made it really easy to hold on to. So you just grab that and pull the lever on the back side down. It lifts right out. We've put a magnet in here so that your rotary blade doesn't go rolling off and fall on the floor and who knows where and end up in the cat's mouth. We've got little magnets so that you can actually hold on to your blade without trying to grab the sides, because that's never going to end well. So you grab it there, and then you can grab it by the flat of the blade, lift it off, put your new blade on, put it back in there, and pop that up. That's how easy it is to change the blade. There's no odds and ends of little pieces to keep track of. There's no remembering which side the washer goes on. None of that. So like I mentioned, we've got the 45, and last year we came out with the 60mm rotary cutter, which we are absolutely in love with. It works just the same as the 45. Touch the button, give it a tap, it's open, turn it around and tap it to close it. But the nice thing with this is if it's open and you need to cut something that's maybe a little heavier, a little thicker, maybe you're cutting flannel or you're cutting batting where you need just a little bit more clearance, the backside, right where your finger wants to sit, there's a lever. And as long as this is open already, you can just slide that lever up and it exposes even more of the blade here so that you can cut more plush fabric or batting. Now, if you do have it open all the way, you can't just turn it over and tap to close. You do need to push that button just to get it started, and then it'll lock right into place. But you can see even when it's locked into place, that blade guard isn't going anywhere. So if you drop it on your toes, etc., I still don't recommend dropping it on your toes because it would hurt just because it's heavier than your little plastic rotary cutters. But if you do, that blade is still going to be protected and you won't cut your toes. Same deal as far as switching from right to left. Just a really, really great blade. And with the 60mm blades, you don't need quite as much force to cut. The one thing, make sure you are only cutting straight lines with your 60mm blade, because the bigger your blade is, the more space it takes up in your cutting mat as you're cutting. And if you're trying to cut curves, it's going to make a mess of your mat really quick. So again, 45, 60mm rotary cutters, best cutters you will ever feel in your hand. There we go. While we are talking about cutting, we also have our applique scissors, which are perfect for if you were doing applique in the hoop. And we do have them for right-handed. We also have the left-handed version, and they are true left-handed scissors. We haven't just moved the curve to the other side. We have actually flipped the blades so that they're oriented right for left-handed cutters. And what makes these so great for applique, especially in the hoop, is that they do have the double curve to them. So if you're working in the hoop, you can actually get this down into the hoop, even if you haven't taken it off of the bed of your sewing machine yet. This, the wave, or the duck bill, as some people will call it, helps to hold down all your background fabric, while the fabric that you're trimming from the top will slide up here, and you just trim it right off. The thing that makes these really nice is this little point at the end. A lot of applique scissors just have one big curve, But since these come down to this little point, you can get into those little tight corners. Like if you're appliquing leaves or something like that, you can actually get down into those corners without having to do this with your scissors. Because if you are cutting along with your applique and then you have to do this, all of a sudden there's really no point in you having a pair of applique scissors, because you don't have that nice blade holding down your background fabric and keeping it from distorting, because you've lifted it up off of your fabric. So we put this nice point on there to make it a lot easier to get into all those tight little corners and just make everything a lot easier. And I don't know if you can hear this. I don't have a fancy camera on here, but you know that sound of really nice scissors? That's the sound these are making right now. They're really nice and sharp. They're great scissors. So again, that is the Quilters Select Wave Applique Scissors for right or left-handed. So make sure you get the version that you need. And on the subject of applique in the hoop, let's talk for a second about our glue pens. So there's a few different glue stick pens available on the market. This one works really well, especially if you're working in the hoop, because it dries really fast. And when it dries, it's not going to leave your needle goopy. Everything just holds really, really quick. So if you have those little pieces that if you had a block that had balloons on it or something, and each one was a different fabric, so you've got a whole bunch of little pieces you have to hold in place, this is the way to go. It's a bright yellow. See if we can get it. There we go. It's a bright yellow glue pen. It's got a nice fine glue point on there, so it's really easy to see where you have glued. Get something here I can glue on. So you can see where you've glued. It does dry clear, but again, that's probably dried already. You glue it, you stick your fabric down, and ta-da, it's dry. It's ready to go. You are all set to start stitching. You don't have to worry about it gooping up your needle or anything like that. You can stitch right over it. So instead of using tape to hold some of those little pieces down and worrying about stitching over your tape, you can use the glue pen to hold those little things in place. You don't have to worry about stitching over it, but it will hold it in place for you while you stitch, but it is gentle enough that you can then peel it away after the fact to trim around your applique. So it dried enough to hold it down. It really does dry clear. You're not going to have all this goop around there. But yeah, that is our fabric glue stick. We do have refills available as well. If you get a glue stick, it does come with one in the glue pen. It does come with one extra as well. But if you're going to get it, get yourself a set of refills. You end up using it more than you ever think you will. And it goes kind of quick. So you may as well just get them both while you're at it. I use this for English paper piecing. I use it for holding, like I was just saying, holding down applique, whether it's just a little piece that didn't quite get fused in a quilt, or if I'm doing something in the hoop. You know what? I use this thing in my office all the time too, just as a regular glue stick. I just love this glue pen and how small the tip on it is, as opposed to a regular office glue stick. So again, Quilters Select fabric glue stick. You know what? If nothing else, it's bright yellow, and it's just a very happy color. And we all could use a little happy in our days. One more thing to hold things down in the hoop is we have our free fuse powder. Now, what we designed this for is basting your quilt top and batting and your backing together. So it is just a really lightweight powder. Let's see if I can get some out here. Oh, there you go. Come on out. So it's just this really fine powder. You can see here. And it is a fusible powder. And you can use it just like you would a spray base. The only difference is that you will have to press it to get it to activate. But the advantage to that is that you don't have to worry about overspray. Anything that ends up on your surface, you just brush it right off, vacuum it up, you're good to go. You don't have to worry about going outside, going to a different room of the house, and so you don't get overspray on your machine or on your cutting mat, because it just brushes off. It does not get sticky. It doesn't fuse to anything until you put heat on it. Now, it won't work super well on anything that's really plush. So those really, really fluffy battings, it won't work very well on. But something that's a little bit more dense, like an embroidery batting, this would be perfect for. Or the back side of a minky fabric, it would be fine on. The top side, not so much. But if you are embroidering something on the corner of a quilt or on the corner of a ready-made something, you want to put some initials on there. As long as what you're embroidering isn't too plush, you can go ahead and hoop your mesh stabilizer, and then you can use this to hold it on. If if it's that last minute project, you don't have your sticky stabilizer that you'd normally use for something like that. In a pinch, you can throw some free fuse on there. Or if you are doing an embroidered quilt, this is a great way to go ahead and baste your layers together instead of getting all of those little safety pins out. You just sprinkle a little bit of free fuse on. I lay down my batting. I will sprinkle some free fuse over it, put my backing down over it, press it on as I go, and then flip it all over and repeat the same with the top of my quilt. And it's way better than having to use all those safety pins. It doesn't distort the quilt top like safety pins will, and it just holds things beautifully. So again, that's our Quilter Select Free Fuse Powder. Now it is a semi-permanent fusible powder, so you're not going to want to use this to hold something on permanently if you're not going to be stitching over it, but it's really great for holding things together while you stitch. Okay. And my last little goodie I want to share with you guys today is our Quilter Select Self-Erase Marker. So this is one of those markers where you draw it on and over time the mark disappears. But unlike a lot of the markers out there that are similar to this, I have played with this multiple times on many different fabrics, many different types of fabrics, a lot of different time frames. And if you press over this, it will still go away. You will still be able to wash it out. You will not end up with that nasty permanent pink mark on your project that you will get with a lot of the other disappearing markers out there. How long it stays will depend a lot on where you are, what the environment's like. For example, I'm in Tennessee and it tends to be pretty humid down here, especially this time of year. So this will probably go away faster than it would, say, in Montana or somewhere that's a little bit more dry and maybe a little bit cooler. So if I leave this mark will probably be gone in, let's say, 2 to 3 days. It washes out with water really easily. We also have the other end is an eraser. So I can use this to get rid of my mark. If I don't want it to stick around, if I just need my mark to go away, I can do that really quick and easily, and it is gone. So it's really great if you're for drawing crosshairs or lining up points in your embroidery blocks, or if you are doing multiple hoopings of things, you can use these to make registration marks. Or if you need to mark a spot where, oh, I need to go back and fix that, but I'm too far through the design right now, I need to go back and do that later. You can draw yourself a little arrow to say, here, this is the spot that I was thinking about. I've definitely done that. These are these are perfect for that. They work really well on paper too. I like to use them for quilting. If I am, cutting out all of the pieces to my quilt, I'll mark off which piece I've already cut as I go through the cutting list, because this will disappear and I will still have my quilt pattern or my book all beautifully unmarked for the next time I go to do it. Or if you are going through and you have a printed thread chart of the embroidery design you're working on, you can mark off each one as you go along so you remember exactly where you are. Or if you are shopping for that embroidery project, you can take that list with you to the store, mark it off as you go, take it home, you'll know what you've got, but the next time you go to do that project, you can start fresh without having to reprint something or without having your pattern all marked up. That is our Quilter Select Self-Erase Marker. And you double check here. That is what I've got for you guys today from Quilter Select. I planned that really well, so I'd have time for questions Does anybody have questions about any of the things I've shown you today? I'm going to move you back up so you can see me. Here we go.
Well, hey, Brianna, great job. That was awesome. So, hey, got to remind everybody how you can get these products. This is a Quilter Select products. And again, go to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Up in that search bar, type in Quilter Select. And we have a great call-in special for these. We got a really good discount on them, but you have to call to get it because of advertising restrictions. We can't share that information. But give us a call at 1-800-401-8151 and speak to one of our sales agents. And if you can't get through, I know the phone lines have been crazy today. Hey, Kyle has been putting up that Google Sheets link in the chat on YouTube and Facebook. So just hit that link, and what it'll do is it'll pull up Google Sheets. Just fill out your name, your contact information, and tell us what you're calling about, and they'll give you a call as soon as they can. They're making you a priority today. So anyway, great discount on the Quilter Select products. Just put it in the search bar and it'll take you to the page where all those products are at that Brianna just shown. And we sure do appreciate Brianna coming on, and R&K and R&K being one of our sponsors. So thanks, Brianna. Great job on that. And we're going to move right along, guys. And let's bring Angela Wolf back in. And we're going to talk a little bit about some brother sewing machines. And hey, Angela, next up, we got Heather Banks. And, Heather is so awesome and so talented. And she's going to bring up that 1600 today and talk a little bit about what you can do with that. And guys, I got to tell you right up front, hey, we're running extremely low on these machines. I think there's less than 10 left, and that is a big seller. So if you've been waiting on a 1600, now's the time to get it, because we got a great call-in special, but you have to call in. You get that special. There's 10 left, and they're probably going to go during this next 30 minutes. So
I'll bet you
anyway,
they
I'm
will.
going to let you bring Heather in, and y'all get to talk all about the 1600 today.
That's awesome, Blaine. I'm very excited about this. Heather, I cannot wait to see you. I feel like we're doing a Facebook Live show. I love this machine. Hi, Heather.
Hi, Angela. Thanks for having me. I know, I feel like we're doing Facebook Live again.
It's so great to see you. Oh, I love this machine. I cannot wait to see what you're going to show on it.
I love this machine too. I can understand why there's only 10 left, because it is fabulous.
I know. I'm like 10. They're going to be gone. Should we have like a countdown?
Oh, exactly.
Awesome. Well, take it away, Heather. I can't.
You bet, Angela. Thank you so much for having me, Blaine, too. So I'm really excited today to be showing you the 1600E. This is an embroidery only machine. And if you're wondering if this machine might be for you, I kind of wanted to give you an idea of who this machine works really well for. Like I said, I do love mine. If you have a sewing machine and you're thinking about getting an embroidery machine, this is an excellent second machine to have in your room. It lets you stitch out your embroidery designs on one machine, and then it lets you sew on the other. And a lot of us do that. We want to maximize our time. So we're machine embroidering over on one side and we're sewing on the other. So I highly recommend a second embroidery machine if you can do it. This machine is easy to carry. It's only 19 pounds. So you can take it to classes. You can be like me and you can travel with it and set it up in your hotel room. So also, if you already have a large embroidery machine, maybe a top of the line machine, and you don't want to take that to classes, then you could certainly take this machine with you so it could be your travel machine. If you are a small business or you're thinking about becoming a small embroidery business, and this could be the machine for you. If you are upgrading because you're a small business and you have a 4x4 hoop or a 5x7 hoop and you've been wanting to go a little bit bigger, this machine will do it for you, and I'll explain why. You can do more for your customers with this machine. This machine has many features that make it stand out and really remind me of our top of the line machines. So let's switch camera views so you can see it closer, and I will show you in more detail what makes this machine so fabulous. So give me 1 second and I will take you on over to another view of our machine. Okay, so here you can see the machine in total. It is nicely sized to fit on most tabletops. It's 27 inches from here all the way to the other end with the embroidery arm attached. It's 13 inches tall. So this is not an overly huge machine that will require, a whole lot of table space. Beautiful exterior. I mean, I have to throw that in because it is really pretty. 2 LED lights, one here and one here. It also has automatic tension. So you won't find any dials or anything you have to touch because automatically it adjusts the tension for you. If I lift the lid, you will see where the thread sits and where you wind your bobbin. So all of that's right here. It also has a USB port on the side, so you are not limited to just the designs in the machine. You can import PES designs. Now, one of my favorite things about this machine, and I kind of told you here a second ago, was the giant, and I gotta say giant, the giant hoop size. This is a 6x10 hoop. So you can see my hand, and you can see this is all stitch space. I want to point out, this is not a multi-hooping. This is not one of those hoops where you can only stitch here and then you move it and you line up your design. You can stitch anywhere in this design all at the same time. So you could just drop in your different designs like I did here. I dropped in fonts and I dropped in my heart and I used a shape, and this was one complete stitch out at one time. So this is one of the things that really, really makes this machine stand out. Unlike other machines where you might get a 4x4 hoop or a 5x7. Now this just locks into place with the letters, so it's really easy to put into your machine. I'm going to do it even sitting over on the side, and you can see that's just a lever. That's all there is to it. I'm ready to go. If you have other hoops, like say a 4x4 hoop or a 5x7 hoop, 6x6 hoop, use them. They'll work perfectly fine with this machine. So if you've been saving up from other machines, you're good to go. This machine can stitch up to 850 stitches per minute. That is awesome. That is fast. So you're getting a lot of good quality time in here, especially for production. If you have a business, you are going quite quickly. Another feature that I feel is one of those features that really makes this machine stand out and seem like a top of the line machine is it cuts your jump stitches. Now, I'm going to come over here. If you are not familiar with jump stitches, as your machine stitches, it will stop and it will need to move to another section. As it does that, if your machine doesn't cut jump stitches, and that's what you see right here, then what will happen is that you will have a long trail of thread. And this is common. I mean, you see this with many machines, and you can cut them. It's not the end of the world. You can certainly sit down and cut them and your design will look wonderful. But one of the features in our machines that really distinguishes it as a quality, wonderful machine to work with is the fact that these stitches are cut for you. So here you can see the same design finished, and I didn't have to cut anything. It automatically went through and it cut my jump stitches for me, which is just a huge time saver. So again, if you're in business or it's just not something you want to spend time doing, this machine can take you from here to here. And I mean, this is just one of my favorite features. Cutting jump stitches is huge. And so between the large hoop and the jump stitches already, I get really excited about the great features of this machine. So let's talk about a couple of other things. Let me remove the hoop so you can see the threading system. This machine has what we like to call an advanced threading system. And I'm going to switch cameras and let you see it a little bit closer. And so I'll bring this up for you and I'll let it come into focus. So here, of course, is my needle, and it's not threaded. Now on the side of the machine, we have a lever, and I'm going to briefly show that to you. And this is what we use to thread this machine. So I'm going to come back to the side. Now this thread is already prepped. All I'm going to do is press that lever and boom, it's threaded. It is so quick. It is so easy. If you're like me and you have any issues seeing the thread, and I know I do, you can really boom, it is one step. And Prepping that was so easy. Let me unthread it. All I did was wrap it in front, and that was it. And let me show you one more time. Boom, it's threaded. So really, really easy and fast. You won't go back if you haven't used something so simple as this. All right, I'm going to take you back to the front of the machine so that we can, and actually, we've really talked about what makes this machine so great from here. So let me take you a little bit closer and we will look at the actual screen. So, excuse me, here you can see that we're looking at just the machine, or excuse me, just the screen, and we're kind of close up. So, okay, right off the bat, what do you notice? Full color, right? So we've got a full color screen, and it's very easy to see our designs. So there's, it's not like some machines where it's very, very small, or maybe it's pixelated, or it's in black and white. Here you can really see the details of what you'll be stitching out. And I'm kind of giving you an idea here of what those things look like. Now, this machine has 198 designs built in. So kind of, I'm going to scroll through the pages a little bit so you can see that. Here's a fun tropical drink. I'd like to be relaxing on a beach with that right now. Over on the side, you can see which hoops this would fit into. Our 6x10. It would also work with a 5x7 and also the 4x4. The last hoop you're seeing is I believe it's 1.5 by 2 inches. So that's a real small one, and so it's not surprising that wouldn't fit in there. Kind of keep scrolling through because, like I said, there's 198 designs built in. And I mean, if you're like me, one of the first things you do when you're looking at an embroidery machine is, you scroll through the designs. What do I get? What comes with this design? Oh, here's that heart that we looked at a second ago, or that I stitched out for you on the 6x10 hoop. So I'm going to continue scrolling. All of the holidays are in here. Wildlife, birds, bees, butterflies. So, I mean, there's a lot here. So right before you even get going, you'll have those available to you. Now, you may be wondering, Brother is known for Disney, and I'm not seeing any Disney designs, and that's because this machine does not have them included. However, we do have a flash drive, and we have what is called Brother's 𝐓𝐸𝐬𝐸ry website, which means that you can go to 𝐓𝐸𝐸𝐬𝐸.com and you can download any of the 1,500 different Disney designs. I'm going to slide one in front. If you like Star Wars, Yoda. So there are more than 1,500 Disney designs. These all came from embroidery, and you can stitch them all out on this machine. And let me show you how that works. In case you're curious, you have 2 buttons right here. One is to save to the machine, and one is the USB. If I pull up the USB, and I already have it plugged in, you can see what is built in onto my USB. Here's my embroidery designs. I have 2 saved. Let's look because they're really, really cute. Pull those up for you. There is my Minnie Mouse hamburger, which I'm planning on stitching out pretty quick. And here is the Minnie Mouse cotton candy. Both of these designs came from embroidery.com. Once I pull up a design, any design, from my USB, I can choose to save it to my machine or a USB. So that means that I don't have to, let me set that. I don't have to always use my USB. I can just pull up the design and I can save it directly to my machine. So, I mean, right off the bat too, big bonus, right? You take something from your USB, permanently saved to my machine. Let me go back home really quick, because I didn't show you that there are fonts built into the machine as well. There are 11 fonts, awesome fonts, and you saw those there that I used. You can easily put these in. You can add multiple lines, easy to set onto your screen. Go back. And then we didn't look, but there is this beautiful decorative alphabet that is also included, and it's gorgeous. It's all floral. It's really large, so there's a lot a lot here, shapes, and then buttonholes, like I said, almost 200 designs. So you have so much right here in the machine, plus the possibility of adding embroidery as well. With our designs, we can do quite a bit of editing, and that is another benefit of the 1600. So once you have a design up, most of us, we're going to want to do things to it. Sometimes we stitch it just as it is, but you can see here our editing screen. So I can move it direct around on the screen, although I can do this with my finger as well. Change the size. I can make it bigger. I can make it smaller. I can rotate 90 degrees, 10 degrees. I can change colors. Maybe I don't want a blue boat. Now I've got a red one. I can mirror image this. That's a huge one. And I can add. So if I want to personalize what I'm working on, that's easy. What if I want to add a monogram? There we go. I have a monogram. What if I want to add another design? Remember, I said this is a 6x10 hoop, and you can add as many different designs as you want until the hoop's filled up. So maybe I'm making Christmas ornaments, or I'm making name tags, and I want a lot of things in this hoop. I mean, 6x10 is a lot of space, and I can continue to add until my hoop is full, and that is just awesome. I mean, I want to get the most bang for my buck, and you're really getting that here with this ability to edit on screen. And I'm not having to wonder, what is that again? What is that shape? It just maybe looks like a blob. Nope, with this machine, you get all the details. Here's another option to look really close. Look at the detail that I'm able to see. So I really wanted to emphasize how this is something that you tend to see with a top-of-the-line type machine. And we're seeing it here in more of a mid-level machine. And I just love this. So let me go to back to our home screen. Okay, so you've seen so much of what this can do. Let's see it stitch out a little bit, because I think that's well worth seeing. I'm going to, well, actually, before I do that, let me pick a design. Not really sure. Let's go back to the butterfly, because there was a fun, I love this. Is this cheetah? I hate to guess, because I'm probably guessing wrong. But let me show you this a little bit bigger. Check out that pattern design. I'm thinking purse, wallet. I don't know. I got all kinds of ideas for that. So I'm going to say, okay. I'm going to set my design. Now, of course, I could edit it if I want, move it around, but I'm just going to leave it in the center. And I'm going to push edit end and embroidery. So now I'm going to back up a little bit so you can see how this machine works. And let's go back to our first one. Okay, so I just want you to kind of see and hear this stitch. And I think that's really helps people to know, what to expect and what works. Now I'm putting in the 5x7 hoop. Like I said, comes with a 6x10, but you can use 4x4, 5x7, etc. All I do is I lower the presser foot and I push start. That's it. I, of course, already have thread loaded into the machine. So let me give you a second to kind of check this out, see how it works. All right, gonna just use the scissors and cut that. So overall, you've kind of gotten a really good feel for how this works. I'm trying to remember if I mentioned that you can turn the jump stitches off on this machine, and that the jump stitch cutting. And that is a question we get asked a lot for people who love to embroider quilt in the hoop. Using their embroidery machine, you can turn the jump stitches off, bury your threads, makes for a beautiful finished quilt. So we've really kind of covered the basics. Let me show you some of the things that you could make with this machine. And here are a few things that I've made. Now, we were just talking about embroidery designs, and these, again, are not built into the machine. However, they came from 𝐓𝐲𝐬𝐿𝐿.com, and these are Marvel, right? So we have Marvel, Disney to choose from. All of these would stitch perfectly on your machine. So there's kind of an example there. We talked about briefly, I was showing you the different Star Wars, and there are Star Wars designs that you can choose from as well. So although these aren't built in, you can definitely get these from 𝐓𝐲𝐬𝐬𝐿.com and make yourself a Star Wars quilt. Additionally, here is this design is built into the machine. So, mug rug, summer bee, really cute. Another feature that I didn't show you, but we can go into a little bit is, do you notice how my quilted is different colors? So multicolor is one of the options that you have with this machine, where you can automatically program it to stitch out your fonts in different colors. Again, shapes. There are different shapes built into the machine, and this was automatic. I didn't have to create that, and everything you see here is built into the 1600. None of this is purchased separately. Here is a fun way to use something separate. Now, this is just a hair bow, and this is stitched. I know it's a little difficult to see on the screen, but this is using metallic. So these gold metallic threads were used perfectly fine. No issue with stitching with metallics. And this design is included in 1600, and this is one of the fonts that are included. So there's, just lots of things you can do with it. There are larger designs. This design of the snowman is built into the machine. I'm trying to get it a little bit closer. And the snowman was stitched in variegated thread. I added font. This is from the machine. And then I added, these are 2 frames that are in the machine as well. These snowflakes were brought in with a USB with a separate design. So this is quite a large design. And I was, easily 3 hands across. And this was all done in one hooping in the 6x10 hoop. So if you're tired of having to, reposition or stitch part of your design and then rehoop and move it and try to line it up, this is wonderful because, one hoop, you get a gigantic design. If you like zipper bags, if so many in the hoop designs that people make nowadays, like zipper bags. If you've been feeling left out, a 6x10 hoop will really help you with that. Here's an example of another design. This is built in. So I did not bring this in. This is found in the machine, And I just love this floral wreath. Again, just a built-in font. You're kind of seeing that I have a favorite font, right? And this is of course, a garden flag, or I'm trying to decide where to put it. I feel like it could go inside the house as well. But in this case, this was just stitched on sticky stabilizer. So I didn't hoop my garden flag. It has the different pieces there, and it was just laid on top and built right into the machine. All of it, look how long it would have taken me to cut all of the jump stitches for this design. I think it has 25,000 stitches. So the fact that it cut all of the jump stitches for me automatically, and all I had to do was take it off and use it, it was huge. I was so happy. And you can see here, just to kind of give you a tip on how you hoop with this machine, because it doesn't have the camera or the projector of our higher end machines, but it still isn't a problem. What I do is I'm simply taking lines, and I make a crosshair in the center, and I take my lines all the way to the ends. And on your hoop, you will also have little marks that this is the middle of the hoop and this is the middle of the hoop. So when I'm hooping my designs, I'm lining up my marks with these other marks on the hoop. So then I know when I'm in the middle. It has a few other features that allow us to know where to line it up as well. So let me go back too. Now, maybe I should ask if there are any questions too. I am seeing, and so we've seen it stitch, and that is awesome. So as I mentioned, we have a lot of different abilities to be able to place this. With over 5,000 embroidery designs available to you, whether that's through 𝐓𝐸broidery or the almost 200 that are available here in the machine. If you are looking to start a business, and I'm going to flip you back to me. Hold on. Got all these different camera angles to negotiate. Okay, perfect. So what do you think of this machine? I love it. I have so many uses for it. Does the stitch count increase as you enlarge? No, Teresa, it's just a small amount, so it doesn't need to. Excuse me. In some machines where it goes larger, it will change the stitch count. In this one, it's not changing it enough to need the stitch count increased. Really good question. Was the stippling in the same hooping? No, that would be larger than the hoop in that case. So I did take that out and stippled on my own. So that's a great question. If we compare, well, let me see if I hold that back up. I actually made this about as large as I could in the hoop. So from the edge of this design, top and bottom, and then I took it out and I added the stippling separately. Yes. Oh my gosh, great question. Thank you for asking. Can you use pre-wound bobbins? Yes. Now let me show you this because I have it sitting here and not a pre-wound bobbin. Yes, you can use pre-wound bobbins. Pretty much that's all I use. I love them. But I wanted to let you know this Brothers embroidery only machines use 90 weight bobbin threads. So you see the 90 there, the hashtag or the pound sign with the 90. That's because with embroidery only machines, you want to use 90 weight bobbin thread. You may be used to using 60 weight if you have used some of our combination machines or our higher end machines, but our embroidery only are actually calibrated in the factory for 90 weight. And you will probably notice a difference in quality that could be one of those frustrating elements. You're thinking, why isn't this working for me? So make sure you're using 90. Excellent question. Thank you. Throat space, 8 inches, I believe. I do believe it's 8 inches. Sorry, I didn't have I measured the other pieces and I didn't measure with me. I don't see it right on here. Oh, wait, I bet I have it here. Let's double check. Workspace, 8 inches. Yes. We just double checked. We found it. And this is embroidery. Thank you. Good question. This is embroidery only. So if you're looking for that, is there a thread stand? No. So this would require a separate thread stand, which you could absolutely use, but something that would stand next to it. So it doesn't have one of those that go onto the back like you may have seen in some of the others. What hoops does it come with? Excellent question. So this particular machine only comes with a 6x10. So this is the hoop that you get in the box. I showed you the 5x7 because you can use 5x7 or 4x4, but just expect the 6x10 to come in the box. Excellent questions, you guys. Great, you got them rolling. I love it. Should see if you can stump the educator. Let's see, what else? Any other questions? How much does it weigh? Oh, this one I know, 19.4 pounds. So I did look that up. And I believe that is without the arm on it. The arm is very, very lightweight. I mean, like a couple kind of pounds. But the machine itself weighs 19.4. Is there a multi-hoop for this model? Could you use one? I don't believe there would be one that would make it larger than 6x10. And that is, of course, the benefit of the 6x10 hoop is that normally you would be looking at this size of hoop for multi-hooping, be trying to stitch up here, re-hoop, and get down here. But this large field is all one. So multi-hooping, I don't believe so, but that might be something that we'd have to look up. Other accessories, good question. So it comes with a pouch and it comes with also this is the dust cover. So you can expect the dust cover and it comes with, of course, the embroidery foot. Then you'll find lots of little goodies in here. You get bobbins, you get scissors, you get extra needles, you get screwdriver. So this is the accessories that are extra in addition to the hoop, which also comes with it. You guys are great. You're on it today, asking all kinds of good questions. I love it. Let's see, anything else that you need to know? Oh, and thread. So I do believe it comes with a 90 weight thread. Where did I get the Star Wars designs? Aren't those cute? Okay, the Star Wars designs come from 𝐓𝐤𝐬𝐬𝐬. So just the word embroidery, but take off EM and use 𝐓𝐤𝐬𝐬𝐬.com. And that is a brother's site, and it has over 1,500 different Disney designs, and it has the Star Wars. Can you use the Disney designs in a small business? No. So Disney does restrict that, and they ask that only Disney designs are used for personal use and nothing to be sold, unfortunately. Can you use a metal hoop? I'm wondering, Vicki, do you mean magnetic? We don't have any, Brother doesn't sell any metal hoops, but that I'm thinking of like this. But you could, if it was at least 6 by 10 or smaller and it was compatible with the machine, it had the same way that you loaded it. I mean, technically there's no reason metal couldn't be used. Embroidering on a cap. There are some cap frames that are out there that work on a single flatbed machine. If there was one that was for a 6 by 10 that had the same mechanism for Brothers, then you could. But otherwise, embroidering for a cap, I don't know that it would have the space without a specialized hoop for caps specifically. You guys are just making the questions roll. Can all Brother machines stitch embroidery designs? Yes, except for the 10. Actually, I think the 10 needle, I was going to say the 10 needle couldn't, but I believe it can. It just can't stitch Disney designs. So really, yes, in general, most Brother machines that you're going to find, you can use the embroidery designs. It isn't unique to this machine. And you actually go to embroidery and you pair your machine with embroidery. So even before you buy your designs, you would know for sure because you would pair those together. Good questions. This is a great machine. I wonder if they're all sold, Angela.
I'm willing to guess that they probably are, but I don't know for sure. But, Heather, when I brought you in, I was so excited to see you. I forgot. For those of you that don't know Heather, she is a Brother educator. She has been with them for so long. You are so talented. And I just looked at my Google Calendar, and I think, are you on the live show next Thursday with me?
I'll be there, Angela. And I'm going to talk about the 1600 again.
All right. So for those of you that haven't ever seen Heather and I, we have a lot of fun on the live show. It's At Your Side Virtually. It's a Brother Facebook and YouTube live show. But there is a few more questions for you, by the way. They came in a lot earlier, and someone was wanting to know, can they bring designs to the machine with their USB stick?
Yes, absolutely. So we talked, and they probably just missed this piece, but go back and watch it if you'd like. But for sure, you can bring in your USB. There is a USB port on the side, and as long as it's a PES file, embroidery file, then you can bring it in, and it just needs to fit in the hoop, 6 by 10 inch design or smaller.
That's awesome. And that embroidery has so many different designs. And for those of you that are looking for a couple of free designs to put in your Brother machine, the Brother blog is now back up. So if you go to brothersews.com, the blog's up, and there is a free design every month that Joanne Banco throws on there. And that's very cool too. So everyone was loving the stitching that you're doing on there. And I had to laugh when you said, how much does it weigh? You're like, I know this. You mean it's not like the 40-pounder behind me?
Right? I know. That's crazy, right? No, it's this is one of those ones where you can just use the handle, pick it up, and walk to the next table.
That's fantastic. So I'll bet you those 10 aren't going to take very long. So what is, someone was just asking, I cannot believe all the good questions that have come through. I think you could be on here for like 2 hours.
Good question.
This one was something about thread.
Okay. I'm using a 40 weight and the top. So we typically like a 40 weight in top and 90 weight in the bottom so that you get that nice wrap around of the embroidery thread.
Nice.
Does that maybe seem like what they were going for?
Probably. If not, they could post something a little bit more detailed. But it was something with thread. And I love that you brought your camera so close to show how easy it is to thread that needle. That is just the easiest thing. I have a friend that has a machine similar to this that has the same threading, not that machine, but it's a brother. And she never knew that she could thread the needle like that. I'm like, oh my gosh.
It's so easy, right? It's just boom, it's just done.
It is so easy, so easy. Any last minute things you'd like to add about the machine, Heather?
Wow. I think I would just say this machine it just has so many features that are reminiscent of our top of the line that you really get a lot for your money with this machine.
Yeah, and how many designs did you say were built into that?
There are 198 actual embroidery designs and 11 fonts.
Wow. And I saw some people saying, can I go back and watch this tutorial? Yes, you can. When we're not live again, all of these videos you can go back and watch. But then someone who must not have seen at the beginning, could you just give a recap of what hoops come with this machine? Because that's really important.
100%. It is so important. This machine comes with the 6x10 inch hoop. Now, this is the one hoop it comes with. You can use your 4x4, 5x7, but this gigantic hoop is the one you're going to get in the box.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. And I didn't see that the lady that asked you about the metal hoop. I didn't see her come back and say if she was talking about magnetic or not. But to bring that one back up. Everybody's saying thank you, awesome, thank you. What is that? Is that a quilt behind you?
This is my Moana quilt, yes, and all of these Moana designs came from embroidery. But yeah, it is. I love it.
It's gorgeous. As I'm watching the demo, I'm always like doing the I Spy in your studio, right?
Right, absolutely. We all do that.
Absolutely. Is there a speed control? Somebody's asking.
So the speed control, yes, it is. What it is that in the settings menu, you can move it up to 850 stitches per minute. You go down to 7, 6, 5, 3. You can move it down.
Awesome. Heather, this was fantastic. Those of you that want to see more about this machine next week, and we'll have to find out if Blaine's going to still have the sale or he has any left, but it'll be at 1 p.m. or noon Eastern Standard Time on the Brother Sews page. We have live shows there all the time. Blaine, was that a cool machine or what?
Oh, Angel, that was awesome. And I got to tell everybody how they can get this, okay? So, hey, guys, this machine is $14.99. This is the 𝐓𝐸𝐞 1600E. And I'm telling you what, this is a great, great machine. And we have an incredible, incredible special on this. Give us a call right now. It's a call-in special. We have some free goodies we're going to throw in with this. Can't say what they are because of advertising restrictions again. But again, we have a fantastic call-in special. Normal price on this is $14.99. You're getting this great 𝐓𝐸𝐞 1600 machine. And the specials you want to call because, hey, they're going fast. Kyle just gave me an update. We started the demo out at 10. We're already down to 7 machines left. So make sure you give us a call if you want one of these machines right now. It's 800-401-8151. Again, if those phone lines are busy, don't give up. But just go on the Google Sheets and fill that out. Kyle's going to put the link in the YouTube and the Facebook chat, and that's that Google Sheets page. Just click on that. It'll open Google Sheets up. Put your name, your contact number where they can call you, and put, hey, I want that 1600E, and they're going to give you a call so you can get that order in. But you have to call in to get all this special for this machine right now. But its normal price is $14.99, and great price on it already, and we're going to throw in some really good things with this package. So, Angela, that was a great, great demo that Heather made as usual. And we're going to keep moving on, guys. We are going to our next presenter, and it is Timm Bond is coming in from Juki, and he's going to talk all about that Tajima 8 needle that they made special for Juki. And Timm, welcome back to day 5 of Hoop Fest.
Thank you, Blaine. I'm excited to be here again on Friday. And I see you're wearing a jacket. I thought it was Casual Friday, so I didn't get all dressed up.
Hey, it's never Casual Friday for me when we're having a show. I'm gonna always have a coat on for the show. And but don't now tomorrow's Saturday. I might be in shorts and a t-shirt and a hat. You never know.
There you go. So I picked today as Casual Friday, and what better way to have a Casual Friday than to show off a little embroidery. So first things are, I like to buy a standard shirt and then do something to it. And the best way to do it is with a little customizing. So we're going to look at some customizing of built-in patterns today. But before we get into all of that, I'm going to answer a couple of questions I received in emails and a couple of phone calls. One question, the lady asked about the system and why we refer to it as a system. And she wanted to know about comparing it when she went shopping. So let's start with that one, and I'll try and keep it brief so that you get a kind of a general understanding when we talk about the system. We're talking about the machine, we're talking about the software, we're talking about the additional hoops. Now, if you went out and purchased just a regular embroidery multi-needle machine, let's say you paid $10,000 for it. You wanted a couple extra hoops, a couple extra cap hoops, $2,000, $2,500 on top of that. Now you want software, customizing software, digitizing software, auto-digitizing software. Maybe the software has font packs you have to buy separately. You could easily be rolling $2,500, $3,000 into the software. So now all of a sudden you've got an investment of about $15,000, $16,000. And does it all work together? It might work together if they all came from the same source, but our system is bundled so that it all works together as a unified unit between the software, the attachments, the hoops, and the machine itself. So I hope that kind of gives you an idea why we refer to it as a system rather than just purchasing an embroidery machine. The other question I got was in regards to the software and doing applique work, and in regards to the software and the built-in patterns. So I'm going to switch screens for us right now, and we're going to jump into the software so I can answer some of those questions, because I'm going to show you how I did this. And of course, there's always a sample, and you can always tell if the sample went well or didn't go well. And I originally started with black, and then I changed to red. So you can tell I didn't like the black, so I changed it to red in midstream of the sample. But on the back of my shirt, it's all red on both sides. And that's the actual size for the back of my shirt. So let's get started with playing with the software so you can see exactly how I took a standard single color pattern and made it into a multicolor pattern that I could embellish on one of my shirts. Stand by, we'll be right back. So in our software, we have built-in patterns. And our patterns are actually pre-made, predetermined size, but you could alter them because the software is digitizing software. It's not just customizing software. So I'm going to come over and I'm going to grab one of my little favorite patterns. The ones that I actually used for my shirt was this particular border pattern here. I'm going to bring it up so we can take a look at it. You're going to see it's going to come in kind of small because that's actually sitting in a 4x4 inch hoop, but I actually made it much larger. So let's change our hoop size also because I'm going to be making it for the larger hoop. So here I picked my 200 by 300 millimeter hoop, which is my 8x12. And I don't need all of this. You notice I only use this top portion of the pattern. So let's ungroup it. And we're going to grab part of the pattern itself. And we're going to make it disappear because we're not actually wanting to use that portion of it. So now I've got just the top half of that pattern to work with. And you're like, how is he going to change that to different colors? Well, one of the nice things about being able to ungroup the patterns is you also can look at all the different elements in that pattern. Once you've ungrouped it, it allows you to look at different segments of the pattern. So you notice I grabbed that bottom piece and made it disappear. I just deleted it off for now, but I'm going to grab elements that I want to change the color on. Now, working with the software and working with the pattern, you have to kind of play with it so that you know what pieces go where. And sometimes they're readily identifiable just by their shape. And as I highlight the pieces, I can see that they're grabbing that section over here on the screen for those particular elements because I'm going to change the color on those. But that's only the ones on this side. I also have the elements over here on this side. Well, I can go down and find those segments as well, so I can change the colors on those also. So as you see, as it expands across, it's going to add both sides to it. But I'm just going to do one side for right now so that you can see that those colors are selected, and I'm going to change that to red. So now those are red, and they are the first portion of the color. I mean, the first color that I'm going to be sewing. Now, I changed this little piece up here to yellow, and I'm going to need to find that particular shape on my list also. So it's pretty far down the list, but it's not the end. So I'm going to grab that one, and I'm going to make it yellow. Now, I want that to sew last because I know that these side pieces will overlap it a little bit. So the easiest thing to do is just to simply move that to the bottom of the list. So I can close this and right click on it and tell it to move to last. So now that is at the bottom of my sewing list. If I scroll all the way down, you'll see here it is at the bottom. So that's going to be the last color that's going to sew for me. The colors in between I can grab all together and make them change as well. So I have that availability to change those colors, individual sections, or I can grab multiple sections at a time. Now the really nice thing is I can regroup this pattern simply by selecting it all and coming over here and regrouping the pattern. Now it's unified, so it's like one pattern. I don't have to worry about grabbing individual pieces or did I not grab a piece of it, because now I want to make the pattern larger. First, let me zoom out a little bit. So I can drag it out and make it larger on the screen. Now, a lot of software will let you make it larger. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to change the stitch count. Digitizing software, for the most part, is going to change the stitch count. It's going to maintain the density setting for our embroidery pattern, even though I've changed the size. So now I've made this pattern 197 millimeters wide, and it's got 30 segments and 5,200 stitches. So if I wanted it even larger, which my pattern has to be larger, I would just drag it out a little bit more. And I can look down here in the corner. Now my pattern is 7,600 stitches, but this is too tall. I'd like to make that a little shorter so I can actually reshape it a little also. See, it kept my width, but my height is now different. That way I can make it fit into the area on my shirt that I wanted it to fit into much easier and much quicker than trying to resize it someplace else. I can just drag it here on the screen. If I like all my changes, I can simply save it or send it to the machine. So that was pretty good, kind of simple on how to change the colors simply by ungrouping it and being able to see all the elements or all the segments of that particular embroidery pattern. So the other question I had was about applique and how to do applique on an industrial style or commercial style embroidery machine. Well, actually, it's kind of easy. And we're just going to come over here and I'm going to show you what I've already created for us. So this is my applique finished ring. And you can see over here on the right side, I've got 3 segments. So this is my first ring. That's my placement ring. That's the stitch line that's going to put down so you know where to put your fabric. Then I have another stitch line that's going to tack down my fabric. And then I have my finished applique stitching. So let's take a quick moment here and see if we can't run through this process so you'll understand how easy it actually is to create this. I'm going to start with a new pattern. And I'm going to, of course, use the auto digitizing wizard. And I'm going to go grab just a regular circle pattern because that's really all I need for my circle is, and I want this blue fine line. My black line is a thick one. It would give me a satin ring, but I just want a fine line because all I'm working on is just that ring itself, and I want to play with that final layer. And by play with the final layer, I mean I want to change the stitching on it. My size here is just the size of my pattern, my picture pattern, and I can resize it on the fly when I get to the end, which I'm going to do because I'm going to make it about 95, maybe about 75 millimeters across. It's identified 2 colors. I'm only really going to worry about 1. And I'll accept all the defaults in here. And here, I'm just going to let it go onto the normal base fabric that's selected. Remember, I talked about our recipe, stepping into the kitchen and having the machine create, having the software create a recipe for us for our stitching to sew on. I'm just going to take the normal fabric, which is basically a base woven fabric. So here it's showing me my circle. I'm going to tell it to finish. Now, interesting thing is I have a little dropout over here. I call these little blanks dropouts because in my artwork, it wasn't quite a heavy enough line for the digitizing program to see that. But you know what? This really is not a problem because over here, I have the availability to tell it to close that little gap for me. Now you see I don't have that little dropout or that gap anymore. But I'm still going to need to make this pattern a little bit larger because right now it's only about 50 and I need it to be a little bit larger than that. So now I've got my pattern, I've got my circle, that's my first layer. I'm going to copy this, which I can do quite easily, copy and paste. And so now I have two circles. So one is my first circle, which is the placement circle. The second circle it's going to sew will be the stitch down for my applique fabric. Now I need to do my finished layer. But before I go to my finished layer, I want to make sure that I separate these color-wise so that I'm actually forcing a stop between the rings as they stitch. So I'm going to add a second color in here. It doesn't matter which one I add it to. As long as the first color and the second color are different, I'm automatically going to have a stop or a color change, and I'm going to program my machine to give me that hoop out feature. So now I've got my two layers, and now I need to add a third one. So I'm going to just paste in again a third ring. Now, let's grab the blue one here because I'm going to move them all around a minute. So I want you to see that I actually have 3 rings on the screen. So when I come back and I work with this one, this is my last one, I'm going to change my color to red. And I have the availability of changing that stitch. So when I go in, I can pick the stitch, whatever I like. I'm going to unselect it over here, reselect it over here. And I can change my stitching on each one of these rows. Each one of these rings can be whatever stitch I'd like. If I want bead stitch for extra security, a beading stitch lays down like a triple stitch. It goes forward, back, forward, forward, back, forward. So it's going to lay down more thread. But that first one is just a marker ring. And I'm going to show you a little trick I did with the marker ring also, so that you'll understand why that first ring or that first outline for your applique is kind of important, because it allows you to do something special. So once I've got all of these created, I actually made that same layer, except I picked a unique finishing ring for my final top stitch. So you see how easy that was just to go through and add 3 layers, copy and paste. I made one, copy and paste the other 2 in, then I simply come back and play with the other ones to make them the way I want. I can actually change the pattern stitching on this outline as well. I can actually still make it larger or smaller if I need it to cover more fabric or less fabric. And of course, you always want to be able to sew a sample with it. But how do I get my template for my machine from my embroidery pattern? Well, that's kind of easy. And I'm going to switch back over to my camera view so you can see and I can explain better for you. Okay, so we've got our 3 rings. We sew the first one, and I like to sew it with a piece of paper. So that piece of paper, I'm going to show it over here because you can't see it very well in my white shirt. So that is actually a ring of paper. I let it stitch a ring, and I tear out the center. That becomes my template for my applique fabric. Now my applique fabric is cut just a little bit larger. And so now when I'm ready to place this, I can place it into my hoop, matching the dots, just covering them from the stitch needles, and tell it to sew the second ring, which will tack down my piece of fabric. Now there are options in tacking down the fabric. You can use glue stick, you can use temporary spray adhesive, you can actually use fusible if you put fusible webbing to the back of it and you like it to be permanently fused down. Sometimes you need a little heat to make that help set. Don't be afraid to take the hoop out. You can take the hoop off the machine, set it on something firm, and have one of those little small irons. You can actually help set that sticky side down, make it permanently attached to your fabric for your applique layer. Then put it back on the machine and have it continue to sew for you. So in here, I've already set it with my hoop out and my patterns. So that's a nice feature built into the machine. I didn't do that on the software, but that hoop out or that frame out function is built into the machine. That's what helps us do the applique work. Now, placement in applique is always going to be done, and I always like to have that extra stitch of ring in there or that extra outline stitching in there because I need to be able to see where I'm going. Sometimes you'll have to be a little bit more cognizant of the color of thread that you're going to pick for that first stitch out because that first line, you might be sewing on white fabric. You certainly don't want to put red stitching on if you're going to be appliquing a yellow piece of fabric down. That red's going to bleed through. So you need to kind of pay attention to that as well. But you can pick any one of the 8 colors on your machine because you can change on the fly your needle colors. I could change them at the beginning if I saw that I already had a problem because of what I had programmed and what I was actually working on wasn't quite the right combination. So we've talked about our applique. We talked about our resizing and recoloring the patterns, and we've talked about comparison shopping. Those are some of the questions that I've got. I'm hoping if you have some questions, please feel free to post them, and we'll see if we can answer them today for you. I do want to go back over a few things, just in case people didn't tune in before. One of the things is our large frame is 200 by 300. That is 8 inches by 12 inches. These are commercial frames. We are a commercial machine. So these are very sturdy frames. They don't have a lot of flex to them. So you can actually tighten them down too tight. You've got to be careful sometimes when you're tightening it. I don't know if you've ever heard of hoop burn. Hoop burn is one of those things where you actually tighten it too tight and you actually burn like the fabric from the hoop. How is data transferred from the software to the machine? That's a great question because you can do a USB drive, and there's 2 USB ports on the machine, or you can do it across an Ethernet. So if my computer's on the network, my machine can be on the network. I can see the machine across it and send the pattern directly to the machine. See here, it's showing my USB drive. And right here, if I was connected on my LAN and if I was sending a pattern over, it would show me a LAN connection right there for me. The software itself, great question. The software is Tajima Writer Plus software. See, named with the machine, so you know it's part of the system. It's actually written by Pulse Micro. They are a commercial embroidery software company. They make a great product. And included in the software is not just the Writer Plus, but there's also the Writer piece, which gives you templates. There's also that auto digitizing and the photo stitch, and there's something called Sketchbook. Now there's a similar product out there like the Sketchbook product. I think it retails for about $600 or $500 or something like that. But ours is included with the software. So there's that little extra value of what you're getting when you're buying the system. So yes, Tajima Writer Plus software is the software that is there. If somebody refers to Tajima Writer software, that's not the full version that comes with our machine because that does not include the digitizing or the auto digitizing wizards. Yes, I did the embroidery on my shirt. Thank you. I was trying to come up with an idea to put on my Western style shirt. I really didn't have something in mind other than I knew I wanted some kind of scroll. And, you know, just a single color just didn't do it for me. So I changed the colors around, and then I had somebody ask me about the colors, and I thought, well, great, I'll just use the one I did for my shirt because it was easy enough to grab the elements and change them so you could see it. Maintenance recommended on the machine. I know there was another question before that, and I think they said thank you about the fun on the software. The maintenance on the machine is very simple. You treat it like you do any other machine that you have at home. You want to keep the lint out of the bobbin area. You want to keep a little drop of oil on the race. That's the moving part that runs around holding your bobbin case underneath. And you'll put drops on the needle bars across the top every periodically. And then after that, there's one interval that you actually need to have the machine serviced by a qualified technician. And that's really kind of far down the line. You wouldn't have to worry about that for probably a year or maybe 2 years, depending on how much embroidery you do. I've been using my machine, and I have yet to be flagged for the reminder for my service. And you can see I kind of run mine as I want without any problem. Lint is one of those things that is very detrimental to most machines, but I found that my embroidery machine doesn't seem to get nearly as much lint as my long arm machine does. So maintenance is a whole lot easier. And that arm is very small. That's the whole area. That's the area. You take the plate off, you can dust in there, and you're good to go. It's very simple. A little drop of oil in there, and you're good to go. Now, I did mention the other day about bobbins, so we'll reiterate that. And I know other people are always interested in bobbins on machines. Can I use pre-wound bobbins? Yes, you can use pre-wound bobbins, which is going to take me to my next piece I want to show you. This was a sample I had started running the other day, and I just ran it with the regular black thread. So this is a little quilting pattern. I'm going to hold this a little closer to the camera. Hopefully you'll be able to see the patterning on it. But I want you to see the back, and you can barely see the thread. Now you might be able to see it if you have high resolution, you zoom in, but you're just looking at the definition in the fabric. This is the regular bobbin thread that I use. It's actually almost clear, but it's called a white thread. And it's just a regular pre-wound, cardboard bobbin, nothing fancy. So it can actually be used for quilting. If you wanted to use it for quilting, you could actually use an invisible thread on the top so that you could take advantage of quilting in the hoop and having the machine do all the hard work for you. I always like to say that the machine does the work because technically I'm a little lazy. I'm a lazy sewer, lazy quilter, lazy embroiderer. The more the machine can do or the software can do for me to make my side much more enjoyable, the happier I am. You notice I have a fancy machine behind me. It does a lot for me, so it takes that guesswork out. So does the SAI, and the software that comes with it makes it so much easier to be able to sit comfortably, do the work, send it over to the machine, and let the machine do the hard work for us. I hope you found today's interesting, and I hope I've answered questions for you. If you have any more, please feel free. Otherwise, I'm going to talk about one more thing, and I think Blaine forgot to mention this the other day. I just want to make sure that you are aware of it. If you're considering buying a Juki Tajima size system, we do have financing available. Blaine can probably tell you more about it, but I'm just going to give you a little hint. It's 60 months, which makes your payments relatively affordable considering the fact that you're getting a commercial quality machine and a system to get you started and keep you going, and it gives you plenty of room to grow. So I'm hoping this keeps you interested. Hope you'll look for one of our machines in one of your stores when you're visiting them. Check out Sewing Machines Plus website for our machines. They have them all listed. They have lots of people on staff that can help answer questions about any of our products or any of their products that they sell. Hope you found this interesting. Thanks for watching. Blaine, back to you.
Hey, thanks, Tim, and great job. Got to remind everybody how they can get this fantastic Juki 8 needle. Again, guys, this thing is $99.99. We have 60-month financing available for you, but that's not the special. We have a call-in special. We can't advertise what we're giving because of restrictions with manufacturers, but however, we do have an unbelievable special on this machine, and you don't want to miss this. If you've been in that market for that 8-needle Juki, this is the one you want to get. And hey, right now, give us a call at 800-401-8151. If for some reason you can't get through on those phone lines, Kyle has been putting up that Google Sheets link in the chat, live chat on Facebook and YouTube. Just go in there, click that link. It'll open up your Google Sheets, put your name, your phone number, and just put Juki 8 needle, and everybody will know what you're talking about. It's updating that sheet live in our call center right now. As soon as they get off the phones, they're making the Hoop Fest customers a priority. They're giving you a call, so we can get you set up with that. But we do have a great special on that for Hoop Fest, and it's a really good package that we put together. You can only get it at Hoop Fest right now. Give us a call. So, guys, thanks for Tim, and thanks for Juki for being one of our sponsors, and Tim did such a great job explaining that. So let's bring Angela back in. And Angela, we've got another educational session coming up, and right now we've got Kimberly Dodson from OESD. She's going to come on, and she's talking about the possibilities with embroidery. And so, yeah, Kimberly, she grew up learning how to sew from her mother. She initially she hated sewing. Imagine that now with how good she is. And so anyway, she loves doing education, loves sharing her knowledge with people. And so I'm going to let you work with her. And then when we get done, we're going to take a commercial break. And then when you get done, Kimberly gets done, you're going to take a commercial break, and then you and I are going to give a bunch of stuff away after that.
Oh, that sounds great. I'm looking forward to seeing Kimberly. Kimberly, I'm so excited to meet you. I'm reading on here that you started as a 4-H, you grew up sewing with her 4-H leader. That is awesome. I have not heard that word in so long. Kimberly, are you here?
I'm here. Hi.
It's so nice to meet you. Did you really hate sewing when you first started?
What's really funny is I remember when I was a kid, my mom was my 4-H leader. She forced me to sew. And I remember telling her, I'm going to grow up, Mom, and I'm going to marry a guy so rich, I never have to sew. And now I'm thinking, why didn't I marry a rich guy so I could afford more sewing machines?
That's awesome. Well, Kimberly, show us. I'm going to let you take it away. That is the funniest thing ever.
So, all right. Well, I'm going to share my screen with you. I have a lot of exciting things to share about OESD. And so let me find the screen that I want to share. Let's see here. This is always fun. I love some technology. Okay, where are we? And I believe that is not the screen. It's not sharing the right screen. Let me try that again. Let's go back here to, okay, it says sharing, but it's sharing the wrong one. Let me go back and find you again. Okay, it's showing me that it's sharing the correct screen, but maybe it's not. Can you hear me, Angela?
My mic off, sorry.
Oh,
You gotta love
maybe it's
technology.
showing the correct screen?
So I do not see your screen right now.
Okay.
I just see you.
Okay, for some reason, it is refusing to share. Okay, let me go back and find you. And we'll try this again. Let's see.
When you click on the share screen, just check to see. Sometimes it'll ask you to just do a separate tab.
Yeah, and that's what I think it shared. Okay. But it's still trying to share the wrong screen.
Oh.
So, okay. Let me try.
Try clicking on, when you click on share. Oh, there you go.
Okay. That's what I thought. It was like trying to share you and me, not what I was trying to share.
If you want your PowerPoint, it's up.
Yes, that's what I wanted. Okay. So, so what I wanted to do is talk about some possibilities with embroidery. And one of the things that comes up a lot, and I've been watching as much as I can the last few days, all these amazing machine demos, and I'm hoping that several of you have taken advantage of those machines, but the awesome deals, I can't believe it. It makes me want to go shopping. But so I'm sure some of you are thinking about, okay, what can I do now that I have the machine? And one that comes up a lot is the can I make money with my machine? And so several, you know, when I got my first multi-needle, and it's been 11 or 12 years, that was what I thought I was going to do. Once I had it, I realized really quickly that embroidering names on scrubs wasn't my thing. It wasn't as much fun as I thought it would be. And somehow I ended up teaching how to use the machines instead, which that's what my passion was. But I know some of you are thinking, okay, maybe I can earn money with this, but maybe you just want to make gifts. And I call that the gift giving business. So you can, either way is going to be great. And there's some things that are important, whether you're making money with your machine or whether you're just making gifts with your machine, that make embroidery easier. And so some background on OESD, if you're not familiar with us, OESD stands for Oklahoma Embroidery Supply and Design, and we've been in the embroidery industry for over 30 years. We started out in Oklahoma City, and we are still in Oklahoma City. So moved around a few times, grown a lot, but that's the way it goes. And so we're even feeling kind of crowded in our current location. So it's just, we love growing. We love helping you and teaching you more information. So some things that OESD has pioneered over the years, and I think most of you, if you are familiar with us, you know about our button and loop freestanding lace structures. They are so beautiful. I'll show you a picture of a little sugar plum nutcracker here in a minute, but you've seen our Christmas trees and so many different things that we do. Our Christmas village is really popular. We come out with a new little building every single year. But we've also done in the hoop projects. As hoops grow, our designs grow. So we love to do jumbo designs, but cut work is popular, applique and reverse applique. And one thing that I love now is that we can quilt with our embroidery machines, and we have a lot of really great quilting designs. So some things that are going to help you, and especially if you're trying to make money or you're trying to be efficient, is using good quality designs. There's nothing more frustrating than wasting stabilizer, wasting fabric, or wasting time. And so our designs all go through a rigid development process. We have in-house artists that work in Oklahoma City. And then we have a couple more artists that are employees of OESD. But the other thing that is awesome is that we work with licensed artists. So Tula Pink is probably one of the most popular, but there's some others like Ann Lauer, who's famous for Catitude and those types of things. But I wanted to show you the process of what our in-house artist will do when he's working on these freestanding structures. So if you look at the images here, you can see the first one is just his drawing, kind of his sketching of what he has in mind. And then the second image looks like a freestanding lace structure, but that is made of paper. So what he does is he creates all the parts, and then he assembles them with paper so that when he goes and shows it to the digitizers, they can see exactly how what his intentions were of how this would go together, how it's going to work, and then they work on the actual item. And you can see that sugar plum nutcracker is adorable. He's what we call freestanding applique, so there's fabric and thread involved in that. The other thing that's really important when you're looking for quality designs is who's digitizing those designs. So when you're shopping with OESD, all of our digitizers work in the office in Oklahoma City. Nothing is outsourced. That way we can control the quality. And we have a couple of digitizers that have been with us for over 20 years. They are experienced, and I'm going to show you a couple of things that they do that make your life easier. Our designs are all tested. The digitizers embroider. They stitch out every single one of their designs that they digitize themselves. And then we have a huge testing area where the designs are stitched out on multiple brands of machines. That way we can feel confident that no matter what brand of machine you have, you're going to have a successful experience with our designs. So as you can see, by the time we start to the time it's in your hands in a CD, there's hundreds of hours of development. So some things that the OESD digitizer does to make your embroidery easier. One thing is they try to minimize jump stitches with walking stitches. And a jump stitch is when your machine has to stop and it'll do a tie off and then it'll start up again in another area. So you're not changing thread color at that time, you're just moving to another part of the design. And jump stitches, sometimes we think, oh, well, I have a modern machine. My machine trims jump stitches. Why do I even care if I have a lot? Well, it still matters. One is, especially if you're in that business of making money, you want to do things as efficiently and quickly as possible. So every time your machine has to do a jump stitch, it slows you down. And so your machine has to stop, tie that knot, and move. So what they do is a walking stitch where they will travel from one area of the design with a small stitch, and then later in the design, that area will be covered by something else, so you'll never know that that little walking stitch was there. The other thing that they do is they avoid push and pull compensation problems. And so what happens with push and pull compensation, that's kind of a complicated word out in digitizing land. But what happens is when the fabric starts to kind of get distorted, well, your embroidering, the thread and the fabric meeting together can cause those problems. And sometimes maybe you're sewing something that is a circle, and by the time you're done, it looks like an oval because of the distortion of the fabric. Sometimes the push and pull compensation will cause puckering. So what they've learned is that if they work from the center out rather than from top to bottom or side to side, they're going to help you avoid those types of problems. The other thing is applique. Applique is awesome because if you're trying to make money, applique has a higher perceived value on a project or if you're making a gift for your friends, they think, oh my goodness, you really worked hard on this. This looks complicated, when actually applique is really easy to do and it's really fast to stitch out. But what they've done is, for those of you who trim in place, so trim your applique fabric in the hoop, they add a second tack down stitch. That way, if you accidentally trim your tack down stitch, your applique fabric is still held down with that second tack down stitch. The other thing that is really important is that they digitize for standard 40 weight thread. So when we send out a design, it is almost always created for 40 weight thread. The only times that you would see something else is maybe if we add metallic thread. But our small lettering and our freestanding lace is all digitized for 40 weight thread. On the freestanding lace, we'll quite often tell you to match your bobbin. And when the digitizers do that, they make sure that when you match a bobbin with 40 weight thread, you're not going to have any problems. We really don't anticipate you needing to buy any specialty thread to stitch out any of our designs. So that makes it easier if you're trying to run a business. You don't have to be thinking all the time, oh, do I need to use special thread for this project or that project? Just as long as it's an OESD design, you're going to be just fine with the 40 weight thread. Another thing that I just wanted to bring up, because we work with those licensed artists, and if you're thinking maybe you want to sell items, this question comes up a lot. If you're working with a licensed artist, we put that licensing information for each artist. Most of our licensed artists, you can do 25 projects and sell them. Some of them are a little bit different. So always read that information on the files when you get those. And but if it's an OESD design that's not from a licensed artist, you can make as many as you want and sell them. And you can always tell a licensed artist, because it'll say the name of the artist on the design. You know, it would say The Imaginary Menagerie by Tula Pink. So you would know that that was an artist in there. Another thing I just wanted to tell you that makes just your life a little bit easier. So this is just a quick screenshot from our website. And sometimes you might be looking at buying a design collection and want to know the thread information. And so you can go, even if you don't own that design yet. So say maybe you've gone into Sewing Machines Plus and they have an OESD design there on the wall and you think, I want to buy that, but should I pick up some thread while I'm here too? What color should I buy? You can pull this up on your phone. And if you just go into that sewing information, you can click on that and it will give you all the instructions, the recommended stabilizers, the recommended threads that we used in the project. So you can use that as a shopping list while you're still at the store. So a lot of people will ask us, how do we get your designs? What's the easiest? You can always contact Sewing Machines Plus, of course. They can order any of our designs at any time. This is the best deal, though, is if you just join and become a Spree Stitchers Club member. And Blaine knows that we've talked about this. He knows that he's going to get calls on this because this is the best deal. If you know that you love designs and you want to have everything, this is what you want to do. So you're going to get at least 6 to 8 collections every month. That's from OESD and also our little sister design company, which is called Scissor Tail Stitches. You're going to get your designs before everyone else. Sometimes we don't release designs until the end of the month, but if you're a member of the Spree Club, you're going to get them all at the beginning of the month. The designs come on a USB that's machine ready. This is the best. It's really just plug it in and start embroidering. And so we estimate that each month is going to be about $200 or more in value. The USB will be sent to the store. You can pick it up in person. And for that, it's only $749. Now, I know that some of you don't live close to Sewing Machines Plus. That's okay, because we will ship it directly to your home for a $50 for the whole year, $50 shipping fee. So you just pay that $50 one time to Sewing Machines Plus on top of the $749, and then they'll take your address and your contact information, and we'll get that shipped to you. So when you're at an event, you always get to pick a little bonus. So you can go to our website and pick 5 design collections. of your choice. They can't be any anthologies or any large collections. I always say if they're under $100, you're probably safe. But we have things like the best of 2019 or something, so that would be considered an anthology. So just keep that in mind. But this is really your best deal. If you break that down, that $749, you realize if I buy maybe 1 or 2 design collections each month, I'm already spending that much money. So just an incredible deal, and I'm sure that everyone at Sewing Machines Plus is, they know all about this. They know how to get you all set up. So the other thing that is really important when you are trying to make money or be efficient when making your gifts is using the right stabilizers. So OESD, we've worked for over 30 years trying to make sure that we have the best quality line of stabilizers out there. And so on our website, you can look this stabilizer reference guide. This is just super handy. I actually print it out and keep it near my stabilizers. But if you're trying to figure out what stabilizer to use for what project, you can see down the left-hand column, it'll list several different things, types of fabrics or types of projects. And then you just go over and see the different types of stabilizers, and it'll show you the recommended stabilizers for that project. And there's also a density guide when you're looking at density of designs, whether they're heavy. And I get that question all the time. How do I know if my design is dense or if it's heavy, if it's light? And really that's kind of comes with experience. But if you're not seeing any fabric through your design and you're seeing, it's a kind of a real heavy stitching, that's heavy. If you're seeing a lot of fabric, maybe it's a red work design or just some light running stitches, that's a light design. So why is OESD stabilizer so great? So what makes us the premier stabilizer out there? So first of all, none of our stabilizers have any stretch. If your stabilizer is stretchy, it is not stable. But the other things that are really important, no grain. And when I say no grain, that means it is equally strong in every direction. And I'll sometimes go to a class or something and we'll be making something and it will require 2 layers of stabilizer. And they'll say, okay, when you do the 2 layers, you need to put one of the layers at a 45-degree angle or crisscross it. And so and that's because they're worried about that grain and they're worried about that stretch. So if you use OESD stabilizers, you do not need to crisscross them. You can just stack them right on top of each other. Why does that matter? Well, when you crisscross stabilizers, you have to cut a bigger piece to get it into your hoop at a 45-degree angle. So if you don't have to do that, you're going to be saving on stabilizer. The other thing that we don't have are high and low spots. And that's just a type of manufacturing process that causes that. It's also a reason that a lot of stabilizers will need to be crisscrossed because they're trying to cover the high spots with the low spots and trying to give you a better stability. But you don't want any high and low spots because you want consistent stability throughout the entire sheet of stabilizer you're using. Our tearaways are all multi-directional tear, which makes them easier to tear in every direction. You don't have to worry about which way you're putting them in the hoop. And consistent quality with years of expertise. We have over 30 years of experience in this industry, and even more experience when you add up all the experience of the employees and the educators at OESD. So one thing that I wanted to talk to you about is, just real quickly, is applique, because if you're thinking of building a business, like I said before, applique has a higher perceived value, and it's so easy to do. So I just wanted to quickly talk to you about some products that we have that make applique easier. So one of them is called Applique Fuse and Fix, and what I like to call Applique Fuse and Fix is it makes you a fabric sticker. So you're going to use it with your applique pieces. It does have an adhesive on it, but it doesn't gum up your needle. It doesn't make your applique pieces feel stiff. So one side is fusible. So you would fuse that side to the wrong side of your applique fabric, and then you'll peel the paper backing off, which is adhesive on the other side, and you can just stick that right down onto your project. So you would put your placement stitch, and you know where to stick that down. But it's really like creating a fabric sticker. The other product that we have is similar, but this one is a fusible web. It's very lightweight, and it's fusible on both sides. So it's great if you're looking for something that you need to be, maybe you're stacking applique on top of applique because it doesn't add any bulk, or maybe you like to do hand applique. You can quilt through this, and it fuses very evenly. So let me just show you some techniques. So the first one is the trim and place applique. This is the one that's probably the most traditional and been around the longest. But you would just prepare your applique piece with soft web. We also have another product called Fusible Woven that will create or give your fabric a little bit more, I call it oomph, but a little bit more stability if it's a real lightweight fabric. So you may want to use that as well. And then you'll stitch your placement stitch. Put your applique fabric down on top of it. And like I said before, our digitizers give you those 2 rows of tack down stitching. And then you would just go ahead and trim that and continue creating your applique. So in this one, you can see they finished it up, and they put this on a towel. And it's really an adorable design called Bath Time Buddies. So pre-cut applique to me is the way to go, though. I have a Brother Scan and Cut, and I have a feeling that several of you have acquired a Brother Scan and Cut this week with all the amazing deals. But you can use Applique Fuse and Fix or the soft web with your Scan and Cut. So you can either, so what I do is I fuse it to my fabric, and then I run it through the Scan and Cut. But if you don't have one yet, you're waiting for it to ship maybe, and you still want to work today, you can also print your applique pieces, and you can print on the Applique Fuse and Fix or the soft web as long as you have an inkjet printer. Don't use a laser printer because they involve heat, and these are fusible products. So make sure you're printing at 100%. The nice thing that we have available for you, we include with all of our applique designs now, these PDF files that you can use to print your applique pieces. And we also now include the SVG files for those of you that have the electric cutters. So those all come with it. We try to make it as easy as possible. We want you to enjoy embroidery and not have to be thinking about, oh, I've got to go and convert this or do this in software. We just have it all there for you. So with pre-cut applique, you would just go in and create your placement stitch. You would lay down your applique pieces, and then you just go along and create the rest of your design. So you can see how adorable this little gnome is. But the applique design may have a decorative stitch. One thing that I've learned just with experience is if my applique design has a motif stitch or a decorative stitch or a blanket stitch, it always looks a lot nicer if I pre-cut my applique. So that's just one method that we have that will create some ideas for you maybe that will help you if you're thinking of going into that, either that money-making business or that gift-making business. And I would love to spend about 5 hours talking to you about all of this stuff. With Sewing Machines Plus, we do a lot, we've done a lot of virtual events, and hopefully we'll do some in-store events soon where we can really, spend the whole day talking about these kinds of things. But for now, I'm going to stop sharing, and we're going to see if we have any questions. All right. I will find, okay, so let me see if I can see any questions. I don't know if I can go, how far back I can go. So, so I see one, does cut time down if you have to set everything up? So I'm thinking you're talking about the pre-cut applique. I feel like it's faster. I don't know, just because you can get everything prepared and then just start embroidering and it's all done. You don't have to pull your hoop off of your machine. You don't have to risk, your hoop popping out. I don't know. What do you think, Angela? I prefer doing it with the ScanNCut.
Yeah, and actually, somebody on here says, is the ScanNCut easy to use? Now, I'm officially a Brother Brand ambassador, so I'm a little biased, but from you're the one that said you like to use it. She just asked if it's easy to use.
I think it's super easy to use. And well, you don't even need a computer to use it. I can just plug my flash drive into it with those SVG files or the PES, that I've created. So I love it. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. By the way, that was some great information. There are a few more questions rolling in too. So let's see. There's a few. Wish I had the ScanNCut.
If you don't have one, talk to Blaine.
Sewing Machines Plus will definitely have that for you.
So
everybody loved your presentation. There was just a couple up here. I was just scanning up just to make sure I didn't miss one. You actually, when they would ask a question, it was like you knew what they were going to say and you answered.
It's a way I read minds.
There you go. Well, that was a really good presentation. Let's see. Oh, does Blaine have a special on the ScanNCut? Blaine, are you there? You might have to come up after our break and fill them in if you do or not, because I don't know. But you should. That's for sure. That is
I'm sure he can find a special.
Yes, I'm sure he can. All right. Everybody's saying thank you so much. That Santa behind you is adorable, by the way.
So that is one of our tiling scenes. Every year we come out with a winter or holiday tiling scene. So that's from last year. And it was called Enchanted Santa. And then this year there's going to be one coming in within the next few months. And so if they're in Spree Club, that's one of the things is that they get all of those tiling scenes that come out every year. And I know the Spree Club members get really excited because they get a head start stitching them out. And I've seen them come on our Facebook group and put a picture of the one they've made. And the others are like, why can't I have mine? Like, sorry, the Spree Club members have theirs done by the time it's released to everyone else.
That's awesome, though. Well, that's a perk, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's saying thank you, thank you, thank you.
So, well, great. I'm so happy I got to participate in this. And, if there's no questions, and we'll let Blaine show you some good deals, and maybe he's got some other ideas.
Well, Kimberly, thank you so much. And where can they find you, by the way? Just tell them your website in case they don't know.
So you can go to our website, embroideryonline.com, or you can also contact Sewing Machines Plus because they're one of our greatest dealers. We love them.
Awesome. Awesome. Wait, I think I just saw one. Hold on one second. There is one for you. I need the glasses.
In the tiling scene, is that the one?
Yeah. What stabilizer did you use in the tile scene?
Most of these that are really dense, we use that product Fusible Woven that will bulk up your fabric and give it some more stability. And then these really dense ones, we actually use 2 layers of heavyweight tearaway.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of stitches in there.
That's awesome. That's a lot of stitches.
Yeah.
So someone else just asked the same question. So now you got that one. Let me make sure. There's always like a 10-second delay. So just in case anyone had any last minute questions for you. Oh, thanks, Ella. I did embroider my sleeves. I did not use 2 layers of thick stabilizer for this, though.
Oh, here's one that said, why does fabric shrink when Fusible is used? Actually, that's a really good question because I get that a lot with our product called Polymesh. And so Polymesh, you'll see it all the time. It shrinks, but it doesn't. And so what happens is it is made from nylon. And so the best way I can describe it to people is imagine if you tried to iron your pantyhose. What would happen? You would melt them. So what's usually going on if you are saying your Polymesh is shrinking is your iron is too hot and you're melting it. And it's not real noticeable like it would be on pantyhose, but you're actually, the melting of it is kind of causing it to draw up. And so just make sure you read the packaging on that. And you're going to use the nylon setting on your iron.
That is one of the best tips. Not only will you shrink your nylons, you're going to burn them. I hate to see the smell.
Yeah. But I think people, they see that word polymesh and they think, oh, it's polyester. No, it's nylon. Nylon is actually a type of polymer or something anyway. So it's kind of one of those almost deceptive titles, but yeah, it's made from nylon.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's a good one. I did not know. I mean, I knew it was made of nylon. I never even thought about that though. And if you do press that with too hot of a heat, that would be a nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's not shrinking. You're melting your project.
Ginger wants to know, is your Santa still available? Can they get that? Is that on SewingMachinesPlus.com?
Yeah, they can contact Sewing Machines Plus. They can get that ordered. It's called Enchanted Santa.
Awesome.
And there's a thread kit available if they want to make it exactly like that.
And yeah, I think I got one more here for you. Everybody's saying melty. Jill wants to know, is there a way to stitch on your designs from the center out? Is there a way that they would usually use software for that, but I don't know, maybe she's asking.
To go into your software and figure it out, but our digitizers, they do it for you. So if you're stitching OESD, we take care of that.
There you go. Awesome. Kimberly, thank you so much. It's so great to see you.
All right,
and
thank you.
Everyone go to Sewing Machines Plus and you can find all the products that she showed you there. And that's very exciting. So guess what? It is break time. Believe it or not, we give you like a 10-minute break. So don't eat too much for lunch, right? 10-minute break, and we'll be coming back with Blaine, and we have some awesome giveaways for you. So go take that break, enjoy, and see you in about 10 minutes.
Hey guys, it's Taylor, and I want to bring you another quick trick about All Access. So in every All Access, we always put something that we know that you love, and that is coming soon. When you get your magazine, you peruse through here and you see what you've got. But for all of us, we want to know what we can't get, what's coming up. That's so exciting. So in All Access, in every issue that we release, throughout the book, you will see some exclusive coming soon sections. That means things that are on our work table, some just kind of little things that's going to get you excited about what is coming up and what we're working on here at Anita Good Design. And again, it is exclusive for your All Access. So as you're looking through your book and reading, you'll know exactly what's going to be coming up so that you can get excited for the next couple of months of All Access. Thank you for joining me.
Hi everyone, I have some super exciting news. I'm happy to announce 2 brand new webinars you won't want to miss. First, our new Embroidery Digitizing for Beginners workshop and our new 3D Puffy Foam Embroidery Digitizing webinars. Our new Embroidery Digitizing for Beginners workshop is an accelerated learning experience that incorporates both live and virtual education so that you'll be sure to get the most out of the entire process, seeing and doing at your own pace and your own time. This is the most cost-effective way to give digitizing a try, while receiving a foundation in theory that'll make you a better embroiderer whether you choose to take up digitizing or not. Now, our 3D Puffy Foam Embroidery Digitizing webinar is a lecture demo session that will cover all the bases. From creation to production, I'll share all the recipes I've mastered over the last 27 years that will apply to any software brand. I got so good at it that I won my first commercial grand prize for a multi-level 3D foam design back in 1998. He's actually one of the defining reasons I'm an educator in the industry today. So I hope you join us for these upcoming webinars. For more information, just click the link and I hope to see you there.
Hey everybody, we're back from our break. We hope you got to stretch your legs. And hey, let's bring Angela Wolf back in. And hey, Angela, did you get a chance to stretch your legs and take a little break?
Actually, I've got this little egg maker and I was making boiled eggs. And if we didn't go on a break then, I would have overboiled them. So I timed it just right.
You know, everybody was rushing around here. You know, guess what they were after? They were after candy and things. And Melinda and Donna Johnson in our chat both brought cookies in. And so naturally, I had to taste test them for everybody, make sure they were okay. And they were great.
That's a little more exciting than a boiled egg.
Yeah, it sounds a lot more exciting. So, hey, speaking of excitement, hey, let's give some stuff away. And our first thing that we're going to give away is our world famous sewing mats. Everybody knows our mats, how awesome they are. They're very functional for your machine. And we have them in 6 different colors that you can choose from and 3 different sizes, starting with a medium, a large, or extra large. And that medium size is for those smaller machines or sergers. The large size is for your mid size, and then that extra large is for those great big machines like the combination machines like Luminaires and Solarises and the 880s and all that. So great things to have for you. We're going to give one of those away right now. And our winner is...
Oh, congratulations, Suzanne Ellis. And by the way, those mats are awesome. Awesome.
All right, we're going to continue the giveaways. We're going to give away 2 of these now, Angela. We're going to give away the SMP swag bags. And everybody knows our event bags are pretty cool. There's 8 different colors of them. And it's $49 just to get the collection of them. But we're going to give you all 8 plus all the goodies you see on the screen right there. So our first swag bag winner is going to be, and they're coming from YouTube, by the way.
Oh, from YouTube, Mary Ellsworth. Congratulations, Mary.
All right. And now we're going to give a second one away.
That's a great giveaway too, Blaine. All right. Ann Keller, is she on Facebook or YouTube? Do you know?
She's Facebook.
All right, on Facebook, Ann Keller. Congratulations, Ann.
Okay, we're going to continue the giveaways. Angela, we're going to give that SMP magnetic pin holder. And it's got the little SMP logo. So it's got the magnetic pins to hold all your straight pins. And that winner is coming to us from YouTube.
All right, congratulations, Donna Lee. Congratulations. Those pin holders, I have them next to every station, my sewing, my serger, and they pick up the pin so fast with the magnet. Awesome. Thanks, Schmetz.
All righty. So our next giveaway is coming up to us from Durkee, and it is one of those $200 gift certificates that we're going to be able to give away. And our winner actually is from, I think, YouTube.
That is an amazing offer from Durkee. Winner, Retha Reinke. Congratulations, Retha. That's going to be fun. Now, where are you going to spend your money? That's going to be a hard decision because there's a lot of good options.
A lot of nice hoops there, isn't there? Okay, so our next giveaway is that Anita Goodesign Steve Wilson kit, signature kit. And the winners come to us from Facebook.
Ooh, Martha Bigot. Congratulations, Martha. I hope I said your last name okay, but that is going to be an awesome gift. Anita Goodesign has had so many great things that they've been showing off. So congratulations, Martha.
Okay, we're going to continue on. Our next giveaway is from the Embroidered Shop, and it's that Hoop Fun membership. And winners coming to us from YouTube.
Oh, this looks like fun. Congratulations, Pam Hayes. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Okay, our next item is going from Embroidery Garden, and it's going to be that Santa Bag CD, and the winners come to us from Facebook.
Oh my gosh, I've seen this too. This is so stinking cute. Congratulations, Allison Rollison. That's a cool name. Allison, congratulations, and you're going to love this. That is great. Speaking of Christmas in July.
Oh yeah, this is great. All right, so in our next gift is also from Embroidery Garden, and it's that USB stick, and the winner is coming to us from YouTube.
Oh, how cute is that little Santa thing? Okay, winner, Jennifer Hoffman. Congratulations, Jennifer. Watching on YouTube.
Wrong. Oh, did I skip one? Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped one, Angela.
What did you forget?
It was actually what it was the actually holiday. It was the stocking CD.
Oh,
So Jennifer won the
CD.
stocking CD.
Well, there you go, Jennifer. You get the stocking CD, which is super cute if it's what it's on the screen there. Jennifer
sure is.
Hoffman.
So the next thing we're giving away from Embroidery Garden is that USB stick, and it's our winners coming to us from Facebook.
Ooh, drum roll. Kryn Marie McLaughlin. Congratulations, Kryn. Now that is very cool. You are going to, how many designs come on that? Do you know?
I'm not real sure.
Well, whatever it is, it's going to be good because Reen's stuff is awesome. So congratulations, Kryn.
Okay, and our next giveaway is coming to us from you. It's a 1-year subscription to the Fashion Club. So that's that Fashion Club membership. Our winner is coming to us from Facebook.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing who our new member is, Wanda Savage. Congratulations, Wanda. Welcome to the Fashion Sewing Club. You are going to love it. A full year of fashion sewing, and we even do embroidery in there.
All right, and then our next giveaway is coming to us actually from Joanne Banco, and she's giving away one of her autographed books wrapped in embroidery, and the winner's coming to us from YouTube.
That book is awesome. You are going to love it. Congratulations, Brenda Buck. You are going to love this book. Joanne has so much information in there, and the designs are awesome.
All right, and I think that's it. But you know what, guys? Let's give something else away. What do you think, Angela?
That sounds good.
I want to give a sewing machine away.
Whoa, that's a good one.
Kyle, pull us up a winner. And what we're going to do is we're going to give away our Encore 260A. That's our own sewing machine. It's made for us exclusively, and we're going to give that away, and I'm also going to throw that extension table in with it. So y'all excited about that? We're going to give a sewing machine away.
Yay, Blaine, that's going to be fantastic.
So it looks like our winner's coming to us from YouTube.
Congratulations, Gail Klein. Oh my gosh, winner of a new sewing machine. The extension table too, that's pretty awesome.
So there we go. So that's our giveaways for now. And guess what, Angela? We have Anita Good Design coming back up, and we have Melissa coming. And I think she's going to do a little bit of a trunk show and show a lot of those samples of some of the things we saw this morning. So I'm going to let y'all take it away.
That sounds great, Blaine. I cannot wait to see what Melissa has this time. So Melissa, what you showed this morning with Anita Good Design was amazing. So I can hardly wait to see your samples. We were just talking about the digital version where you can touch and you can get all of the information on the design. So are you back there?
I'm here and I'm ready, Angela, and I have some exciting stuff to show you guys.
Nice to see you, Melissa. So that was such a great explanation this morning of what's in the club and what's coming, and now you have more samples for us, and I can hardly wait.
Yes, I have a little sneak peek of both July as well as June. So if you tuned in this morning, you got to hear a little bit more about the All Access Club that Anita Good Design offers. And as a friendly reminder, with Hoop Fest, you guys can go back and watch these videos. So if you missed my session from this morning, pop onto YouTube and you guys can rewatch that morning session where we go deep into detail about everything you can do having the All Access Club, as well as the different ways you can purchase the membership. I'll touch on those a little bit towards the end of the session, but I wanted to take this time to show you guys all the great stuff we've been embroidering lately. Both a little bit of June that's currently out, as well as July, which is coming soon. Now, if you guys recall, and if you missed out, we were giving away a coupon code for Hoop Fest. So I wanted to let you guys know at the beginning of my session that the coupon code has now been extended. So originally, if you were here earlier this week, it was going till June 30th, but Sewing Machines Plus is so awesome. They have helped extend that deadline. So we're actually pushing it through the first week of July. So you guys will have that code until July 7th, and that will end at 11:59 Eastern Standard Time. So I am on the East Coast, so we're following our time, so we make sure the coupon cuts off. But if you were watching the video as I go through the products, I will say the product name and what month we're in that I'm showing you. And if it came out in June, you can already go to our website, AnitaGoodDesign.com, and purchase those directly from the site. And for the stuff for July that I'm showing you, since they were so nice to extend that deadline, if you're seeing stuff you like for July and you're missing that All Access Club for July, or maybe you're starting in August, you can go ahead and already grab some of the collections that I'm going to share with you guys. So I'm really excited, and I hope you're excited as I am to see all these awesome designs that we have. But first, I wanted to go through some of June. So that was the book I was showing first this morning, and it looked like this one. So I mentioned how our All Access comes in this beautiful glossy magazine, as well as our digital interactive version. Now, even if you purchase the full club, you'll still get that digital version of the PDF too, but some people just love flipping through the book. So I have this physical one here to show you guys and all the beautiful releases we came out with. So I'm gonna take some of these stitch outs that I have sitting around here at my table and give you guys a peek. Now, the one that was really drawing the most attention, there were two that came out in June, and they were just absolutely stunning. So the first two I'm going to show you guys are quilting collections. And again, if you've not done Anita Good Design before, our quilting is done in the hoop. So we actually hoop a piece of stabilizer and stitch out the designs block by block. They've been digitized to come in multiple sizes. So even if you have a small hoop or a large hoop, you can pick anywhere up to a max of 6 different sizes that we offer for you guys. So all of the samples we do for Anita are usually stitched in our A size samples. So for scale and reference, you guys can kind of know that our 8-inch quilt blocks look like these. So I'm gonna cover myself and try to project my voice so you can hear. But this one is our beautiful mirrored reflections. So this is one of our 2 animal collections that came out this month, and we have this beautiful quilt block embroidery. So the idea behind this collection was actually 2 different styles of artwork. So one half of the block is showing realistic stitching and lots of embroidered detail using a hidden applique technique. So at Anita, we have lots of different techniques that we teach you guys, and we even identify those throughout the books and throughout the tutorials. So if you've never done hidden applique before, we teach you how to go through that process. But basically, this guy right here is one of the hidden applique designs. And then his counterpart is an applique and satin stitched version as well. So he gets a little less of the fine detail in there, but it's 2 different variations where they kind of mirror each other. And we have all kinds of different animals, and it almost looks like a day to night scene. So very cute, and you can get all kinds of different effects depending the background fabric that you guys use. But this one is truly a showstopper. If you live in any of the sunny states, I know you're going to want to hang this on your wall. And if you don't live in a sunny state, you might want this to cheer you up a little bit for all that fun sunshine. So that one again was mirrored reflections, and this one came out in June for you guys who are curious. Now this next one, I might have to say was my favorite for the whole month of June, and there was a lot of good stuff, but this one is a stunner. Now, you get to see my cute little shirt, but I'm going to stand up and give you guys a peek of this one because we have a huge sample here. So this guy is our Savannah Sunset quilt. Now, I don't know if you guys can see this, but these quilt blocks are 8x12 based right around here. And we also have some sashing and borders added in that comes with the collection. So these are included in the design set. Now I'm going to cover my face a little so you guys can see this effect. But the fabrics in the background, they do feature folded fabrics, which is in the backgrounds of the different animals that they are stitched on top of. And as we look at the full quilt, we gradually changed our colors to get darker and darker. So then you can really see in like the monkey blocks, all those different fabrics there. So stunning. So I wanted you guys to get that full effect of how we did like an ombre style with our fabrics. And we show you guys the types of fabrics in the scans and the stitch outs so you guys can kind of match or get as creative as you want. But this one had such beautiful detail. And then look at this little porcupine guy, all his pretty stitching. So we have some wonderful digitizers on the team at Anita that take our beautiful designs and artwork and then turn them into embroidery basically for you guys to stitch. I know we have lots of ladies that love giraffes. My grandma loves giraffes, so if she's watching, you would like this. So very beautiful quilt. And the best part about Anita's quilting collections is that they are entirely mix and match compatible. So if you were to purchase any other quilting collection from our product line, as long as you match up the block size that you choose and the block size that you stitch out the other collection, they actually line up perfectly. So you can take sashing from one collection and use it with another. I also, let's see, some fun ones. I have so many cute ones to show you guys. I had some people get excited about this earlier this week when I saw Drea tune in and talk about these. But we did embroidered mouse pads. Now this was a whole new venture for us because we've never tried it before, but you never know till you try, right? And we have tested them with computer mouses of all kinds and they do work. But we took store-bought mouse pads. You can buy them online or in a craft store or even a computer store. Walmart probably even has them. I always like to shop local, so check around if you guys have somewhere you can find them. But they are those blank mouse pads that you can buy in any color. And then we have embroidery designs that are created to go directly on the mouse pad. So these have such cute motivational sayings. if you're like me, sometimes towards the end of the afternoon at work, you need a little pick-me-up to give you a boost in your mood. So doing all the things, that's what we've been doing today at Anita. We are doing all the things, prepping all those fun interactive elements for our PDFs you guys have been talking about. But check those out. So they are done with a combination of satin and bean stitching. Very beautiful. And for those who are curious, you can actually use a standard needle for this, and they do work on home machines. So they are 7511 needle. You can definitely get that. So very cute mouse pads that are functional. Let's see some more of the June ones that I really want to share with you guys because they're so cute. We did Sunbonnet Sue. So if you are an embroiderer of any kind or quilting, you might recognize Sunbonnet Sue from iconic history of sewing and embroidery. She's used throughout history as a cute little simple symbol. She never shows her face. She's always got her little sunbonnet on. And this one was done with that same beautiful bean stitch ply. So for us, that means the stitch repeats itself up to 3 times for a bean stitch. So it goes forward 2 and back 1. So I like to give you guys some education in there as well. That is how your machine is moving when it does these beautiful stitches. So you get this really pretty, almost hand embroidered look to it. But rather than having to sit there and embroider it by hand for hours, you can hit go on your machine and just swap out your thread colors. And we also show you guys fun samples through All Access. So we made this little mini placemat with Miss Sunbonnet Sue on her. And I believe this collection specifically goes by Southern Sue. So it was a June release featuring Miss Sunbonnet Sue, but the title of this one is Southern Sue because she's got her beautiful Southern belle dress on. I got one more pretty one of her here for you. Look at that. So we stitched it on some nice linen with like a lace edge, but you could really add these to tea towels, kitchen decor, or even pillows for decoration. So lots of cute ways you can use her as well. Now I'm going to show you guys one more for June, and then we'll get into all of the July, but June had some good ones I wanted to show you. And I had several people get excited. If you saw my front cover, fruit slices. So this is an awesome collection that June released as well, showing this cute little fruit slice bag. Isn't that fun? So these are made with quilt blocks, and they are in the hoop compatible. So you create each slice of the fruit in your embroidery hoop. And then we include instructions on how to do not 1, but 2 projects with the fruit slice collection. So here we made this really cute little bag. Check it out. I'm going to the pool. Can carry all my snacks, some sunscreen, and you can stick it in your little fruit slice bag. On top of the bag, now I'm the only one to show you guys this one because I stole it from our office, but we did the kiwi pillow as well. So I think everyone was showing you guys the orange ones earlier. I stole the kiwi because I thought it was just too cute. And we did this fuzzy brown felt as its back fabric, so it feels like a real kiwi. But very cute pillows. I'm going to stick that right behind me. Look at that. I got a nice little lumbar support. So fun ways you can use those quilt blocks. Now, real quick, we're going to go through some of July. Now, these are sneak peeks for you guys since they are not out yet. But remember, you can go ahead and purchase those as soon as July 1st hits, and we post those designs for you guys. I'm going to show you the one everyone's been excited about the most, which are these little gnome guys. So every time they pop on the screen, everyone loses it. I know you guys have been excited about gnomes. We've done a peek of a gnome design in a few collections earlier this year, but we didn't do a whole collection of them. So now we have some adorable little holiday gnomes. I see Anna over here. Where is it? On my left, other side. There it is. Directions are flipped, you guys. She likes that kiwi pillow that I got going on here. Look at that. So fun. I'm glad you guys like that one. So very cute with these little gnome guys here. Now, this is the one I showed earlier with the 3 guys hanging out, but we have so many cute ones. So I want to flip through some of those for you guys to see. Little boy and girl gnome there. We got a gnome snowman. He's so cute. And this is like a whole thing. I know if you like gnomes, you love the gnomes. And we may or may not have some more coming in the future months. So keep your eyes tuned, or if you sign up for All Access, you'll automatically be receiving those. But again, these are those adorable gnomes that are coming out in July's book. So think Christmas in July. It's our favorite time of year. And we love to go through all these adorable designs in the middle of the summer. So that way you guys can get ready and start stitching before the holidays. These would even look cute on felt gift bags, you guys. So precious. Now I know you guys are very creative, so you'll think of fun ways to display those cute guys. But some other holiday ones I wanted to share with you. We have a few for July. Obviously, July is Christmas heavy. So we did Christmas shorties. Cutest little name. Now these, I believe, they are 4x4 friendly, so they do fit in small hoops. And we did these with a matte embroidery thread. So we did use a Madeira matte in these designs. So they don't have that polyester sheen, and I actually kind of like it without the shine to it. So it gives them this cute, playful, drawn look. Look at this little penguin. Isn't he adorable? So very cute. They all get different styles. I love Mr. Reindeer here. He looks so satisfied hanging out with his little present. He's like, I got Christmas presents. So another awesome one for Christmas, as well as these beautiful words we did. Give you guys a peek of these. Now they do have holiday words hidden in them. So this one says joy. And we got Merry, Happy, Everything. That's a good one. Merry, Happy, Everything, because why not? So very cute. And these are color block styles. So you actually can pick a color palette of threads. This one says Deck the Halls. And you can make them monochromatic. You can make them alternate colors like we did here, or even stitch them in a single color. So we also include some visuals for you guys to see them in one color as well. So in fact, here I have one. There's one done in a single color. So you guys can kind of see how that looks. So very pretty, and those look great on home decor as well. Now I have two exciting ones that I want to show you. I'm watching my time. Got you guys for about 10 more minutes here. So we have several different digitizers on our team, and one of the people that we have digitize all of our really detailed scenes is Ron. And so this is a collection Ron did. This is our vintage coral reef that is coming out in July. Now, these are stunning. They are embroidery, so they can go on any fabric, or you can put them into a quilt if you want to merge them into block shapes, but they can kind of be stitched anywhere you want. They can even be done on like a linen like we did here and then put in a frame in a bathroom. My parents live in Florida, so if they're watching, shout out to my mom and dad, but I know they'd be all over these designs in frames hanging up in their Florida bathroom. So if you're anywhere tropical or even not, you might see these are absolutely stunning. I got several different ones here to show you guys. And the shading on them is so beautiful. So we do include a full list of the colors that we used and the brand, but you guys can get as creative as you want. You could do these in grayscale. Some gorgeous designs. One of my favorites, the jellyfish. And Ron is one of our digitizers. We love to do all these detailed, intricate scenes. He's famous for a lot of our tile scenes. So hats off to Ron on this collection because it's looking beautiful. But I want you guys to see all those pretty stitches. So very beautiful. They can be done in different colors like I mentioned, but the aquatic ones are just really, yeah, I see someone else saying the aquatic ones are stunning. Yes, we love our ocean critters. Let's see, I want to show you guys a few more of these because they're just so pretty. Check out Mr. Crab here. We got a little blue crab. Very cute. And there are blue crabs, so he looks just like the real thing. I'm getting all the heart eyes for these. I know. Think of all those fun projects, Melinda. All right. Now, I wanted to show you, let's see. We have a new technique that we introduced earlier this year that is known as loop fringe. So if you've never done fringe embroidery before, it involves taking a seam ripper or scissors to the back of the design for loop fringe. That's specifically, we do have two types, but this one is our latest version of fringe. And I'm going to show you guys some designs on felt first, and then I'll show you our sample that we have. But loop fringe is super cute. Now I'm going to have to get at an angle so you guys can see these dimensional little fluffy stitches that they get. So it creates loops out of the embroidery thread. And the way we do that is we actually digitize them a certain length to be satin stitches. And we'll walk you through the step-by-step process. But the way they work is that on the back of the design, we identify the bobbin stitches for the spots that are supposed to get fringed, which we show in the tutorial for you. And from there, you actually take a seam ripper and you slice some of the stitches. So in this area, we did some and around it, but in the flowers, they get cut a bit. There you go. And when you pull them through the front, the embroidery will actually stay in place thanks to an anchor stitch. And you get this beautiful, fun, and fluffy texture. So you get this nice dimensional feel to them. They're so beautiful. And I really think this is a fun effect to try with embroidery because how often do you do fluffy embroidery threads? And we have another version of fringe as well. So if you're interested in trying this, check out fringe on the website. It definitely has that really cool texture. I agree, Donna. I think the texture takes the embroidery to a whole nother level. It gives you that fun, fluffy look. And I have a few of those just to show you guys. So we have all kinds of different pretty flower arrangements. They look great for spring, Mother's Day, hung on a wall in a girl's room. The possibilities really are endless for these, in my opinion. So whatever you can come up with, you can create. Now the sample I have here is beautiful. We did a garden apron. So it's a little long for me, but there it is. It hangs down your waist and you can tie it. But with the pockets, we show how to create this, and they feature that loop fringe design right there on the front. So you guys can see those fluffy little threads, very pretty, and you're able to see that extra texture and dimension. So on top of the loop fringe, I wanted to share with you guys one more thing, but I talked earlier about the interactive all access. Now I brought my trusty iPad here to show you guys again, but all access comes in multiple formats. No matter which one you're getting, we will include an interactive PDF. That is a new feature for us, and we're so excited to hear you guys are really loving it. But I have here the July all access pulled up in my iPad, and I wanted to mention a specific release. So we did this collection called Benny Bunny, and he is a part of our Animal Adventure series. So if you have been an Anita customer in the past, you would recognize Animal Adventure. And I wanted to show you the tutorial for this. So if you recognize this quilt right here, you might have been one of our customers in the past with the Animal Adventure. But in our interactive PDF for that digital version, so digital again, SMP is offering for $4.99 for 12 months. So don't miss out on that offer, you guys. It's so great. But we come with this digital interactive PDF, and in our tutorial for the Benny Bunny collection that's included in July, there's a page that now tells you if you like this collection, you can click on any of these to take you to the website and shop something similar. So I have the original Animal Adventure right there. And if I tap on it, it's going to let me know it's opening the page. So if I hit open, takes you straight to the website. So we've made finding designs that you guys love even easier. I just wanted to show you guys that interactive feature, but there is the original Anita's Playhouse collection for Animal Adventure. And that was a Premium Plus we released several years back. So now I can show you these adorable bunny stitch outs. Isn't he so cute? So just like all the Animal Adventure characters, we add a new member to the I want to say staff, but to the Animal Adventure lineup, and each animal gets the same number of designs and technique styles, but for that specific animal. So we have all kinds of cute different versions of him isolated out. We include quilt blocks for you guys, so you can incorporate this into an existing Animal Adventure playhouse. You can create designs for a kid's room based on the animal that you really love. But Benny Bunny is our newest Playhouse member. He is so cute. And we got to pick his name, and I think his name's just adorable. Mr. Benny Bunny. Benjamin Bunny. And we have all kinds of different typography blocks, different blocks showing him off. And they even include those folded fabric borders that you guys see here. So really cute, and I wanted to hone in on that interactive feature for this particular collection because I know a lot of you have seen him before, but absolutely precious. Now I have two more I want to share with you guys, and then I will kick it out to questions if anyone has questions once I cover our last bit of information. So sneak peek for you guys on these for July. These are hand-stitched cards. And let's see, what did we end up calling these? Holly Jolly cards. I'm checking my notes for you guys, so I make sure I call it the right thing. But this is the Holly Jolly cards collection. It is a project that we are releasing in the July book. And this is one of those examples where you can actually take embroidery and stitch onto things like cardstock. So right here, we took an average plain cardstock card that opens up, and we laid a piece of felt down in this case. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you, you have to have fabric under it so it doesn't eat up your cardstock. But you can embroider simple weight designs like this one on things like cards for the holidays. So we have that beautiful multi-ply, almost like a hand-stitched look to it. So nothing super dense there that will puncture the card. It gives a little bit of space between those stitches. That was like a tongue twister right there. For those who ask, when you make cards like this, you can actually open it up and you can paste in another piece of construction paper or printed paper to cover up those bobbin stitches. In my opinion, it's kind of cool that you embroidered it. So I would even write a little note and say, yes, I made this card right next to the bobbin stitches. But a beautiful example of holiday embroidery that will come in that July book. There are other cards included. So this one's just your sneak peek, but we did that really pretty metallic thread that you see there. And we also have, of course, the large release that I have not mentioned for you guys. So every once in a while throughout the year, we come up with a huge release that we want to give you guys a ton of different designs. And so for July, I'm going to show you a sneak peek of it, but this is the quilt done with all of the designs included. And this is Hodgepodge Christmas. So this is our special edition that is coming out in July, so just in time for Christmas in July. And all the different designs that you see, they're done over these folded fabric blocks, and we merge the different designs into the blocks. So you actually get to choose how you want to place your different designs, which ones you want to stitch out and merge to the quilt. But we got all kinds of cute ones. And the best part is each design that you're seeing, they come in 2 versions as well. You can get them as a freestanding ornament that gets made with felt, or as a standard applique design with a raw edge that you can add to any other project. So Hodgepodge Christmas coming out in July. Tons of great designs and cute ideas in there for the holidays. I hope you guys are loving all these sneak peeks. We have such, yes, I see Donna said great variety. So I wanted to remind you guys in my last few minutes here about those all access options for you. So if you did, again, miss my intro this morning about all access and the ways you can join the club, feel free to go on to Sewing Machines Plus YouTube page and go back to this morning's session so you guys can watch. But if you sign up for any of the club options, we are offering a $50 gift card just for joining. So that means if you sign up for All Access through SewingMachinesPlus.com, they are going to give you a $50, or we're giving you, for signing up with them, a $50 digital gift card just for joining All Access. So again, they've linked those forms and how to join the club very easy on their website. If you call Anita Good Design with questions and end up signing up with us, just let them know you watched Hoop Fest. And if you let them know that code word, we'll also include a $50 gift card for you guys just for joining. But again, we have multiple club options for you guys available. We did go over that interactive version, which is priced at so low. It's only $4.99 for 12 months of beautiful embroidery and quilting designs, and not to mention all the awesome projects that we create here for you guys. On top of the digital all access, there is also our $1,400 subscription for 1 year, which is 12 issues of the All Access magazine, and that will come to your house in physical print. You will also get that interactive PDF with it as well, so you guys are able to flip through the book or put it on your reader if you need to. We also are giving away a gift card if you're doing the full $1,400. So if you decide you want the print copy of All Access, you will still get your digital PDF every month uploaded to your account. But on top of getting the physical books in the mail, we're going to give you $1,400 right back in a gift card that you can use at AnitaGoodDesign.com. And it can be used for any embroidery designs that you have not already purchased or own. To answer questions ahead of time, you cannot use it on future clubs. So it is for product on the website, but an awesome deal for you guys. You basically spend $1,400 for 12 months. We're giving you basically 12 months of free designs that you get to choose on the site. And then lastly, this morning I mentioned a renewal option, or the $9.99 annual is the other term for it. So if you are wanting to subscribe to All Access, but you have a ton of embroidery designs and you don't need the $1,400 gift card, we offer the full year with the print book for $9.99 as well. Now, those are our club options, so I definitely will answer any questions if you have them. But I wanted to let you guys know again that coupon code Angela, make sure they know it. If they go to our site and use HoopFest 2021, they'll get 50% off all the product on the site.
That is awesome. And you extended that sale, I believe, till July 7th, did you say?
Yes, July 7th. So the first week of July, you guys can still get those brand new designs I just mentioned. And that will be good till 11:59 Eastern time.
That was a wise decision, because I can see sitting around that whole long weekend and everyone's like going through their notes and they can say, wait. Now, wait a minute, by the way. We did forget to mention that Sewing Machines Plus has decided that they're going to offer financing for this. So if you call them up and you get the whole package for $1,400, where you also get the $1,400 gift card, you call them and they will give 0% financing. I believe he said for 18 months, but call them and double check. So they're offering financing for any of the plans, even the digital one. So that would be kind of like just every month you get a whole little package. How awesome is that? So just call Sewing Machines Plus, and that was awesome. So anyways, Melissa, you left me, but I have to tell you, those samples were so stinking cute. And the mouse pad, that's on my list. That and that beautiful animal quilt. So next up, we have Deborah Jones. I just saw her yesterday and I cannot wait to see her again today. Deborah is so talented. She actually taught me so much about embroidery. Every time I ever see her in live events or on camera like today, I always pick up something new. So Deborah, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you always, Angela. And, you know, this is still a great way to get together because it's almost like being in the same room.
I know, except now I don't have to weed through people to watch your demonstration because usually everybody's flocked around her. I'm always like in the back.
Well, you know, we've had a lot of fun this week talking about, yesterday we talked about how to make patches on your embroidery machine, on any embroidery machine. That was a lot of fun. And today we're going to talk about stabilizers. And so this is really a good class on how to choose the most important stabilizers that we need to use and match them to the fabrics that we are embroidering. And I see Deanna says, hey, Deborah. Hey, Deanna. And Nana 31331 is saying hello. So hello to all of you. And Debbie is saying hi. So let me go ahead and share my screen, and we will bring up a PowerPoint that helps me show you. Okay, and I'm going to choose my PowerPoint. Okay, and it should pop up here in just a moment. Let's see here. Here we go. So if the director will bring it up, thank you, director. And I am going to get started and talk about how we build the proper foundation for embroidery. And, you know, Christy Gray says tips on stabilizers are always appreciated. Absolutely. And by me too, because, you know, we learn from each other. That's the main way that we learn, especially during these times when we're not going to classes. And Linda Booth correctly says that the wrong stabilizer can ruin your project. We've all experienced that. And I just want to mention that getting great results is what makes embroidery fun. And so you can see there in my picture on the left, that's a niece who, of course, brought me her stole to embroider on the day before her graduation, right? So I had to be ready to do that project with the right stabilizer right away. And of course, everything you see in this picture here takes, you know, the proper stabilizer, but there's not just one stabilizer for any particular fabric. So let's dive in and see what we need exactly and what the properties are so we can start to just apply logic, okay? So I'm going to talk first about the core four. And when I call these the core four, I mean, these are four very important stabilizers that every embroiderer should have in their arsenal, because with these four products, you're going to have a stabilizer you can do just about any fabric with. So let's talk about them first, and then we'll get into some of the more specialized types. So let's just get started. A couple of people love the baby shoes. I do too. And for a while when I did those, I was on a shoe kick. So I did tennis shoes, baby shoes, and boots all in the same week. So that's the way we embroiderers are. Sometimes something catches our interest and we just go with it, you know. So the first one I want to talk about is medium tearaway. So most woven fabrics do need a tearaway. I know sometimes we want to be super careful and think that a cutaway might be better, because if a cutaway is the most stable, let's go with that. But that's really not quite right. So we do want to use a tearaway for almost every woven fabric. And I'm going to talk more about what woven fabrics are in a minute. But medium tearaway is the most used weight, and Stay Perfect is the Sewing Machines Plus brand. And I know that theirs tears away very cleanly, and it is one that can either be hooped in or floated under your hoop. Now, here are some examples of woven fabrics. You see my little satin dog pillow up there. That was my sister's long-haired dachshund Rocky on that pad. And, you know, there's cotton quilting fabrics, nylon windbreakers, polyester, satins, denims, towels. You get the idea. Fishing shirts, tote bags. Those are all wovens, and those are all calling for a tearaway stabilizer. So if you use a cutaway, in my experience, I think you can do it, but you're going to have to use even more than you would if you used a tearaway. So here's a great picture of a work shirt that I did for a neighbor's company, and you see it's got those long satin stitches in it, but the tearaway was all that I needed to support that properly without any puckering. So it will work for these kinds of fabrics. In fact, it works the best. And if you look at this shirt, it certainly needs a little pressing, but it's not puckered. And this is a Susan Schmidt's design. I think it's such a happy little design. And it's another great example, front and back, that a tearaway will support. If the fabric will support the stitches, then you can use the tearaway. So, and I'm talking about wovens, which we're going to call stable materials. So here's my kind of guideline. Match the stitch count and the fabric weight to your stabilizer weight, because you know you can get tearaway and cutaway in light, medium, and heavy weights, but you don't want a stabilizer generally that's heavier than your fabric, right? Because you don't want that imbalance there. So try to match to your fabric weight and your stitch count. Now, if your fabric stretches, generally we're going to use a cutaway, and Stay Perfect cutaways have silicone that lubricate your needle with every needle penetration. That is great. So you could use light, medium, or heavy. They all contain the silicone. The medium weight is great for medium weight knits, for piqué golf shirts, for those sweatshirts and hoodies. And you know, the reason that we use a cutaway is because that tearaway will break down before you put on your outline stitches. So you see in this image how the side of that heart fill stitch has pulled away from the outline. Well, the outline, actually it pulled in and then the outline was applied and they didn't match up. The outlines are off track. So if that same design is stitched with a cutaway, you're going to get the proper outlining meeting up with the fill stitch. So this is why sometimes, you know, people say, hey, I stick down my onesies to do them. Well, onesies should have a cutaway, and that sticky is generally a tearaway, isn't it? So it may look good when it comes off your machine, but one of my big concerns is how it looks after it's been laundered. And so we need to know what it looks like afterward. Now, here's a really interesting fact about stabilizers, and you want to think about the fact that cheaper is not going to do you any favors, because look at the carded or random saturate stabilizer on the left side. That is what sometimes you're getting when you purchase inexpensive stabilizers online that are, you know, not coming from a reputable dealer. The Stay Perfect brand is a wet laid stabilizer. The fibers are very uniform in their distribution, and that means it doesn't have the stretch and it's got better coverage. So when we use a wet laid stabilizer, you don't need to double up. You know, you may have been taught, and many of us have been, to hoop with 2 layers and put them at opposing angles, right? So when you put these at opposing angles, then that counteracted the stretch that we got in those inferior stabilizers. So when you're using a wet lathe like the Stay Perfect brand is, then you don't need to double up, not at all, because this is going to only require one layer of the proper weight. You see, so that's why it comes in different weights. So this is a good thing to know about, the fact that wet lathe is superior and you only need one. You know, that's going to save in the long run. And here's a picture of a sweatshirt I did of a border collie named Einstein. And for me, when I'm doing a knit in a larger hoop size, okay, I'm going to go with a traditional cutaway like we see here for large stitch counts and large hoop sizes. Now, I'm going to show you after the break a lighter weight cutaway that I also love, but I use it in the smaller hoop sizes, because in the big hoop sizes, I find that we need this body to hold up to this kind of a heavier design without being heavier than the fabric, if that makes sense. So this is my preference. And people ask me sometimes, should I cut between those letters? No, because if you cut between the letters, you're going to make your lettering look wavy after it's laundered. And remember, I'm a little bit concerned about how my embroidery looks after it's been laundered a time or two. So that is the reason. The cutaway, when you're removing it, here's two important things. Keep it where you can always see that garment. You want to see the back of the stabilizer and the back of the garment so that you don't cut. Now, Kathleen's asking what kind of stabilizer. This we're talking about is the medium cutaway from Sewing Machines Plus, the Stay Perfect brand. Now, when you're cutting, I recommend using a relatively short blade embroidery scissor, and you want to leave an 1/8 to a 1/4 inch outside that embroidery. You know, I used to think I was the best trimmer in the world because I could get right up next to that embroidery. But what that can create, you guys, is a sunken appearance to your embroidery. Have you ever seen that sunken appearance? Sometimes it can be because the design was just too heavy in stitches, but other times it's because there was no little platform created by the margin left outside of that embroidery. So that's good to know. So leave an 1/8 to a 1/4 of an inch outside of your embroidery. Now, one of the specialty stabilizers that's in that 2040 pack that is the Core 4 is Peel and Stick. Now, this is a sticky stabilizer, and some people go, I don't like sticky stabilizer. No, but this is the best one in the industry, because there are times, frankly, when we need it, and we all sometimes have those occasions. So I like it because it's the best weight of the base of the tearaway. It's a nice medium tearaway, and it has great tack without gumming the needle. So that's why I say it's the industry best. But it's indispensable for items that could be marred by a hoop, that might be too small to hoop. In fact, I'm going to grab this little bear. I took this little jacket that's got little tiny letters on it, and it's got a snap front. I couldn't hoop this, so I had to stick it down. So there are times when we need it. And other examples would be socks, caps, shoes, boots, bags, and ribbon. So when you do use it and you pull it away gently, and you'll see that outline of the reindeer where I pulled it away nice and gently. But see, that shows you right there that it's a nice weight, because it didn't destroy that base when we pulled off the embroidery. And just take another smaller piece and patch it so you can reuse that hooped piece 2 or 3 more times. Then it's going to get too heavy. Now, another thing I suggest is that you hoop it with the glossy protective paper side facing up, and then just score that paper with a pin and tear away the wings like you see in the upper right hand corner, and that'll expose the whole sticky surface without getting any on your hoop, so you can protect your hoop that way. And the last product that is in that 2040K Core 4 kit is water soluble topping, and you all know we need water soluble topping to hold down the nap on towels and fleece and that sort of thing. So here is a tip. Well, I've got a couple of tips for water soluble. It, of course, can be hooped in on top of your work, or you can cut a smaller piece and spray it with something like 505 or 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞, a temporary embroidery adhesive, and finger press that down in your embroidery area, and that will keep it right where it needs to be, and you're using a little bit less product. Now, the other thing that I want to explain is how to remove it. You know, I used to recommend 1 part fabric softener with 12 parts water in your spray bottle because it eats up the water soluble more readily. However, there's another way that I like even better, and that is to moisten a paper towel, tear away the big pieces, of course, but then moisten a paper towel, put it over the embroidery, iron over that paper towel until it's dry using medium heat. And when you pull that paper towel away, that topping is going to cling to the towel. And here's just another view of that. So here I've torn away my big pieces, put that moist paper towel down, iron over it, and when you lift the towel away, it all comes with it. So the great thing about this method is that you don't get your project so wet or so damp. It really doesn't leave it damp at all because you're only dampening that paper towel. Cool method. I love it. Now, the other thing I want to show you is that, you know, all of my experience working with stabilizers partly comes from managing big production shops where we had lots of big machines doing hundreds of pieces every day. And so I designed this tool called the Embroiderer's Compass, and it's a wheel, and you just dial the wheel to the fabric you're going to embroider. And in the top window are my recommended stabilizer types, and usually I try to give you a couple. And in the next window are my recommended needle point types and blade sizes, very important. And then in the bottom window are other tips that I learned about working with that fabric. So this is a great tool. Hey, Barb Torrey asked, when would you use a heat away? I use heat away behind my sheer fabrics. It is my go-to stabilizer for wedding handkerchiefs. And I love doing wedding handkerchiefs. And when you use that heat away behind those wedding hankies, you can just pull off the big pieces and iron it, and they're ready to go in the box. It's wonderful because it's transparent. You don't get that stabilizer show through. So here's, you know, the cool thing right now, and this is how you purchase these products we're talking about. And the reason you want to purchase them right now is because they're 20% off. And that's a big chunk of savings off. And you're going to be able to order these right on the website and get that 20% off. And it's really a fantastic time to buy stabilizers. So here we got the helpful coupon code there, Stay Perfect, and that's going to give you that 20% off. So trust me, these are great products. I use this stabilizer myself, and I wouldn't say that if it wasn't correct. You know, Suzanne says that she uses a tennis ball. Let me see if I can find her thing again. Oh, Suzanne. Oh yeah. Let's see. She had a great tip there about, oh yeah, she takes a clean tennis ball dampened with leftover solvay and rolls that around. That's another great way, because that tennis ball is firm and it helps pick up better than just the moistened solvay itself. So, okay, thank you guys for all your comments. I'm loving to read these over here as much as I can while I'm talking. So let's see here. Another one that I love, I mentioned a few minutes ago, is the no-show mesh. That's the lighter weight cutaway that I love, because it doesn't show through light colored or lightweight garments like a non-woven does, the traditional non-woven, like I used on the Einstein shirt. Remember that one I used because I was in a big hoop with a big heavy design, and that is the correct usage for that type. But the no-show is really great because it's going to give you that no-show effect, and it's going to hold a lot of stitches as long as they're in a small hoop size. And I say up to 5 by 7 inch, it's good. So you're going to use this for knit shirts, for onesies, for soft drapey materials. I love it. The way you know the no-show is that it has a distinctive embossed pattern, and it's very, very soft to the skin. It has no stretch, and people sometimes call it poly mesh, but it's really made out of nylon. So it's very, very stable. And check out this sample. Here we have a logo from a event series that I used to do called Club Ed. And you can see the wonderful registration on that palm tree and the sand underneath it. Registration meaning the outlines follow the fill stitches. And you can see that I only used one layer of the no-show. So if you hoop it in and you get it in nice and snug in that hoop, then you don't have to worry about outlines being off track. It is a very reliable stabilizer. And for the smaller hoop sizes, for left chest type designs, it's great. Now, here's another great cutaway that we're talking a little bit more specialty now, but if you've got a son, a brother, a husband, a nephew that likes to wear these moisture wicking shirts that are so thin and stretchy, but so comfortable too. That's why they love them. You know, people like to play golf in them and do all kinds of outdoor activities because they're designed to wick the moisture away from the skin. So, you know, the first few times I had to embroider them, I thought, yikes, you know, because they are so thin and stretchy. But this stretchy knit stabilizer, and that is the name of it, is the silver bullet for moisture wicking materials. It is a woven fabric. It looks kind of like a broadcloth, but it's firm. And you when you hoop this in, it's just like stitching on a stable woven fabric, and your knit is just getting in the way. And that's the way I like to think about it, because I've given it that foundation to embroider reliably, and it does work fantastic. I love it. Now, here's another example of the type of registration or correct outlining on a knit shirt. I want to give you a few tips on using, on embroidering those moisture wicking shirts. When you hoop them, no matter what stabilizer you use, do not recess the hoop. Now, do you know what recessing is? Recessing is when you push that inner ring lower than the outer ring, which is normally desirable, but with a thin, stretchy knit, you could stretch the knit. So let's not recess on the thin, stretchy knits. Some professional embroiderers even hoop the stabilizer and spray and let the shirt float down and finger press it onto the woven stabilizer. You know, you would think that's a no-no, but you know, in this case, it's a unique situation. So it's another way of doing it. Now, tear and wash is a specialty tearaway that we would use for linens primarily, because it dissolves gradually in the wash. You tear it away like normal, and it's going to gradually over several washings disintegrate. It's not like a water soluble where it just disappears, but it will gradually disintegrate. And it tears away cleanly, and people like it for bed, bath, and table linens. Sew and wash. This is, of course, very popular for making lace, and it is desirable because it is a mesh. It's almost like fabric, but it dissolves just as quick as water-soluble topping. Amazing, right? So this is one that I used for some in the hoop projects. You see my little gift card holder and how clean the edges are on it. I just took a Q-tip, literally a moistened Q-tip, and went around the edges and got that water-soluble mesh off. So great product. And of course, one of the big uses for it is anytime you don't want any remaining stable blanket or lace. You know, a lot of people use this mesh for lace, and if you want firm lace like the bowl, then you just rinse it. If you want really soft lace, then you can soak it or rinse it multiple times. So when you're making lace with sew and wash, for most lace, I recommend using 2 layers and get them hooped really tightly, because that's what's going to keep your lace, you know, it's got buildup of underlay. So it's going to go back and forth in the same place. So you want to make sure that that is all aligned. And so hoop it nice and tight, and that's going to give you great looking lace. And that's a beautiful shot of some lace jewelry from Designs and Machine Embroidery. So you could wear big earrings and they're light as air. So very cool. Now, another specialty product that I love is Fuse So Soft, which is a fusible tricot that has a much more aggressive adhesive than the kind you would buy at the fabric store. So it's going to stay on there for the life of the garment. Just cut it to cover the back of a embroidery on a onesie, for example, to make it very soft against a baby's skin, or use it to cover up embroidery with metallic thread. So I think that is a nice finishing touch. You know, Oshkosh puts it on all of their children's clothes. So this is one where I recommend cutting it slightly larger and either round the corners or use pinking shears to cut it so that it will have a better tendency to prevent lifting. So another thing you can use it for is to add body to a lightweight fabric before you embroider, or to something like silk du peony to keep it from raveling as you're hooping and embroidering it. So lots of ways to use it. Or here's another tip. If you have some really great looking embroidery on the front, but the back of it looks like a real mess, then just iron some Fuse So Soft. It'll hide a multitude of sins there. So here is the last product I want to show you, and that is Fuse and Stick. And you iron it onto the back of your applique fabric, and then you get your pattern on there however you do it. Either trace it, or sometimes I stitch it right on to my placement line, right onto my applique fabric, because then I know it's going to match up with that placement line on my host fabric, right? And then cut out the shape. And you can peel off the back this protective covering, and it exposes a tacky surface that you can put down and tack down your applique and finish it up. So that is the Fuse and Stick. But I just want to remind you, the compass has got 27 different fabric types on it. It is a two-sided tool. It's laminated. I keep mine right at my hooping table where I'm making that stabilizer decision, just to remind me, give me a little refresher on what I was most successful with when I embroidered that fabric before. So I'm going to stop my share here, and I think we can. There we go. So I'm back, and I want to encourage you to use that 20% off coupon, because that is a way to get some of these specialty products that you may have not purchased in the past, and get them at a real savings, so that even if you don't know you need to use them right now, you never know when you're going to say, oh yeah, I got that no-show. That's going to be great. And by the way, you could use no-show on those moisture wicking shirts as well. It's just a matter that the stretching it stabilizer is even more reliable for that use. So are we back with Blaine, or who is our host?
Hey, Deborah.
Hey, Blaine.
Great job as usual, and you always bring a new perspective to stabilizer, and because I know that's something that's very confusing to a lot of people out there, which one to use, and you always give such a good explanation, and we love having you on the show, and thank you so much for all that, and we sure do appreciate Dime being one of our sponsors. And so guys, I got to tell y'all how you can get this stabilizer. So this is a Stay Perfect brand. This is actually our brand. It's made just for Sewing Machines Plus. It comes in those Stay Fresh tubes. And what is so great about the tubes, they're color coded. So when you want to, you're not going to have to just throw it in a drawer. You can roll it back up when you finish cutting out what you're cutting. That extra you have, you can put it right back in your tube and store it. But right now we have 20% off all Stay Perfect stabilizer. And we do have, and what I recommend to people to do, we have those variety packs that gives you a 4-pack of different types of ones, so you can kind of pick the one you love. They start at $37.99 and go up. But right now we have them all individual sizes and different, different types. But go on our website at the very top at the search bar, put in Stay Perfect, and it'll take you right to that category page where you can actually look at all the different varieties of stabilizer we have. And we have 20% off coupon. That coupon code is Stay Perfect. That's it. Just one word, Stay Perfect. And that'll get you 20% off all stabilizer. So if you've been needing stabilizer, you better load up right now. So, hey guys, we're moving right along, and we're getting ready to talk about one of my favorite products of the show so far. And this is that SWF 12 needle embroidery machine. And guys, I got to tell you, this thing has been flying off the shelf. We started out with 24 of them. And right now we have, Kyle just gave me an update. We have how many left? 3 left. So 3 left. And so I have told you before, this thing is a great, great price. I'm going to save all that to the end. But we have Garrett McMinn back. He's from SWF. And Garrett's going to go through all that machine again and tell us all about it. And then I'm going to tell you how you can get one and what the special is. So Garrett, welcome back to day 5. And you're back in the afternoon session. And we're so glad you're here.
I appreciate it. I think you guys are stuck with me the rest of the weekend. Kyle's already left and he's on vacation. So sorry to disappoint, but you're stuck with me through the end of the show.
Hey, we're not disappointed at all. You can kind of go back and tell Kyle that, while he was on, we didn't sell any, but when you came on, we've just about sold out.
I'll be sure to tell him, but I can't tell him too much because I got to have him to help me on the next ones when we do them again.
Well, there you go. There you go.
So, alrighty. Yeah. I mean, if you want to get into it, I'm more than excited to start, and we'll go over the control panel first. We always go over the control panel. Just because it is one of our best features that we just came out with in beginning of 2021. This control panel, just kind of give you a background at SWF. We are an industrial machine manufacturing company. So this control panel is on all of our industrial machines. So it's not like we took one panel and just hopefully made it for this machine. This is on our huge machines, the 12 head embroidery machines, the 15 head, 20 head. Huge machines that would be in factories that are producing thousands of pieces per day. This identical control panel and identical software is being used in those factories. So you can rest assured you're getting a industrial backed machine in a smaller machine's body. So all the same features with the software, the faster running capabilities. The machine does run up to 1,000 stitches per minute, which is very quick. We'll get more into it as far as the other reasons our machines run faster than our competitors, but just a few things to mention is the automatic color change, the auto thread cut, the startup time from color to color, very quick. So that is where we gain a lot of speed over our competitors. Like I said, I'll get further into that further into the demonstration. For now, let's focus on this control panel. So it is a 10.4 inch LCD. Is a touch screen, so everything on here you can touch if you want to access different options. First thing I always explain to people is sometimes there's a lot going on with the control panel. It looks like there's a lot, but the one thing to keep in mind as you first purchase your machine or as you unbox it, there's 4 very simple steps to physically running your machine. You do need to learn more about your machine as you continue, but to physically get it to run a design is 4 steps. So yeah, there is a lot going on here, but rest assured, be easy with it. I mean, if you do the 4 steps, you get those underneath your belt, you can start running your machine. As you continue to run it, see the machine run and access the different settings, you will start to learn the ins and outs and the different tips and tricks about embroidery. The first thing I like to do is go through those 4 steps with you guys just to show you really how simple it is straight out of the box. First, we'll go over the assembly to kind of lead you up to this point. But whenever you get the machine out of the box, it does come pre-threaded for you. The only thing you have to assemble is the thread rack and the stand. And then also you're going to put the control panel on, which is 4 cables. So that's about a 2 to 3 hour process, depending on your level of knowledge of the machine, but still very simple. Once you do that, you're ready to power it on. And minus the design that we already have pulled up here, this is how it would power on, and you guys would be at this point straight out of the box about 2 to 3 hours later. So the first step to run your machine is we are going to select the design. So this machine, also this panel, is Wi-Fi capable. Right now, we're using the USB to transfer our design in. I'll get more into the Wi-Fi and kind of explain exactly what that does. It's a really cool feature that we have now. But first, we'll pull the design from the USB. Go ahead and select it. And then from there, we would check our orientation. Your orientation is the rotation of your design, whether you're going on a t-shirt, a hat. In this case, we'd be going on a shirt, so I really don't need to check it because it's naturally at 0. So then that would be our second step. Third step, we load our colors. So you go in here, there are buttons 1 through 12. That's just your different color cones back here. Once you fully thread your machine, you can actually customize this screen as well. To where if you put, like we have silver on 1, blue on 2, red on 3, behind those numbers, I can go ahead and put a color code behind that number that tells me that silver is 1, blue is 2, red is 3, and continue on to where you have all 12 colors actually customized behind your numbers. That way, whenever you start putting your color codes for each design in, you're actually not having to look back here on the thread rack at all. You are just coming straight to the control panel and loading your design, choosing your colors. So we'll just select a random color sequence here. We'll save that. And then from there, we would go to our trace option. So our trace button, really cool, is it has a laser trace. Some machines, to see the exact positioning of your design or see where it's going to fit in the hoop, you have to kind of get your hands down here, which is a little bit dangerous, but you pull the needle down and hopefully see where the machine's going to trace your design out for you. With ours, it does have the laser trace. Probably hard to see from that angle, but there is a little laser down there pointing down below the needle. So that's going to show us exactly where our design is fitting inside our hoop, and exactly where our design is going to place on the garment, to where you can get the exact placement you want for your customer, whether it's a left chest, above a pocket. That laser really helps you get the exact placement you want. So once we would trace it, go there, you hit trace, the frame's going to move. From there, we are ready to hit start. Once you hit start, this machine does, like I mentioned before, have the automatic color change, the automatic thread cut, and auto thread detection. So they say everything is automatic for you. Once you hit start, you can walk away. If it does have a thread break, the auto thread break is really important. It'll sense a thread break within 2 to 3 stitches of that actual occurrence. It's where your machine's going to stop. You do need to be there to restart it, so you can walk back to your machine, thread the needle. But it's really cool, the option that we have in here, and this kind of is the industrial background coming through, is the machine naturally goes back 5 stitches. So what that does is when you have a thread break and it goes 2 to 3 stitches past, you're going to have a slight gap in your design. So it backs up 5 stitches. It covers over that gap again to where you're not having to figure out where your machine had the thread break. You just thread it back up, hit start, your machine's good to go. So we'll go back through those 4 options in real time. I just kind of broke them down for you. We'll go through them in real time just to show you really how quick and easy this panel is to learn. So we'll grab our design again. And keep in mind our orientation is fine, so I'm not going to do that. Going to select our color sequence. And then I would hit trace. So from there, once we're happy with the positioning of our design inside of our hoop, the only thing I would have to do is hit start. Like I said, you can walk away, go ahead and hoop your next job, get your next job ready. Because actually, I just thought about it, but with all these videos I forgot to mention, whenever you have a design running on the machine, all of our prior machines, you could never do this, and a lot of our competitors' machines you cannot. But once you start a design, once it's running, you can actually go in here, load in more designs while this one's still running, and you can preload your next colors. So basically all of that work you just see me do, while this machine is still running, I can go ahead and pre-do that while I'm waiting on this design to finish, to where whenever I go to switch my designs or my jobs, there's essentially no downtime whatsoever. The other thing, now we kind of went through the panel, I'll go back into the ease of setup once you get the machine. So this feature right here, I'll get into it, kind of overlooked, is that flip up light there. But like I said, whenever your machine comes out of the box, it is pre-threaded. So everything from the head down is already threaded for you. So all you're doing is you're assembling this thread rack, running your thread through and then tying it on. You just tie a very simple knot, you pull it through the front and it comes through. Just in case your knot comes loose, or let's say in the future you're running your machine and you're not paying attention and your #1 spool runs out, or any spool for that matter, runs out of thread. If you need to rethread it manually, it is very simple. Everything here is directional and has markers as to where to go and how many times to wrap it around. And we have instructional videos. We cannot stress that enough. We have a lot of good instructional videos that break down each part of this machine. So anything that I went over on the control panel there with you guys, we have an instructional video for that, or if you want to watch that again, you could. Same thing with the threading. You might learn it and then learn your machine for a week, take a vacation, come back and you're kind of fuzzy on it. You could rewatch that video at any time and it's going to show you how to thread the machine. Like I said, it's very simple. Everything goes down here. The really cool thing is this flip up light that we've added there. So as you're threading this part of the head, it actually kind of gets in your way. So I would lift this up, you thread your machine down to here. Once you get to the needles, it does not matter how good your eyesight is. If it's not well lit, you're going to have a tough time seeing the eye of that needle. So this option is really cool. Once you're done with the head up here, just pull that down and you're ready to start threading your needle there. So that's kind of the ease of operation straight out of the box. Blaine, if you want, I'll go ahead and pass it back over to you. You can kind of let them know the sale you're doing, how to get this machine, and then from there we'll kind of go more into the advanced features and the different hoops and stuff that they get with this machine.
Okay, Garrett, I sure will. I got to tell everybody, hey, we got 3 of these left. They have been selling very fast, but we do have another container going to be hitting in July. So again, I'm going to tell you how you can get this. You can give us a call at 1-800-401-8151 and talk to one of our live chat agents or our sales staff, or you can go to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Just type in SWF in that search bar and you'll go right to that product page. The special on this, normally it's $99.99. We're selling it for $89.99, $1,000 off. But guys, that's not even all. We are throwing in a free stand and free cap driver with this. And I'm telling you, what a package. And you're going to get 12 hoops when you get this. You're going to get 10 hoops, 5 sizes, 2 of each size, and you're going to get 2 cap hoops that go with that cap driver. And Garrett's going to show you that and show you how all those work. And that quick change cap driver is awesome. But again, hey, we got 60-month 0% interest financing. And hey, if you've been dreaming of a multi-needle machine, this is the machine for you. This extremely lightweight. It's 85 pounds. 2 people can easily carry this thing. It's very narrow, so you can go right in through your doorway, and it comes with that great stand. And again, we have that financing available to help you out. So go right online and place your order, or you give us a call. If you can't get through the phones, we know they've been busy. Hey, Kyle has been putting in that Google Sheets link in the chat on YouTube and Facebook. Just hit that Google Sheets link and it'll pull it up, the Google Sheets. Just put your name, a contact number where somebody can give you a call, and put in there you're looking at that 12 needle SWF, and we'll get to you as soon as we can. We are making the Hoop Fest, customers are a priority today. So Garrett, I want to know all about those hoops now.
For sure. Yep. Let me grab them here. So like Blaine was saying, I mean, their price right now is exceptional. So I really don't know if I really even need to explain more about the machine with that price. You guys should just want to buy it at that price point with it being a 12 color. But with these 5 sets of hoops, this is where, again, I keep mentioning the industrial background with SWF. Whenever you're running a machine, the swap between hoops and everything, it saves you a bunch of time. So with our hoops, you get 5 sets of hoops. Every set is 2 hoops per size. So on the flat hoops for the t-shirts, jacket backs, left chest, you're getting 10 of those total. And then I know the cap system, once I show you guys that, we'll get into that a little bit more, but they're throwing in those 2 hoops as well. So you're getting 12 hoops total with this machine. But let's get into the sizes here. So first off, we got the 12 centimeter hoop. This is kind of your smaller back of hat hoop, side of the cap. You can kind of get more specialty placements with this hoop that the bigger hoops just won't get to. 15 centimeter here. This is going to be your more standard left chest. Just really, that's probably what you're going to use it primarily for, is left chest. You get into your towels and stuff like that. But that is a 5.5 inch hoop side to side. And then the third hoop we're going to have here is an 18 centimeter. So this is where you start to get into your bigger designs, into your small onesies and stuff that you're wanting like a big logo on the front of a smaller shirt, but you still can't quite fit this bigger jacket back in there. That would be that hoop right there. And then the hoop that we actually have on here right now is the 24 by 24 centimeter. So this is going to be about 9 by 9 side to side. And that is where you get into your actual jacket bags or running your big beach towels and stuff like that. That's kind of the first introductory hoop into that sizing. But this is the hoop we're really excited about. So like Blaine mentioned, this machine is only 85 pounds. Without this control panel arm that swivels side to side, the machine's only 26 inches wide. So it goes through pretty much any door. Like I said, the 85 pounds this side, I can lift that pretty easy with one arm. We do suggest that you do a team lift just so nobody hurts their back or anything. But very light machine, very versatile. You can carry it to flea markets, craft shows, everything like that. But with that being said, on how small the machine and compact it is, it comes with a large sewing field. So this machine, or this hoop here, is going to allow you to sew a 14 by 9 inch jacket or any design on this machine. So you're 9 inches up and down by 14 side to side. So for a machine this small with a hoop this large, kind of amazing there. You're actually getting into a lot closer to some of our industrial machines there with that sewing field. So the biggest thing I really want to get back into is the 2 hoops per set on the same size. A little bit hard to explain there, but the best way is while you have, like, let's say you get into your 10-piece, 20-piece orders where you're running the same design over and over. This is where you gain a lot of your time and production getting those jobs done. Is once I started this design and got everything, all my colors loaded and all that, with this machine being automatic thread cut, automatic color change, automatic thread detection, all of that is automatic through the full process. So what I'm going to do is start this. I'm going to reload my colors. It's going to remember it every single time. It also automatically goes back to the beginning of the design once it's done. So the cool thing is, if let's say I'm doing 10 of this exact design right in a row, once I set it all up once, I only have to set it up for that one time. So I'm going to hit start. Machine's going to start running. I'm going to go ahead and grab my second size of this same hoop. So this one here, because we already got one on the machine. I'm going to go ahead and grab this second hoop of that same size, take it over to my hooping station. I'm going to have this one pre-hooped, waiting for that one to get done. So what that means is as soon as this one here is done, I'm going to be able to grab that second one, the blank that I've already pre-hooped, and I'm just going to pull this off, and I would grab my second one off the table, put this one on, and you're just going to repeat that process until your full run of 10, 20, 30 designs is done. Like I said, every single time the design finishes, it's going back to its original start point for you. So you're not doing any of the setup. The only time you would change it is if your actual design changes or your color scheme changes. So now that I got this hoop off, you see me just pull it right off like that. We'll walk into the color or the quick change cap system. So the quick change cap system, we usually sell this as optional. The fact that Blaine and them are incorporating this in their $89.99 sale, that makes it amazing for you guys as the consumer. So if you look at this real close, the brackets are actually identical to the hoop brackets. So what that means with your standard embroidery machine that comes with a cap system, you have to unbolt these tubular arms and bolt this cap system back on. So really what that means for you guys is you have to keep up with your tubular arms or your hoop arms. You got to keep up with the screws because they're a different set of screws for the cap driver versus the hoop arms. So there's a lot of in between on worrying about losing parts, the time it takes to swap over. Because your standard machine that you unbolt and pull the arms off and put your cap driver back on, you're between 5 to 10 minutes to do that full process. With ours, like I said, you see me pop the hoop off. It takes 5 seconds to do that. Same thing here. This is identical to a hoop. We're going to line it up with the needle plate. Slide it on our machine. And just like that, it's going to click in on both sides. That's the magic there. That's behind our machine. So it's 15 seconds from running a shirt to a cap, just like that. Keep in mind with that system, we could have already had our cap design already preloaded, our hat already pre-hooped while that other shirt was running. So, I mean, yeah, 15, 20 seconds and you're already going to running hats. Where this really helps the specific customer this benefits is if you're a walk-in shop, a retail store, somebody that doesn't always know exactly what they're going to be running per day. Because I know with the 5 to 10 minute switchover of a standard cap system, most retail shops or custom walk-in shops have to plan out when they're going to run the t-shirts, when they're going to run their caps, just because of that 5 to 10 minutes. If you had multiple customers walk in wanting a t-shirt and then a hat and then t-shirt and hat and just keep going, if you're making that switch every time, you're talking about 5 to 10 minutes each time you switch. With our system, 15 to 20 seconds to where you really don't have to plan out at all. If you have a customer walk in and wants a t-shirt and I got this system on, I'm going to pull this off, set it over to the side, and then I'll grab my shirt that the other customer wanted. I'm going to bring it over here, and same thing, I'm going to put it right on. So that right there just kind of shows you how fast it is, and you don't have to worry about this crossover, keeping up with the parts. There's no tools, no assembly required with that. It just slides right on. We'll walk into the cap hoops now. So same thing here. You're going to get 2 cap hoops with the cap system. So whenever we have one cap running, if it's a multiple piece order, we're going to come back and we're going to have this one already pre-hooped, and then we would slap it on there again and just keep the process going. So that is really the importance of the duplicate hoops. And keep in mind, all of these hoops are coming standard from SWF. Everything comes with 10 sets of the shirt hoops or the flat hoops. And then, like I said, Blaine and them are throwing in the cap system, which comes with the 2 sets as well. The next thing I would like to go into that we didn't go fully into is the control panel. So I mentioned it being a more powerful control panel and having a lot more capabilities. This machine will grow with you very well. So with our Wi-Fi system and everything, it makes everything just so seamless. So whenever you set this machine up, you can hook it into your home Wi-Fi network or your business, however you have that set up. Then you can seamlessly transfer designs from your computer to your machine without even walking to the machine to use a USB. The really cool thing with that is you can link 1 to 200 machines together. So let's say you buy this machine today, your business starts to grow, you need more production. You can purchase a second single head, plug it into the same system, connect it to the same Wi-Fi network, and then they will run simultaneously, or you can run them independent as well. but they link into the same software. So it's not like you're trying to incorporate two different brands or two different systems into the same process. It just seamlessly incorporates in and you're ready to go. The control panel now has a 490 million stitch count capacity, which is huge. We have these running, like I said, in the industrial shops with the same control panel. They don't even fill it up. I mean, they're running 1,000-piece, 2,000-piece orders, huge production orders. The last thing I'd like to go over on the control panel is going to be the auto digitizing features it has. So we have photo stitch and freehand stitch. And what that is, exactly like photo stitch explains, you take a photo, whether it's a family reunion picture, your family pet, anything like that, send it over Wi-Fi, bring it in through USB, however you have your machine set up. You hit auto digitize, and that's going to digitize it out for you. You select the size in which you want to sew it, whether it's going on a hat, a shirt, and then you're good to go. The second option we have, and I'll grab the stylus that comes with the machine on the back of the panel. So the second option we have is what's called freehand stitch. And basically this machine will mirror or run whatever you draw on the screen. So whenever we go to that option, you can have your grandkid put their hand on the screen. You could trace it. You can just have them draw a dog, a cat, whatever, have them write their name. Really cool for personalized gifts. I know a lot of people, the hand tracing has been huge. They have their grandkid put their hand on there. They think it's the most fun thing they've ever done. They trace their hand and then grandma runs it out for them. So I know people have really loved that option. So then we'll go into the last thing that we always like to talk about is, and we get this question all the time as the distributor of SWF and being SWF in the US, the warranty, the service. I'd like to say you guys are in good hands if you purchase one of these machines, not only because of us, but because of Blaine and his team at Sewing Machines Plus. Before they became an official dealer with us, and I do want to mention as well that they are our top dealer and they're quickly growing. But before they became a dealer with us, we went out there, myself and the CEO went out there. I gave them all the tech training and everything on the machine, familiarized them with it inside the control panel, the mechanics of it. We were very pleased at how their team over there, their support team, was able to pick this machine up and just absorb all the information we told them. So you're in very good hands with the support over there. It does come with a 7-year warranty that we stand behind very good. So anything over 7 years, it is covered. And like I said, I can't stress it enough. You're in very good hands with Blaine and his team over there at Sewing Machines Plus. But Blaine, if you want, I'll pass it back over to you just in case there's any questions. I know we're getting closer to the end of the time, but just in case there's any questions there, or if you'd like to go back over that sale and just really reiterate what you guys are throwing in and everything that it comes with.
Hey, Garrett, thanks, man. I've got one question for you. When you put that cap driver on, does the machine recognize that the cap driver's on?
So the machine does not auto-detect the cap system. What I always tell customers, and that's why on one of the steps down here, you can check the orientation. So if you're going, let's just say you are a retail shop and it's custom walk-ins and stuff, if you're wanting to go from a shirt to a hat and a hat to a shirt, we never put it in cap mode or t-shirt mode, what I would call it. We just leave it in default. And what that means is you have more control over the machine to where you tell it when it's running a hat type deal. But if you do get into a large order of hats, let's say you're doing 10, 15, 20 hats, it is simple and you can just go in here to settings and you tell the machine that it's running in cap mode. The only thing that changes is the speed in which the frame operates side to side. So it doesn't operate or doesn't mess up your running speed. And then it also changes every design that you pull in will automatically rotate to the cap setting. So you're really not missing out on much if you don't change it to the cap mode. It's just if you're doing the 15, 20 designs of the cap system, that's where you probably want to change it. But if you leave it in the default mode, it'll seamlessly switch from the cap to the shirt. It's just in that second setting there, or that second setting we go into to check the orientation. That's where I'm telling the machine whether it's running a cap or a t-shirt.
All right. Well, thanks, Garrett. That's great. So, guys, I've got to tell you how you can get this machine again. So, this is our SWF 12 needle embroidery machine. Hey, guys, this is a awesome package we have put together for you. It's $89.99 shipped free right to your door. And hey, we got 60-month 0% interest financing available if you need it from Synchrony. But that's not all, guys. We have got some package put together. This is normally a $99.99 price. You're saving $1,000 during Hoop Fest. But not only are you getting that great machine, we're going to throw in the stand, and we're throwing in that cap system. So you're getting the cap driver, you're getting 2 cap frames, and then you're getting 5 different sizes of hoops with 2 of each size. So you're getting a total of 12 hoops with this. So guys, I can't stress enough, if you've been dreaming of getting one of these big multi-needle machines, this is the one you want. Got a great special on it, great financing. And again, that package is a very small package. It'll fit right through your door really easy when you're carrying it in. And at 85 pounds, it's extremely easy for 2 people to pick up and carry. So it comes pre-threaded. All you have to do is tie the color off and pull it through, so it's not hard to thread. And then you've got that great 7-year warranty. I mean, you can't beat this deal, guys. So anyway, make your orders today. So guys, we're going to continue the show, and coming up next, hey, we're going to talk to Kimberbell, and we have Kim Christopherson is coming in, and Kim is the CEO and the driving force behind Kimberbell. And she is awesome, and we're so happy that she's part of Hoop Fest, and so happy that Kimberbell is one of our sponsors. So welcome back to the show, Kim. Day 5.
Good afternoon, Blaine. Hello, everyone. It's good to be back. Day 5, right?
Day 5. We're still here. We got one more day to go.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, it's been a great time. Thank you so much for joining me each day, and it's been fun to get to know so many of your customers. I love it.
It's awesome. So tell us all about, you've been giving us a different product every single day. Yeah. So now we're on day 5. We're going to get to see the 5th product. Can't wait.
The 5th product, yes. Okay, so I thought, we'd mix it up between day to day. One day we're talking about some kind of fun designs you can create with your embroidery machine. And then the next day we're talking about some type of really cool tool that will make your embroidery life a little bit easier. So today is a tool day, and I'm excited to share with you a little bit about the Kimberbell scissor set. We call it the Deluxe Embroidery Scissors and Tool Set. Isn't that a beauty right there? As you know, we get what we pay for when it comes to tools. And so this is something that, I feel like it's worth spending a little bit more to get the top quality type of product that you're not going to have to go out and replace all the time, right? So the Kimberbell Deluxe Scissors and Tool Set is something that, definitely works well for embroidery. We've seen a lot of sewers and long armors actually using many of these tools as well. So I want to tell you a little bit about what sets them apart, because, there's lots of tools out there, and give you some examples of some things that you can cut with them as well, and why we feel like the Kimberbell set is some of the best stuff out there. Okay, so before we go into the demo, let me go ahead and show you a little video that gives you a closer look at each of those tools. So let's take a look here. Going to share my screen, and then we'll get started. Okay. All right, let's take a look. All right, there we go. So that is a little closer look at that tool set, but I want to show you some very specific differences that set the Kimberbell set apart from other things that are already out there. You know, I'm already seeing comments of people that have said that they love the duckbill scissors, and I'll tell you why. That I've got a hunch as to why you like them. So let me show you again what it looks like. This is what you'll find at SMP. My guess is that they have a pretty good deal going on right now on this set. You know, we got to protect those tools, right? And so it comes in this carrying case. It's this beautiful aqua blue, and then it's in a velveteen setting so that you can make sure that no one is using those for your paper, right? Or cutting open candy wrappers or something. No, no, no. This is Mama's set, right? All right, or Papa's. All right, so duckbill scissors. Let's first talk about that. I'm just going to pull them out of here. There you go. Now, the thing that I love about duckbill, okay, first of all, I've had a lot of duckbill scissors in my life, right? If you are a machine embroiderer, you probably use these for appliques. But I'll tell you why I like these ones. It's because of, well, first of all, it's just a really good size. It's easy to maneuver. It's not too bulky, not too heavy, okay? But what we did, I should mention that when we had the manufacturer produce this set for us, there were some very specific things that were important to us at Kimberbell, and that's because we use these tools day in and day out. And so one of the things is, when you see a duckbill scissor set, it most likely goes quite far out. It's really thick and it goes a little bit further. Here's what we asked them to change when they produced this. We wanted it 1/2 inch. Okay, it just helps get around every area so much better. And we wanted it thinner so that that duckbill blade was nice and thin and could go right up next to that stitch line. Doing those two things, you can't believe the difference it makes with cutting your appliques. Okay, so that was really important to us. You may have noticed in the video that we used the duckbill portion of this actually going on top. Let me find an applique piece here. There we go. Now, I already have cut this out, but I want to show you once again how we use the duckbill. A lot of times, people will think, okay, I place the duckbill underneath the fabric, okay? And I'm no scissor police. I won't come after you if you are placing the duckbill under the fabric and gliding it along. But I want you to try something a little different. Cinda said they really are much better than the duckbill. Thank you. The thing that I recommend, again, this is just Kim's recommendation, is to actually take your duckbill portion and face it towards the center of your applique piece. And then this portion, the blade here, is actually lifting up the fabric. And that is kind of counterintuitive when we think about using duckbill scissors. But oh my goodness, you will love the difference that makes. Okay, so let me show you an example on some Kimberbell products of what a difference versus one way versus the other can make. Now, we have a whole line of specialty products to use in place of fabric for appliques. We love embroidery leather. We have our own line of embroidery leather. And look how soft and supple that is. It doesn't feel too thick. It's just the right amount of thickness so that it's easy to embroider onto, easy to sew onto, and easy to cut. Okay, so we have all kinds of colors. Here's a couple of scraps that I had here in my sewing room. And so I've got a red and an aqua, but we've got all kinds of colors I want you to check out. Now, some of our leathers actually have the color on the front as well as the back. Some of our leathers actually have the front color and then it has a white backing. Okay, so if you have one this is going to be the easiest way to show you the difference it makes depending on if you're cutting on the top or the bottom. If you have a white one on the back, no problem. A lot of people, you know, are like, yeah, that's great. No big deal because you don't see it. Well, you see it if you're cutting wrong. So let me show you how to cut correctly on this. I don't know how well you can tell. Let's get right up nice and close to the camera here. But if I took my scissors, and the typical way that people find to do appliques is, again, this longer blade is on top and this duckbill is on the bottom. I want to show you what ends up happening. Do you see how I cut that? Again, this is not the way I recommend, but I cut that, and do you see that because of the way the blade is going, you actually see the white stuff behind it. Now, some people are going to look at that and go, no big deal. I like to see kind of a white frame around a white outline, right? But I'm going to show you what a difference it makes to do it the other way. So again, I'm going to do it the way that I don't recommend. That is putting the blade on top and the duckbill on the bottom. This is how I don't recommend, okay? There we go. Okay, but now I'm going to put the blade on the top of the fabric, and I'm going to cut. Now let's see if I can do this up in the air here. Okay, you have clean cuts on both sides. You don't, now, because of the angle I'm at here, you could probably see a little bit of white there. But do you see what a much cleaner cut that is between the two? When you put it, again, I'm cutting on the top. All right, there you go. You don't see the white space like you see. Let's go back up over here. Notice that? Okay, so right there, that's what I love about the way we use the duckbill scissors. And because it's a thinner duckbill, it's going to get up right nice and tight and close to your applique stitches without cutting those stitches. It's awesome. So that is one way that ours is set apart from the rest that's out there. Okay. All right. Kathy says, great demo. Simple demo, right, Kathy? But it does make a difference. So I want you to try that out next time you use duckbill scissors. All right. Now let's talk about another one in the tool set. And we'll do something, again, that most people know. And I'm going to tell you what makes these a little bit different than what's already out there. And that is our sharp snips. Okay. You've probably seen these before. I absolutely love our sharp snips because, well, again, like snips are, they actually have this, handle that makes it really simple to just cut, and it really reduces hand fatigue, right? If you have arthritic hands or you're doing a lot of cutting, you're going to love having this little bounce, this little spring that's going to make it really simple to cut. But here's where it's a little bit different than what I've seen out there and what I've used in the past. It was so important to me and our team that the blade was sharp from the very inner area. I don't even know what you call that, but right there from the base to the tip. So important, okay? Now, a lot of these types of flexi snips, they're often called, they're sharp snips here. We call them sharp snips because that's exactly what they are. They are sharp from the base here to the very tip. So when you're going around appliques, again, I love using these just, cut around. It's going to help lift up a little bit of fabric. It has a curve to it, so it's going to cut away from your stitches. And it is sharp to the tip because when I take I go through the motion of cutting that, I want it to cut right up to the very end, right? And a lot of sharp snips don't do that out there, and they are only cutting at the base. How many times have you tried cutting fabric with your snips and you're only getting to the base? Nope, we wanted it to the very tip. So that's another reason why we like this set. All right, I'm going to place it back in my little collector box here. Now, if you're, well, let's just say this. Prepare to be wowed by this, okay? Who knew you could get so excited about a pair of fine tip, we call them precision fine tip tweezers. Woo, woo, let's talk about tweezers, shall we? I know that sounds funny. And who can, possibly get excited about tweezers? I can, because I want to show you again what makes these different. Now, this is where a lot of long armors like these tweezers. How many times have you used a tweezer set? You go to cut some jump stitches, right? And you go to lift, you go to take your tweezers, right? And lift the jump stitch, and the thread just slides through the tip. Do you know what I'm talking about? Boy, I wish I had an old set here with me to show you the difference. I'm going to have to get on that. I'm going to bring an old set the next time I do a demo like this, because there's a difference between tweezers and Kimberbell's precision tip tweezers. All right, here's the reason. When you go to lift up a jump thread and you take some regular tweezers, your thread will slip through that, and then you try to grab it again and it slips, and you try to grab it again and it slips. Pamela, thank you. She says tweezers excite me too. Thank you, Pamela Nestler. All right, you won't have that problem. Let me show you an example. Let's see. Okay, this is one of the 5x7. This comes in a bigger size too, but in the new Candy Corn Quilt Shop. Okay, this is a door hanger. It says enter at your own risk. This sewing room is scary. Okay, so there's a few jump stitches in here. So because there's a few things that make this such a versatile tool. One is that again, comes to a really sharp point. Do you see that? Really sharp and narrow, okay? When I go to grip that jump stitch, oh my goodness, it is not going to go, that thread is not going anywhere, okay? That thread is going to stay nice and tight and gripped so that I can then come along and cut the jump stitch, all right? But I want to show you how I actually first start cutting a jump stitch and again, let's see if I can do this in the air here. Well, maybe let's try this. I'm going to take you down here to my table, and I've got a jump stitch, and again, let's see how close we can get this. I'm going to look right here at my little jump stitch. Because I have such a nice point to the end of my tweezers, I'm going to slide that right underneath the jump stitch, and then, oh, here's the other part. Failed to mention one of the most important features of this is that we actually asked the company who made these for us to put a blade on all 4 sides of these tweezers. You know what that means? Okay, that means all I have to do is when I go to cut that jump stitch, I slide that sharp point underneath and I just pull it, and it will cut it. Now, it's not so sharp that like I couldn't run my finger across it and get cut. I'm not going to get cut. But it does have that blade on all 4 sides so that I can grab the thread that I'm trying to snip, and I can go in all 4 directions, okay? All right, let's see. I'm going to slide this under there, and boy, I have slid that underneath the jump stitch, all right? And then all I have to do is slide it. Just slide it across, slide it this way, slide it this way, slide it this way, whichever way you want. Oh, that was so much fun. Let's try it again. Shall we? Okay, I slid that under there. Whoop, whoop. And now I'm just going to pull. Whoop, there we go. And then it cuts it, all right? Again, all 4 sides have a blade. All right. Now, Donna Lee, perfect name. She says you should call them Twizzers. Twizzers, tweezers, scissors. There you go. All right. Now here's the other part about this. Remember I told you about that thread not slipping, and you'll just be able to pull it up and have a nice tight grip. All right. I'm going to get out my 4th tool because I'm going to use it in conjunction with these these tweezers, and that is something we call the micro tips. And they're 4-inch micro tips. There we go. All right, do you see how it has like this little curve right here, a little curve right there? And then again, it was very important that it was sharp from the base to the very outer tip. Okay, so here is where I would use both of those in conjunction. And then I'll show you how to use just these for something. Okay, so let's grab this thread here. My eyes are, there we go. Okay, that thread is not going anywhere. Do you see how I'm pulling that up? I am giving that a tug, and it is not going to slip out of these precision grips. Okay, I am really tugging hard to get that to slip. It's not slipping. There we go. Okay, so what I'm going to do is after I slid oh my gosh, the tweezers, or the twizzers, right? After I slid that under my jump stitch, because again, I've got that fine point, I slid it to the left or the right or to the front or to the back, whatever, because you've got a blade on all 4 sides. Then I'm going to grab it. Here, let's take this down to my table again here. I'm going to grab it with one hand and cut with the other. And these little micro tips will get nice and close to the base. You'll never know that you actually had a jump stitch. Okay, there we go. Oh, for kicks and giggles, let's try that again. You know what? I don't mind jump stitches now after having these because it's actually kind of fun. Okay, there we go. So that is how you use those. Now let's take a look at why else, another reason why you would want this 4-inch micro tips. And that is when it comes to cutting, say for example, applique pieces. If you have this heart, I like to call these areas valleys, okay? For lack of a better word, they're valleys. And so when you get into a valley, you've got to probably change up your tool a little bit. So this is where I would take these micro tips, and again, it's nice and sharp. And as I go around this curve, I can just go snip, 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 snip. Oh my goodness, it gets right down in there. And then I can turn, snip, snip, snip. And then I would just take my regular like duckbill scissors at that point and finish cutting it around. All right, so that's another reason why I like them. All right. I'm sure someone's going to ask if they haven't already. Can these be used for right-handers and left-handers? The answer is yes, you can make it work. How's that? They are not officially left-handed scissors necessarily, but when you've got tools like this that don't require, a lefty or a righty, then you're going to be fine. And I will say that we have 2 members of our product development team at Kimberbell that are left-handed people, and they use these all the time, even with their left hand. So again, they're not considered lefties, but they have found a way to make it work for them. One of them, maybe you know, it's Lori. She does our Tuesday tips with Lori on Facebook, and she's a lefty, and she uses them all the time. So there is that. All right. Now, I was also just going to mention, I mentioned that we've got the leather. We also have some other specialty products. I didn't bring this one here, but we have an embroidery felt that is gorgeous. You're going to love the rolls of that. We have all colors of vinyl. So here's an example of our pink candy colored vinyl, we call it. And these scissors, all of them, will cut right through that vinyl like butter. Okay, no problems there. So those, that's another specialty item. And we also have glitter. How many have you used our Kimberbell glitter sheets before? Since we have just a couple more minutes, I'm just going to show you really quick that if you are looking at our glitter, it just adds a little bit of sparkle and shine to any project. You use it like you would regular fabric, okay? But the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna peel off the plastic film on top, and then you've got this gorgeous glitter. And guess what, guys? The best part? I can rub this all day long and it is not going to get all over my face, all over my hair. I was a school teacher. Remember that? Glitter was like our enemy, right? In a craft project because it was everywhere. You can never get rid of it. No, you don't have to worry about that with this Kimberbell glitter. You can use it just as a regular applique. It has a fusible on the back. So when you go to applique your piece, you know how you do a placement line first. Then you would just place this with the glitter side up, just again, like you do with fabric, and then stitch your tack down line. And then after you stitch your tack down line, you would cut around it, of course, with one of the Kimberbell scissors, right? You would cut around it and then you would fuse it. So anyway, that's how you use Kimberbell applique glitter sheets. We have them in, I think, 14, 15 different colors on a roll. So there you go. April asks, can you purchase separately or only available as a cute set? The answer is only available as a cute set. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll sell them as individual pieces, but I feel like they all work so well together that it's nice to have it all in one set. So that's where we're at right now. Okay. Tracy says, how it's so fun to use Kimberbell glitter sheets. People ask me, how do you do that? Yeah, you know, just tell them you just sprinkled a little bit of glitter on there and see what their reaction is, right? You don't have to tell them how simple it was to do. All right. Colette, remove the film before or after stitching the glitter sheet? Before. Okay, so when you get your glitter sheet, you're just going to peel that back, and then that is your fabric. That becomes your fabric. It is washable. You can, you know, sew through it, embroider through it, wash it. Yeah, all of the above. All right. Chanel says, my girls would go crazy for it. Yeah, we use it in a lot of different projects. If you were with me, oh my gosh, was it just yesterday? No, 2 days ago, we did orange pop rulers, and I was showing you some of the bench pillows. And there was one of them, it was the Easter bench pillow, and it had carrots on it. And I remember someone saying, oh my gosh, I love that shine on the carrots. And that's because we used our copper glitter sheet for that. So it's just kind of this little wow in different places. If I have a quilt and I have lots of applique, I'll use fabric probably for most of it, but if I sprinkle in a little bit of glitter sheet in there, it's just the wow factor for sure. All right, Blaine, do you have any comments, questions? You want to chat about our event? What do you think? Blaine.
Hey, Kim.
There you go. Yeah,
I want to tell everybody about what you and I are going to be doing at the end of July.
Yes, sign up. It's not too late.
We are. So y'all need to come and join Kim and I. We are going to have a Kimberbell Christmas, July 30th and 31st. And Kim is going to be there. She is going to be doing a trunk show and having a Q&A. We got Candace Trevino is going to be teaching classes. We have 4 projects, and you can go sign up right now. It's $99 for 2 days. And Kim,
yeah.
You might ask, what are they getting for that $99? They're getting a ton of stuff.
What are you not getting? You're not getting dinner, okay? That's basically it. Or a house cleaner. You are getting 2 days full of fun. We are going to send you out. We are going to send you out a kit with all of the pre-cut fabrics in it and embellishments, including that event actually that we're doing includes glitter sheets. So if you've never tried it before, that'd be a fun one to try it with. And then, and even like a little mini pillow, the pillow form comes in your kit. Everything you need to complete 4 projects. And then Blaine is going to also be sending you a swag bag from SMP, right?
And yes, it's going to be full of stuff. And so we're going to get that out to them. Sign-ups are going to stop on July 16th. So we have to have time for you to send them the kit, for me to send the swag bag.
Yeah.
And Kim, for $99, they're getting Candace teaching. They're
Yeah.
getting you doing a trunk show and going to talk about some of your products.
Yeah.
And guess what? I'm giving a baby lock sewing machine to one of the people who sign up.
You guys know Blaine. He is like, just call him Santa Claus, okay? Because that guy is full of surprises and he wants to give. I love that, Blaine. And so, yes, a baby lock sewing machine.
Hey, and you never know, if I'm feeling crazy that day, I may give some more stuff away.
Okay, guys, you tell me what you want Blaine to give away, and I'll see.
July 30th,
what I can
31st. Y'all go sign up right now. Go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the very top of the page, you're going to see that event tab. Click that tab, go down, and you'll find the Kimberbell event. Sign up today because we are going to cut the signups off on July 16th to give us time to get that stuff out. And this is going to be a unique, one-of-a-kind event. They can't do this anywhere else in the United States. I promise you, it's going to be that unique.
Not like this,
so you want to sign up.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast for sure.
And Kim, I got to tell them about these scissors now, okay? These scissors that Kim showed you today, this is an unbelievable scissor set. Kim designed this thing. Hey, it's $89.99. But guess what, Kim? I have a call-in special. I can't advertise what I'm selling them for because of manufacturer restrictions.
Wow.
But if they give us a call right now, we have a great price on Kimberbell products. So go to our website, type in Kimberbell in that search bar, and you're going to go to see all those Kimberbell products and all the things you see. We have got some great pricing, show pricing, but you have to call in. And again, if you want to get that scissor set, give us a call. We have a great price on it. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you can't get through the phone lines, we know they've been super busy. Kyle has been putting that Google Sheets link up in the chat on Facebook and YouTube. Just go in there and click that link. Hey, it'll come up. Put your name. Give us a phone number that we can call you at, and just put in what you're calling about. You're calling about Kimberbell, and that way they can give you a call as soon as they get off the phones, and we'll get that up. So, hey guys, we're moving right along. I want to thank Kim for coming on the show, and Kimberbell for being one of our sponsors. And Kim, it was a pleasure, and she's always so good and just motivational and funny and cheerful. So we look forward to tomorrow. Kim will be back on the show tomorrow, same time, so you don't want to miss it, okay? All right, guys, we're going to move on, and hey, next up is from Janome. We're going to be talking all about that Janome 14,000. And guys, you know, we have 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 was supposed to be on the show. And I think if you've been on the show, you've kind of heard me talk about Alba had emergency surgery that she couldn't be on, Monday. She was supposed to be live on the show, but Janome scrambled around and they were able to send us some videotape of her doing the products that we're highlighting on the show. So we got that videotape in, and then I think I can't remember what day it was now, David, it was like Tuesday or Wednesday, we tried to show it and we had audio or video problems, but David's been working on that. He's got it all worked out. So what we're going to do is we're going to show you Alba demonstrating that 14,000, and then I'm going to show you all the great specials we have on that 14,000 and how you can get one right after the video plays. And don't go away, because as soon as I do that, guess what we're going to do, guys? We're going to have a bunch of giveaways, so y'all don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Janome Sewing Studio. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about the Memory Craft 14,000. This is a truly amazing machine. This is a sewing machine, an embroidery machine. It quilts, it does home dec, it could handle heavy fabrics and even the most delicate of fabrics. I will be going over with you what is included with the machine and giving you a brief overview of the screen and just navigating through the machine. Now let's get started with what's included in the machine. So I'm going to have you look at all of the feet that are included with this machine. And there are some that I'm going to be pointing out specifically, like these two right here. These are AccuFeed feet. And AccuFeed is Janome's built-in walking foot. And you not only get one AccuFeed foot, but you get two. So there is the standard dual width and then the single width or narrower foot. And these also come with interchangeable plates. So on the wider of the two, you get an open toe and a standard version. And on the narrow, you get a standard and a zipper foot. Imagine being able to put in all those zippers with that additional benefit of a built-in walking foot and having the feed dogs on top and on the bottom. I'm going to be showing you the built-in walking foot as it's on the machine, but I did want to take a little bit of time and go over some of the other items that are included. Now, if you're a quilter, this is for you. You not only get a standard darning foot or free motion foot, you also get 3 free motion feet that are snap-on free motion feet. And what I love about those is there's absolutely no move and no, so it makes doing those intricate designs really easy. And no matter what type of sewist you are, you're bound to have that right foot that you need. Look at that variety. I love that 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞 really gives you a great package with your machine. So you can start just about any project with everything that is included with the machine. Now, I said that this was a sewing and embroidery machine, so I want to show you the hoops that are included, and 4 hoops are included with the machine. I have the largest and the smallest on the table, and the 2 in between besides me. So that largest hoop is 9.1 by 11.8 inches. That is just the perfect size to do a full jacket back. That is 1 embroidery area, so there's no need for splitting designs. Just incredible that you're getting that large of an embroidery area. And just as important as how large can I embroider is how small can I embroider too. And our free arm hoop is this one right over here, and that one is 3.9 by 1.8. That is perfect for embroidering on cuffs and collars and pockets of all sorts. I absolutely love that free arm hoop. And then behind me, hanging on the wall, are the 2 that are in between. The 5.5 by 5.5. This is a really popular common size. And then the 9.1 by 9.1. I love using this on all of my quilt blocks. Just absolutely amazing. And you'll also notice that I have an additional plate on the table. So 2 stitch plates come with the machine, and I'm going to show you just how easy it is to switch those plates out. I mentioned that 2 stitch plates come with the Memorycraft 14,000. I have the standard stitch plate on the machine, but I wanted to show you the straight stitch plate. So you'll notice that there are 3 holes in this stitch plate: a center needle position, a right needle position, and a left needle position. And what I like is that that right needle position is not round but oval. So it allows you to adjust your needle for a scant 1/4 inch or for other needle positions that you may want to specify. Now, I love how easily the needle plates come on and off of the machine. I am going to lock my machine and lift my foot, and that goes to extra high lift so that I could remove the plate. But you'll notice I have no screwdriver, no tool with me, because this is an easy off plate. With a push of a button, I am able to remove that plate. And this one here is that zigzag plate with a wide opening, and the other goes on. I'm going to press it in place, and it lets me know that I have the straight stitch plate on my machine. So I get that nice indicator. So all of the plates are, not only do you get two, but they're censored plates. You will notice that only the stitches that I could use with this plate are available. Janome thinks of everything. Don't you just hate when you put a straight stitch plate on, select a stitch that isn't appropriate and break a needle? That won't happen anymore. So I love the fact that the plates are censored and the machine knows exactly which plate I have on the machine. And as easily as I put that plate on, I could switch back and forth between the zigzag plate and the straight stitch plate. And very easily that plate is going to come off, and I am going to put that zigzag plate on. It's going to give me my warning to make sure you're using the proper foot, and now all of my stitches are available to me. I absolutely love the censored plates. And again, I was talking about that package that you get with Janome. If you've bought a plate recently, a stitch plate, you know that this is a pricey item. I love that it's included in with my machine. I am going to move that off to the side and put my machine back together. I had spoken that you get the AccuFeed system in with the machine. And the AccuFeed system is Janome's built-in walking foot, meaning that I have feed dogs on the top as well as built into the machine. And let me show you how that works. What I am going to do is I am just going to sew ever so slowly so that you could see those upper feed dogs in action. And you will see them just walking and pulling and feeding my fabric. Look at how perfectly straight that is moving without me even holding that fabric. And I love the fact that I'm able to adjust my speed right on the front of the machine. So that AccuFeed system is absolutely wonderful. One thing that I also love with the Janome AccuFeed system, most built-in walking feet and walking feet in general, you're only able to do straight stitches. Well, with Janome's AccuFeed, I can use any of my decorative stitches that are built into the machine. And look at what a great selection of decorative stitches you have on the Memory Craft 14,000. I'm now going to come to the screen of the machine and I'm going to show you how easy it is to navigate and get to these decorative stitches. You'll notice that each one is in a boxed compartment, and when I touch my home screen, it allows me to get to my straight utility and then to all of my decorative stitches. Now, the one particular stitch that I love is in my pictograph section, and here is my pictograph section right over here. So when I touch that, it will bring up that section of the decorative stitches. And look at how beautifully large those icons are. Janome knew I put down my glasses and I could never find them when I'm in the middle of a project. So they made the icons so much larger to make it easier on the sewist. And I absolutely adore this little bow tie. And even with my built-in walking foot, I said that I could do those decorative stitches, regardless of the speed. And I am able to go from 400 stitches a minute all the way to 1,000 stitches a minute and everything in between. Now I want to make sure I complete and I don't show you a partially sewn bow tie. So I touched my locking stitch and that completed my pattern. So no more getting half of something sewn. Look at how absolutely beautiful and perfect that's stitched. Even though I was using a walking foot, which generally you cannot use with decorative stitches. I just love that Janome has really thought of all of those details. Now I mentioned that you get additional feet with that walking foot. So I am going to lock my machine for safety and raise my foot again. And look at how easily I am able to remove one foot and put another one on. And I'm just going to get that thread out of my way. And it just snaps into place, making it really easy to switch from one type of foot to another. Now the open toe makes it really nice and easy to see what I am stitching. And again, being able to use that upper feed dog along with that lower feed dog makes it absolutely wonderful. And I have that option of the narrow foot as well. And that narrow foot makes it really easy to do 1/4 inch piecing, to do large bulky items. I find this very handy. And the foot that you get that's interchangeable with that is a zipper foot. I love being able to add on zippers with the use of that upper and lower feed dog system, that dual feed system. Now I've switched to a standard sewing foot on my Memory Craft 14,000, but you may have noticed this wide, large opening. This from the needle all the way to the edge is 13.7 inches of throat space. Absolutely perfect for those larger projects, the quilts, the home deck projects, those big bulky tote bags and purses that you may be making. So I absolutely love that wide open area. And one thing, it's always a little excited on the machine. And one thing that I absolutely love is the light that pulls out. I just absolutely love that I could tilt and that I could adjust that, and that light is specifically where I need it, right at that needle, so that I could really see what I am doing. Now I had mentioned to you that this machine could handle heavy, lightweight quilting fabrics. It takes you to all types of sewing. So I am going to put a single layer of cotton fabric. I am going to go to a straight. I am going to go from that single layer of fabric, sewing off my fabric onto a quilt sandwich, and look at how easily with that superior feed system I am able to navigate and move that fabric. Now you may be saying, but what about those thick, heavy, bulky items? This is 12 layers of denim. Look at how thick that is in between my fingers. That's about 1/4 inch thick. And I always say that if it could fit under the foot, the machine could sew it. I have that extra high lift that I can make sure to get my item underneath my foot. I have not changed needles, I have not changed threads, and look at how effortlessly you could hear that bulk that it's going through. And I'm going to use my scissor button to cut my needle thread and my bobbin thread, and it lifted that foot, and absolutely beautiful back and front. without adjusting a thing. As I said, I made no adjustments. Normally when you go from very fine single layer fabric to something that thick, you're making tension adjustments, stitch length adjustments, you need to change a needle, but this machine really handles all types of fabrics beautifully. And on my quilt sandwich, no puckering. This is the bobbin side that I was sewing on. Here is that front side. Even with a standard sewing foot and the layers of fabric, look at how beautiful of a job that did. And I was talking about that superior feed system, and the superior feed system is that 7-piece feed dog system on the machine. And that just allows the fabric to feed effortlessly into the machine. And I'm going to show that one more time. And this is a snap-on foot. And I do have auto lift. So with that foot in the up position, I am able to touch my start button and lower the foot and just start sewing. Now look, with fingertips, look at how easily I am able to move that fabric. And I have almost a perfect circle here. Almost, I said. So look at how easily I was able to maneuver that fabric and how beautiful it kept that nice and flat and even going to that back side. No puckering, no movement because of that superior feed system that Janome is known for. Now, some of you may be quilters in the group, and I had mentioned this snap-on free motion foot. So let me put that behind some fabric so that you could see that. This is one of 3 of the snap-on free motion feet, and I'm going to put this on the machine, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to set up the machine to do free motion quilting. So on the screen, I want to tell the machine that I am going to free motion quilt and have the machine set this up for me automatically. And I love that I'm able to do that. I am going to touch that home button, and in my home screen, I have sewing applications. So I'm going to tell you what sewing applications is before I go into it. These are preset sewing options that when I tell the machine I am doing this type of sewing, it will automatically bring me to the stitch I need with all of the settings that I need in the machine to get optimal results. So when I touch sewing applications, I have a lot of different options. I not only have sewing machine options, but I have optional foot options. It's a lot of options. Foot icon, these are some of the optional feet that you can purchase in addition to the machine, and beading, ribbon sequence, piping, and it will set the machine up to do those functions. So I want to go to my quilting functions. And right over here, I have a quilting icon, and I want to do free motion quilting. And you probably didn't even hear that, but my feed dogs dropped automatically. I have the option of using the standard hopping foot, but that is not what I put on my machine. I put on my machine a snap-on foot. So by telling the machine what I've put on it, it will set itself up for perfect results with this foot. I am going to touch start, and that will allow me to raise my bobbin thread, and then it will allow me to continue and do free motion. And I am just doing a meandering design, but I love the fact that this foot does not hop. So if I were going around an applique, I could get very precise and really see what I am doing. And look at those perfect results. I was barely holding that fabric, and I am just getting beautiful results each and every time. So those are the snap-on free motion feet. And you're getting that echo foot, which is really nice because it's a cupped foot, perfect for going around appliques or bulky seams, as well as a closed toe and an open toe option for that foot. Just lots of different feet that I can go back and forth to, and beautiful snap-on options. So sewing applications is going to give me a few more options that I wanted to show you. And applique is one of them that I wanted to show you. I know I love to applique, and sometimes I just have a hard time remembering what those settings are. And I love the fact that 13,000 has that preset in the screen. So the most common applique stitches or buttonhole stitches are right up top. And then I have the zigzag stitch, and this is what I wanted to show you. But on the screen, you're going to notice an M and R, those two look the same. So it even identifies my starting needle position. So right now on my machine, my needle is in the middle. When I touch that applique stitch with an R, my needle is moved to the right hand position, giving me a right needle position to start with my applique. Of course, this is all for preference, and I love the fact that they thought about that and put it in. But now my zigzag. When I do applique and I do want to use a zigzag, I don't want a standard zigzag. I want to go to a satin stitch. And remembering what those settings are, especially if you're new to applique, can sometimes be troublesome, and you have to go to that manual and look it up, which it is there, but I like that it's preset. So my width is set at 3.5 and my length is set at 0.35. Most common settings for doing satin stitching. And even with my satin stitching, I could follow a curve. I could really do some beautiful detail. And let me show you what a beautiful satin stitch that does. Look at how perfect that is. Absolutely stunning. And even though my width and length are preset, I am able to adjust that to get it to exactly what I need. So I love the section of the screen. It's the two most common settings that you will change. My width and my length. And I have a plus and a minus. And I am able to adjust these as I'm sewing or at any point, whether I'm sewing or not. I love having those features in there. I am going back to a straight stitch. I've talked about the needle and whether it's a right hand position, a left hand. And sometimes when I'm doing sewing, it is easier if I could move my needle than move my project, especially when I'm top stitching. This particular machine, the maximum stitch width is 9 millimeters, so I could do beautifully wide stitches. but I also have 91 needle positions. So right now my needle position is at 4.5, and I'm going to just lift up that fabric in the back and move my needle position so that you could see that. And I am moving that to the left. And now I'm going to move to the right. And I'm moving very quickly. Or I could move one at a time where you barely even notice it. So 91 needle positions. And this is absolutely beautiful. Like I said, for me, I really like this for tops because I can use the opening in my foot or my foot as a guide and get my needle to exactly where I need it to be. Having the right tools makes your projects excel to that next level. So now that we've spoken about some of the sewing features that are in this phenomenal machine, I'm going to talk about embroidery. So you'll notice I do not have any tools. I do not have anything out. I am going to show you how quickly and easily I can switch from embroidery into sewing. And I'm going to direct you to looking at the back of the machine. I love that Janome has a rolling linear arm and that the embroidery arm is in the back of the machine. It gave me my room to have all of my stuff both to the right and left of my machine. So with a push of a button, I am going to open up that embroidery arm, and that is step one to getting ready for embroidery. And then on my machine, I am going to tell it I want to toggle and I want to go from sewing into embroidery. Are you ready for this? Really, really easy. Here's my double machine icon, and with a touch of that button, it is going from embroidery, from sewing into embroidery. And I am all ready to start embroidering. One of the features that I love with the Janome MemoryCraft 14000 is the resume mode. And this is my pop-up question on my screen. What resume mode is, and it's come in really handy just a few weeks ago, in fact. If for any reason in the middle of an embroidery design, the power goes out, or you need to stop embroidering and shut down your machine will remember exactly where you left off at that needle penetration point. So it will resume that last embroidery. Now I don't want to resume my last embroidery. I am going to start something new. And the MemoryCraft 14000 has 350 built in. Let me show you some of those. My icon for the flower will bring me into embroidery designs. And I'm starting to look at them, and there are 9 pages of embroidery designs. As I said, 350 designs built into the machine. I have the option of viewing them by hoop size or by category. So let me show you what some of those categories are. And as you can see here, these are folders of designs, and I'm on page 1 of 4. So lots of different categories and lots of different types of designs. Here, I'm going to choose my cross-stitch designs. Now, I may want to choose by size of design or hoop size in particular. I'm going to go to the very smallest of the hoops, that 3.9 by 1.6 or the FA10 hoop. When I choose that hoop size, this will only show me designs that will fit that particular area. I'm going to show you a little bit about that FA hoop, the free arm hoop. I am going to move this onto the machine, And this connects right on that embroidery arm very easily. And it just locks in place. Now, I had mentioned that that was a free arm hoop, and let me tell you what that means. I can remove my storage tray and utilize the free arm portion of that embroidery machine and sewing machine to utilize this hoop. So if I were doing a tote bag, a pant leg, a sleeve, I could hoop that and utilize that open area of the machine and be able to use this hoop and embroider. This is something that is exclusive to Janome, and no other brand machine has this option. And that is because of how the embroidery arm is situated in the back of the machine. And I'm back to my home page of my embroidery screen, and I am going to show you the lettering options. The lettering options are the fonts that are built into the machine. There are 11 different fonts. I find that incredible. So various types of fonts, but one in particular that I wanted to show you is this Micro Gothic. This is a 5mm lettering. It is just the perfect size to recreate a logo or do lettering on a left chest pocket. And of course, all of the Janome embroidery machines have 2 and 3 letter monograms. So just a complete lettering option, and you'll be able to do just about anything your mind sets it to. So I love the fact that so much is built into the machine. Between all of the decorative stitches, the built-in embroidery designs, and the built-in fonts. Just a good review, 13.7 inches in that throat space, and even off to the left of the machine, just a nice wide area that you get. I think that you'll absolutely love the Memory Craft 14,000. Don't forget to reach out to your Janome dealer and ask them some questions about the 14,000. Make sure to ask about their phenomenal pricing as well.
All right, guys, there was that video from Alba, and I just want to tell you that she is doing well, but I'm going to tell you how you can get this machine. This is a fantastic machine that Janome's given us, and this thing, guys, the sewing features alone, this thing has 400 built-in stitches, 13 one-step buttonholes, auto inches, and guys, we have a fantastic special on this. The normal price is $69.99. But guys, I can give you 1,000 reasons why you should call us right now, because this is a call-in special, and you need to call in right now to order this. And we have 60-month 0% financing available. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. This is the Janome 14,000 embroidery and sewing machine, and you can also do quilting with this. And it also comes with that free bonus pack. It's worth $699, just the bonus pack that's coming with it. Plus, I got a fantastic price on it for you, so give us a call right now and make the order. If you can't get through on the phones, make sure you go on that Google Sheets and fill it out with your name, your contact number, and what you're interested in. Kyle is going to be putting that link in the chat for YouTube and Facebook, so just hit that link and you'll be able to fill it out. Great show, everybody, and let's give some stuff away. What do y'all think? Y'all ready to win some prizes? All right, so hey, our first thing we're giving away today is going to be the sewing mats, the SMP sewing mats. These are world famous. We got 6 colors for you to choose from, 3 sizes. And guys, if you win something, we're going to tell you how to win at the end. But anyway, you're just going to send us an email and claim your prize. And I think David's putting it across the screen right now. Just email us to contest@SewingMachinesPlus.com and tell us your name, where you want it shipped to, and what prize you won. And we'll remind you at the end of the show as well. But our first winner is Susan Sanders from YouTube. Congratulations, Susan. Our next thing we're giving away is the SMP swag bags. These are the event bags that we use. There's 8 different colors of this, and you see all the things on the item. This is what it's stuffed with. Our first winner's coming to us from Facebook, and it's Belinda Breen. So congratulations, Belinda. We're going to give one more of these away, another swag bag, and that winner's coming from YouTube. It's Chris Perry. So congratulations, Chris. The next thing is going to be that Sewing Machines Plus magnetic pin holder. You see it right there on the screen. This thing is awesome, and we are going to give that to Maggie Sue from Facebook. So congratulations, Maggie Sue. The next thing we're giving is that John Deere Digitizer's Dream 1 to 3 course series. This is a 3-course series, 1, 2, and 3 courses. And our winner is Lisa A. Mooney from Facebook. So congratulations, Lisa. And then we're going to give that the Floriani 30 thread set, this 30 thread set, and the winner is Lily Mary, I think it's Mari, Lily Mari Creations, Lily Mara Creations from YouTube. So congratulations, and sorry, Lily, if I got that name kind of messed up there. It was all jumbled together. So, and then our next gift we're giving away is from Embroidery Garden. It's the Lullaby Blanket Baby CD. And that winner is from Facebook, and it's Jill White Mansfield. Congratulations, Jill. And then the next item is the Embroidery Garden USB stick. And the winner from YouTube is Sharon Motley. Congratulations, Sharon. And then our last item we're giving away is Dime Perfect Embroidery Pro. This is a $4,200 software package, guys. And our winner's coming from YouTube, and it's Janice Myers. Congratulations, Janice, on that fantastic item. So, guys, that is the end of our show today. Hey, we're going to be here again tomorrow. All day, we're going to start at 8 a.m. again, Pacific time. That'll be 10 a.m. Central time. Hey, tomorrow's Saturday. We got a great lineup of things for you again tomorrow. Some great show specials, some great educators. And we got some great demonstrations. So you don't want to miss that show tomorrow. We hope everybody will tune in. And again, we're going to have some great giveaways. And at the end of the day, we're going to award our contest winners, all 3 places that entered that their embroidery projects. And then we're also going to give away that Embroidery Dream Studio worth $26,000. And y'all know how you win. Go and make comments, share it, like it. Do all those things you know to do. And even after this broadcast ends, you can go back and watch it and go and make comments under the videos on Facebook and YouTube. That's going to help your chances of win. So, guys, great day today. Thanks all the crew here. David, great job today. Kyle and Andrea, great job. And our chat team in the back there, they're all back there. I think it's still Deb and Candace is here. So, great job, everybody. Thank y'all so much. Thank our crew at the corporate office with shipping. And guys, I'm telling you, I got a report today. They shipped out a ton of your product yesterday and today. And I know reports that some customers have already received their items that they ordered. So that is good news. We hope to see y'all again in the morning. So y'all have a great night.